Live from New York, it's the New York State Championship 25 here at High Voltage Hills MX. The best of New York and the surrounding states have come to play to try to walk away with that #1 plate. They're fired up and they're ready to do battle here at one of the most scenic tracks in New York, High Voltage Hills MX. And we're excited to bring you the live racing coverage once again here on RacerTV.com. Zach Karen here alongside Josh Stout to bring you the racing action. Josh, we've got a big one coming up. This is year 2 of live coverage of the racing here on Racer TV, the New York State Championship. You can see from our drone shot right here, the crowd has shown up and they're ready to play.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We're live on Racer TV here. This is year 2. We bumped up the number count here on the riders. Track's going to be a little different than last year. Last year we had some rain. Things really developed, a lot of ruts. This year we're going to see how it holds up. We haven't had rain up here in the Northeast, up in New York for, gosh, now going about a month and a half. It's been a real battle. Track crew's been up here just watering and watering and watering. They've done some things. Try and keep the moisture in the sand as long as we can. But for those of the guys that were here last year, I think they're going to find a different racetrack. Things are going to develop a lot differently. So we're going to see how it unfolds here.
It's going to be fun to watch. So excited to have you in the booth with me. You've got the local knowledge. You know the local crowd, the local kids. You've got them highlighted on our chart here. We're going to kind of know the ones to watch. But like you said, we're going to have some surprises. And some of our local riders may be going to be in for a surprise as well. Like you said, some different characteristics of this track going to be coming to light in 2025.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Like I said, last year things were a lot different. We had a lot of moisture in the track. A lot of water came in with rain before the track, was set up. So this year it's going to be a lot drier. Things are going to develop differently. We might have riders that were here last year for their first time. They saw how the track developed. Maybe you set your bike up that way for how it's going to be. Now you're going to be in for a surprise. You go out there for Moto 1. Maybe things are a little rougher, not as many ruts. You take a kick, you go down, the sand gives out on you. So I do think we're going to be in for some surprises here.
Yeah, anything certainly possible, but a tradition, as always, something that's really cool. We've got our memorial kind of sight lap going on. Talk a little bit about this and what it means to this high-voltage community.
Yeah, so this is a memorial lap for a dear friend of ours, Brandon Thrasher. Brandon passed away unexpectedly last year, a couple weeks before this event. Brandon, a staple in this local district. He was a rider rep for us, AMA member, longtime member. I believe he had the 25-year lifetime membership. He was a racer. His 2 young sons were racers. So just trying to honor him and keep his memory alive. His youngest son still going to be racing with us this year. His middle son probably playing mechanic. Maybe Dad's not here to yell at him, but hey, older brother's here.
Hey,
he's going to keep him in line. That's right.
It.
So as you can see, huge turnout, a lot of respect for Brandon and what he did. Like I said, he was here for years. Every summer they would rent the track out. It started out as a small party. They call it Thrasher Bash. It's a small party, maybe 20, 30 guys. And then just a nature of who they are as a family, motocross community. It's a big family. Before you knew it, a couple years later, there was 100 people here. Everybody wanted to come ride this track, and they said, come on, keep them bringing.
Yep,
bring in your friends, bring in everybody.
Well, and you talk about that family atmosphere. We're just coming off the Loretta Lynn's National and the Northeast motocross community. It really seems like you guys are a tight-knit group. We've got so many riders that were talking to us out at Loretta saying, man, you're going to be at high voltage. Like, everybody's looking forward to it. So it's cool to see that support and a great celebration of life there for the Thrasher family, and excited to have them here still racing with us as well. That's really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see Caleb, the youngest son. He's going to be racing. Obviously, he races in honor of his dad. He puts it all out there. He's just happy to be able to race and honor his dad. I know they kept the bike. The older brother is out here on Brandon's actual bike.
That's awesome.
So they kept the bike. No reason to sell it. They wanted to keep his memory alive. Once in a great while, you'll see him ride that bike in a race, which is super cool to see.
Yeah.
It gives you a little nostalgia, a little
gives
throwback.
You some chills, I bet.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, like you said, very, very tight-knit up here in the Northeast. Not a ton of tracks. You usually got to travel an hour or two to find a track. So when they find one like High Voltage, as you can see, they keep coming back.
Well, and like you said, the crew doing a great job. I know it may look a little wet on screen, but that's going to be the secret to success in the long term for the rest of the day. Was talking with Nick, the track owner, earlier, and he said the same thing. Man, it's just – you can't count on Mother Nature. It's the unpredictable variable. And so, unfortunately, not a ton of rain in the area, but the crew doing a great job of staying ahead of it as well. So, as you can see, we're going to have a lot of bikes on track. This track's going to get chewed up. And for our viewers that maybe weren't tuned in last year, talk a little bit about the composition of this track. It's a bit sandier in texture. It breaks down maybe a little differently than we even saw last year, thinking maybe not going to be quite as deep, not quite as many ruts.
That's what I'm thinking. It should turn out that way. I mean, we've seen this track go dry before. It turns into almost a beachy sand because it just loses the moisture so fast. We're looking at mid-80s, possibly going into the 90s this weekend. So I'm expecting this thing to dry out pretty quick. Yesterday we had a practice day, and it formed up a lot differently than last year. It got a lot rougher. It was a lot more whooped out like a sand track would be. So I think those guys that are expecting ruts like we saw last year may be in for a bit of a surprise. Oh, like got one having a little trouble there.
And that is something that, don't get me wrong, our Racer TV cameras do a great job, but it doesn't quite catch the scope of some of these jumps. The finish line in particular, that is a steep hill both on the incline and the landing as well.
Yeah, you want to walk up that thing. You might want to bring your oxygen tank when you get to the top. I mean, that's walking up probably a 60-foot face at a steep angle. So, yeah, as you can see, that young rider having a little bit of trouble getting up there. Someone will help her get up and going. I'm sure 5 people have stopped by now. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think a lot of riders you're going to see maybe that sand berm. Last year it was nice and firm. You dive in there, you're in the heat of the battle. Next thing you know, that berm blows out because that sand is so dry and soft. It almost explodes when you hit it. It's kind of like a beachy sand.
Definitely going to be one of those situations where you're carrying the momentum and maybe changing those lines throughout the day as well. Like we said, we've got moisture in the track right now, but come second motos tomorrow, even if you're racing different classes and later in the day today, hey, things may not be the same. Bike may have to be set up a little bit differently. Lines may have to be chosen a bit differently as well. So that's going to be absolutely crucial to set us up for success here today.
Yeah, absolutely. The inside line, always the preferred line. But when you got, we were pushing 1,000 entries for this event, so that's going to be a lot of laps on the inside line. That inside line is going to get whooped out. It's going to get rough. So at some point today, the outside line is going to be the preferred line. We do have a new section out back behind the finish line. They pulled some trees out back there. So for those of you who don't know, when you pull trees, that dirt under the tree is extremely loose. So there is some deep sand out behind the finish line. A lot of riders having some trouble with it yesterday. It got deep, it got rough. If you're not paying attention, it's going to catch that front wheel, and you're going to be on the ground before you know it, and you're going to be losing a lot of positions.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be something to watch. I was able to kind of walk back there for a little bit and check some things out. And like you said, Nick and the whole crew kind of stepping things up again this year. Really excited to continue to bring this coverage. Nick and OPAG, Adam Gordon, kind of helping set all this up. And obviously Don there, DC from D3, shout out to him. He's in the house with us. All kind of came together and said, hey, this is a huge event, amazing track. And like you said, the local turnout is incredible. Now we're getting riders from further and further away. It just goes to show everybody's kind of catching the buzz at High Voltage Hills. No pun intended there, because it really is. It's an awesome facility. And as you can see, great shot there from Gabe, our drone pilot, really showing the crowd that has come out to play. I mean, I believe we have 41 riders in one of our A classes. I mean, what a turnout for this type of event.
Yeah, absolutely. There's 41 entries in 450A. I did see a lot of high 30 entries, some low 30s. Some of those classes, if you go to a local race, maybe you only get 8 to 10 guys. Now you got 20, 25 guys, and we know that makes it way more exciting for everybody. The fans, us, the riders.
Makes our job easy.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to be able to find a battle somewhere on the track.
Yep. Well, and lining up right now is our first race of the day. Let's take a look at it. That's going to be our 50cc e-bike open class. These guys run a little bit of a different setup as far as the course goes, but absolutely still plenty of time out on track. We've got a couple of ones to watch, if you will. Let's talk a little bit about it here. Mason Wager on the 98 machine and Liam DeLowry on the 603. Those are kind of our highlighted riders. Think we're going to see some flashes of brilliance.
Yeah, just running down the list, just seeing some names that I saw from Loretta's. I spoke with some of the parents last night. I know Liam DeLowry, he was from Massachusetts. He was down there at Loretta's in the 50 class, as well as Wager. I didn't have a chance to talk to them, but I did recognize the name. Wager was at Loretta's a couple years in a row. He was here last year throwing his name in the hat. So I think in this class, maybe we'll find a surprise. There might be a name on that list we haven't heard of before. Maybe a little local flavor gets up front, mixes it up with these guys.
Anything
as
is possible,
you see on the Utica Rome Speedway live drone here. They're down there on the line. We do have a great start here.
Yep.
It's concrete with great on top. It's similar to like the national setups now. MXGP's nationals, they run that great now. So a lot of traction down there.
Yeah, oh yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
There you see the 603 of DeLowry on your screen. Let's give a run through of this entire e-bike open class. We've got the 44 of Maverick Manzer, the 53 of Liam Beck on the 96. That's going to be Declan Roque. Mason Wager there on the 98. And it sounds like we are getting ready to start our national anthem, so we're going to go silent here for just a moment. All right, picking up on that rider list where we left off, the 182 of Weston Huffman, the 231 of Nick Kaka, the 306, that's going to be Harper Steele, Kinsley Brownell on the 484, the 587 of Dash DeCastro, Liam DeLowry, like we said, on the 603, Maverick Hulse, on the 616, the 629 of Miller Barbary, Cohen Merritt on the 718, and the 925 of Levi Bond, all in your 50cc e-bike open class. Here we go. I was going to say the revs are up, but you can't hear these guys at all. As look at the traction right there. I believe that was the 98 getting one heck of a drive up the inside. They're headed into turn one. Here we go, race one underway.
Yeah, man, race one. Race weekend is started. You know, this is Moto 1. Right from the jump, though, we're battling for that number one plate.
Let's see. Tried to get a read. Those small number plates making it hard on us, but looked like everybody clean and clear through that start. And a high-speed section to kick things off. Going down that straightaway, going to have these things wide open. But here you see the abbreviation for these riders. Not going to go up quite into that top section. They cut back across. And looks like we've got still some battling going on out front.
Yeah, like you said, we're going to cut the track for these little guys. They got enough to deal with out here. Enough of a challenge without trying to make these bikes go up the hill. A lot of drag, especially on these e-bikes. You know, that battery, the more you go up those hills and deal with that sand, that battery is going to drain. So it's something we've seen here in the past.
Wow.
I don't know if these manufacturers have gotten it figured out, but that extra drag in the sand, it will cause that battery to die. So possibly you see someone in the front, all of a sudden they disappear, bike stops working.
Wow.
That's a dead battery most of the time.
Yeah, something to watch. That's very interesting. A little bit of that local knowledge right there. Does look like we have the 98 machine of Mason Wager out front leading the way. One of our highlighted riders, and I don't think it's quite a surprise to see him doing damage out front early.
No, not to me. Mason's been here before. Like I said, we've seen his name at Loretta's before. You're not going to Loretta's if you're not fast.
Wait a second, though.
Yeah, we got a battle for the lead here.
Looks like that might be the 44 of Maverick Manzer coming out of Amsterdam, New York, who has snuck up the inside and stolen the lead away. Look at this side-by-side. Almost come together as they make their way back through that next abbreviation. Up the hill they go, and Manzer still hangs on to the lead.
Yeah, Manzer was not going to let him get to the inside there. He came across and chopped him off. Now here we see already that inside-outside.
Yep, fade to the outside. Yep. Look at the drive from the 98. He's going to pull right back up alongside Manzer.
Yeah, they're really able to open it up here. Like you saw the 98, he went wide, lost a little bit of time coming into the turn, but that momentum carried up the hill. These little bikes, you know, you got to get those things moving.
And this is just a preview of what's to come. That's going to be so much fun to watch in some of our big bike classes. Look at that Manzer with a little glance back. He's wanting to know where the 98's at.
Yeah, you don't want to look back. You're not going to like what you see. You're going to get a face full of that 98 of Wager. So we got a good battle here to start this one as they head out into the back section of the track. It's still Manzer and Wager.
And look at this, the battle headed back up off the face of that tabletop, skying it out as much as they can. And look at that, inside for one, outside for the other. Manzer going to run that tight line, but Wager around the outside.
Yeah, Wager's probably got his dad in his ear right now. You know, when you're growing up, the cardinal rule, don't follow.
Yes.
So Wager really taking to that. He's going to the outside anytime Manzer goes to the inside.
Well, we talk about this is the Stasic generation. These kids kind of in a league of their own. It's looking at that Wager
yeah,
goes
Ryder
down. Oh, no. It looks like he got a little sideways there. And that is one thing about this sand. It'll reach up and grab you just like that. As look at that, now going to lose another position. So Wager falls back to the third place spot. And that's going to give Manzer some breathing room, as now might have been the 182 of Weston Huffman in that number 2 ride. We'll try to get a better look here in just a moment. Look at this, battle on. No, that's the 72. Don't have on my rider list. But, man, how about that? Look at this, the battle.
Oh, yeah, we're going to try and stuff 2 bikes on the inside there.
There we go. Look at that. Back end stepping out. They've got those things wide open, headed back up the hill. Not a great drive for the 98 of Wager that time around. He's going to lose some time.
No, tough lap for Wager there. He went first to third pretty quick there. The first pass, not a mistake on his own. The second one was.
Yep.
So he's going to have to regroup here. But, hey, this is a 2-moto format. You're racing 2 motos, Olympic scoring. So it looks like he's going to go around the outside. He's going to carry the momentum.
Look at this.
And he's going to get back into second. So like we were saying, that second moto, the old moto adage, a 2 is good enough for a 1 in the first moto. You go 2-1, you get that overall, that number 1 plate. So Major looks like he's regrouped. Oh, makes another little mistake there, able to keep it up on 2 wheels. Almost tucked the front, similar to what he did in that other section.
Yeah, got to try to adjust just a little bit, not quite as far over the front end here in this sand. That's Dash DeCastro in the number 2 ride, seen on timing and scoring now. So Maverick Manzer, Dash DeCastro, and Mason Wager, 1, 2, and 3 with Nick Heika and Miller Barbary. Your top 5. Look at this, a drag race once again as Wager pulls up alongside. Oh, man, those bikes dancing around as they head into the turn, and it looks like Wager's going to make it happen.
Yep, they're going back and forth here as they go down those long straightaways. You see that momentum in that sand, especially with these little bikes. Once they get bogged down in the sand, it's hard to get them going again. So Wager doing a good job keeping the momentum up, keeping the front end light. You know, we've seen him make a couple mistakes, but hey, that's just that New York State Championship. You know, those nerves are kicking in. Checker flag is already out here, so we must have missed the white.
Man, so take a look at that.
That is a quick moto. Manzer going to take the moto win. Wager second. Yeah, so Wager regrouped. He pulled that second. So like we're saying, that's just as good as a first here in Moto 1. You know, you got time to regroup. You come out tomorrow, you go at 2-1, you're holding that number 1 plate.
Exactly, keeping those hopes alive. And DeCastro not out of this either. We have seen plenty of things happen. Like you said, we could have battery issues, anything possible. So don't count out third place. Nick Heika going to cross the line in the number 4 ride. Miller Barbary going to round out your top 5. Looks like Liam DeLowry crosses the line in the 6th place spot. Cohen Merritt in 7th. Declan Roque, Maverick Hulse, and Harper Steele. Looking like that's going to be your top 10. Brought to you by North Country Hearth and Homes. As, man, a fantastic way to kick things off. Small bikes, but big action on track. What a battle we had there for the 2nd place spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Once Manzer got to the lead, he kind of checked out on him, but that left Wager and DeCastro to really battle it out here. Tough moto for DeLowry. I spoke with DeLowry's mom last night. He said down at Loretta's he had a fall in the first turn. He got run over a couple times, so possibly some lingering effects from that. That wasn't that long ago. Looks like the gate is down here on moto number 2. This is the 50cc oil injected division. This is your PWs, those Yamahas.
So taking a look, looks like we've got Eli Labont on the number 19, Beckett Manzer on the 22, and Matthew Schufelt on the 320. Says Liam DeLowry in this one as well, but man, that was a quick turnaround, and I'm only seeing 3 bikes. Not sure if he made the gate there.
Yeah, with the timing loop being at the bottom for the finish line, we got to run these 50s back to back at the beginning. Then they'll move the timing loop up for those big bikes. So yeah, we're gonna run these boys quick. You know, good thing they're young.
Absolutely, yeah, they've got plenty of energy. It looks like Matthew Schufelt is out front leading the way on the KTM, but the P-Dub in second, starting to march forward. That might be the 19 of Eli Labonte.
Yeah, you thought those numbers were small on those first bikes. They're getting smaller.
Going to pull out the spectacles here. Yep, and getting word from race control, DeLowry maybe not making the gate. Look at this, 3-rider battle for the lead. They're all pulling up. And around the outside, he's technically out front, but he's taking a long way around. I think that's the 22.
Yeah, that looks like Beckett Manzer out of Amsterdam, possibly related to our first moto winner, Maverick.
Well, the last thing you want to do is watch brother grab a win and then you not get the win. You don't want to hear about that.
You don't want to go back to the trailer after that because Dad's going to let you hear it.
Yep.
And I'm sure Big Brother's going to let you hear it as well.
What place did you get? I got first. So look at this. Battle underway is, for the moment at least, fought off the charge. You thought I was joking. I'm pulling him out.
He pulled him out, boys.
You gotta get the spectacles on here.
I might need a magnifying glass.
Well, not only they're small, but they're going so fast, we barely keep up with them here as the green flag waves. And there it is, Matthew Schufelt, a lap in the book out front, Beckett Manzer and Eli Labonte. Labonte?
I believe it's Labonte. I have not seen that name here before, but I remember the old NASCAR driver, Bobby Labonte.
That's what
we're going to go ahead with Labonte.
Right.
You never know. Maybe it's a relation. Maybe racing runs in the blood.
Bobby might be hanging out here. This is cool, though. This is the next generation of riders. We talk about the Stasic and Strider bike generation, and it's really translated here to the actual motorcycle side of things, the racecraft, the confidence that these kids have on these machines. It's allowed for some really exciting racing for our 50 classes, not only nationally, but here clearly locally in New York as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the ground level, man. A lot of these kids are 4, 5, 6 years old, probably just learned how to ride without training wheels not that long ago, and you put them on the track, you tell them to turn that throttle and see what happens.
Fantastic stuff. And they do. They are all heart. They leave it all out there, and it's a ton of fun to watch. This is some of my favorite races out at Loretta Lynn's as well. These kids doing everything they can. Is, man, looking like Eli getting a little bit of spin there and some of that wet stuff. Had to dab the foot. Keeps it on 2 wheels as our rider's starting to space out just a little bit now. Schufelt responding to that early pressure.
Yeah, Schufelt's starting to open it up now over Manzer. Trying to put a little distance between him. He's not going to have to look back like we saw them doing in that first moto.
Yep, not worried about it whatsoever.
Keeping it clean, that 320 on the front. No dirt on that number plate. No trouble reading that one. Yeah, Zach, you don't need the glasses for that.
Yeah, I can take them off now. He's got style for days. Look at that, up on the pegs, elbows up. Got that KTM set up just right.
Yeah, someone might have went to a training school. He's got the form.
That's some technique right there.
You notice that bright yellow? That's probably a mom move.
Yep.
I want to know where my son is at the whole time. I'm going to look for the brightest color, and I'm going to put it on him.
Going to go to the highlighter section, and whatever matches up, that's what we need to be rocking. As once again, you are watching the New York State Amateur Motocross Championship here live on RacerTV.com. The white flag coming out for race number 2, our 50cc oil injected. As out front leads the way, Matthew Schufelt on your screen, taking the white flag. Up on those pegs. Got some early pressure from the P-dubs of Beckett Manzer and Eli Labonte. But has responded and is now less than a lap away from trying to grab a first moto win. 2-moto format here this weekend, so these riders are going to get those first motos out of the way today and then get focused for tomorrow. And I love that. It's high pressure on both days. You want to start the weekend out strong. Obviously, second moto, the deciding factor as far as the moto edition, if you will, for those moto scores. But it really kind of makes things interesting. We see a lot of riders maybe not have the best run today. All of a sudden, they've got the best ride tomorrow. So it's going to be fun to watch and certainly going to be worth tuning into. Both days going to be live here on RacerTV.com. From High Voltage Hills MX, Matthew Schufelt, Beckett Manzer, and still Eli Labonte, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, like you're saying, you can get some action at any moto.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you see here these 3 young guys, they're spread out a little bit. Later in the day, you catch someone goes down early in a moto. They're starting from the back. Maybe they get a 20th. You look at the results sheet. You say, maybe he wasn't the guy. Then tomorrow he gets that start. Just because they had a bad first moto, they're not packing up and going home. They're going to make a statement. A moto win might not be a championship, but they're still here to make a statement.
Yeah, there's so many different storylines. I mean, obviously, at the beginning of the weekend, everybody wants that number 1 plate, but if you don't perform in Moto 1, now you get to play dark horse. You get to play championship spoiler. And so it is certainly interesting and so many unique storylines all going on at the same time on that start. But right now, the 320 trying to make it a storybook worth reading for sure. Starts things out with a 1 if he can hang on for just a little bit more, only a few corners away. But like you said, some big numbers as far as turnout goes. I believe our next class is going to have several riders in that one, so it's going to be fun to watch. And like we said, it's so cool to see the turnout continue to grow here. And got to think the Racer TV coverage kind of spreading the hype. I know a lot of people telling me, man, this track is absolutely incredible. Like we said, going through the abbreviated track for the 50s right now, but
Yeah, we see the checkered flag coming out for Schufelt here. So back to your storyline situation. This is a short story.
Yep, and so right now we just got word from race control to leave both Beckett Manzer and Eli Labonte in that next race. So this is going to be a tight turnaround. Almost wish we could get our drone to follow these P-dubs, see if we can follow them from the finish. They're going to go right back to the start. Got to think maybe mom or dad holding the starting gate. Now we're at the start. So our P-dubs, there's mom and dad in the ear saying, just hang on a second.
Yeah, this is like
Eli on the line.
This is like trying to hold back a stable of horses right here.
All right, let's read through them here. 50 Shaft, E2 4-8. Eli Labonte, Beckett Manzer both on that last moto as well. Bryson Bell on the 26, the 26X of Cameron McCoy. August Dykman on the 46. Wes Rogge on the 47. Kendall Brassey on the 72. Declan Roque back out there on the 95. Blake Rogie on the 101. Macklin Hart on the 109. Weston Huffman on the 182. Jackson Costa on the 237, Hugh Hacker on the 257, Harper Steele on the 306, Bryson Wasowski on the 520, Liam DeLowry on the 603, the 629 of Emberly Barbary, Cohen Merritt on the 718, Adam Hoffman on the 826, and Levi Bond back out there on the 925 here for race 3, 50 Shaft E2. As there you see our riders waiting on screen.
Yeah, they're going to give Manzer and Labonte a second to catch their breath here. So they're going to give them probably 30 seconds or so, maybe grab a drink of water, change the goggles. You know, just hit that reset button real quick because, you know, the blood pressure goes high. You know, you're out here, you're trying to get things done. It's a big race, so you come back to the line, take some deep breaths, hit that reset button. You know, a second in the first moto, you got a shot to win this moto, so you want to slow the nerves, reset.
It sounds counteractive, but they're warmed up. They've kind of already been in race mode, and sometimes it seems like, oh yeah, they may be more exhausted. But like we said, these kids, they're wild up. They have Mountain Dew for breakfast, maybe. Absolutely. I mean, they're fired up, and so sometimes you actually find these tight turnarounds. The riders ride better in the second of the two motos because they've already heightened up. I'm saying it right now. I want to watch Eli and Beckett both. I can see one of them grabbing the whole shot because they're already got the adrenaline in the system. They've been in race mode, so we'll have to watch and wait. Any second now, they should be on the line, and we'll be getting ready to drop the gate for race 350 Shaft E2.
Yeah, like you said, you got that blood flowing. Another thing, though, they got that advantage. They just saw the track. They know the lines. A lot of these guys haven't been out here for a good hour or two. You know, some of the big bikes were on the track. Maybe the lines changed from when they had their practice this morning. So we'll see. Maybe they got the secret sauce now.
Certainly worth noting there. Yeah, that's a good point as well. Looks like they're making those last few preparations, picking the back end of the bike up.
Oh, yeah, you got to ring that thing out.
Yep.
They want maximum horsepower when that gate drops.
All 0.99 horsepower in there. Hey, those things are awesome. PW50, that's the kind of the staple starter bike for moto. I know that was my first bike as well. Here we go now, getting the 2-minute board out. Rocking that DC from D3 shirt there. Shout out my man Dom in the house with us, hanging out. And got our man Wes Kane out and about as well. We'll be hanging out with him here in a little bit. Sure, we're going to get the scoop from him.
Oh, yeah. You want to talk about electricity and the power lines? There's going to be electricity in our boy Wes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We lose power in the area. We just plug Wes in the poles. So as the gate's down, 50 Shaft off the roll. Whoa, look at that slideways coming into turn one. And it looks like that might be the 95 of Declan Roque grabbing the whole shot around turn one. Can he hang on to it?
Looks like Declan out of Cortland Manor, top sponsor there, mom and dad. Similar to see with all these young guys.
Absolutely. This is where the dream starts. The addiction begins here, if you will.
This is where when they fall off, they roll, they bounce.
They bounce, yes.
Us old guys, we hit the ground and stick.
Shatter. Yep. As there we go. Headed off into that adjusted course. Man, awesome turnout here for the 50 Shaft guys as well. The roar of PW50s going on out there.
Yeah, you like to see it, 20 entries.
Yep.
You know, as they grow up, that's going to translate into our 60s class,
Absolutely.
Our 80 classes, and hopefully for these guys, they go all the way to our expert division. There's a couple guys there, 4th and 5th. Don't have numbers. They got the skis out, though, going through that wet section.
Yeah, you can see the tops of those jumps maybe not quite as worked in as the rest of the track, and getting a little bit of swap back and forth is, like you said, these riders been a little bit since they've been out on track, but looks like everybody kind of funneling to the inside right there. Man, these guys getting some good drives over the top. Looks like a couple of passes being made.
Yeah, definitely some riders moving up here. We'll check some numbers as they come back closer to the cameras. Possibly someone got a bad start or something, you know. early lap passes, you got to get them while you're in the pack.
Well, and these 50 riders, man, they go for it. They wear their heart on their sleeve. They're not scared to send it, and so certainly fun to watch. Look at this side-by-side battle on your screen.
Yep, right around the outside. He's going to leave the brakes.
I think that might have been Declan around the outside, might actually forfeit the lead. One of those battles, momentum versus distance covered, going way wide like that might not have been the smartest move early. So fun to watch these guys over the back of the bike as well. They've got just full
some of these guys, they're a little bit big for this bike. They're trying to get every ounce, like you said, that .99 horsepower.
Yeah. and this is kind of the tail end of the season. We're just coming off of Loreto, so not going to be long before these riders, I'm sure, are going to be moving up for the next bike sizes. Looks like our top 5 now checking in. It is Declan Roque out front leading the way. Beckett Manzer, I told you, Eli Labonte 2 and 3, like they never lost a lap as they're back out there in podium positions. Liam DeLowry feeling good in that 4th place spot. Cohen Merritt and Bryson Bell 5th and 6th. Levi Bond, Harper Steele, Jackson Costa, and Bryson Wasowski on the number 10 ride. Am I saying that right? Do you know Bryson?
Wesolowski, I think is how you'd say it. I don't know Bryson personally. I think that might have been one of our newer entries here. Maybe he saw Razor TV coverage last year.
There we
Track
go.
Looked good. Mom and Dad said load it up.
All right, I love it. Well, he's making her say his name right now with a top 10 result here early in this one.
To your point, though, Manzer and Labonte 2 and 3.
Man.
They were 2 and 3 in the last one. Only difference, they got 17 more guys behind him this time.
Well, and it looked like Manzer was that rider. We kind of saw peek into those insides as well. So if Declan Roque isn't careful, he might be getting passed by the 22 machine. And then Eli was right back there kind of lurking as well. So lots of movement going on inside your top 3.
Like you said, you get the blood flowing. You see the lines. You're warmed up. Maybe Roque a little bit cold. He hasn't rode in an hour or two. So we'll see how it unfolds. Maybe Labonte and Manzer can get up there, challenge him for the moto win.
And you can see in some of those spots a little thick for those P-dubs as well. Kind of back in, start swapping out a little bit. So these riders have to be very careful with the lines they choose. You can see, get some words of encouragement, hopefully, from Mom and Dad.
Oh, yeah. Mom and Dad saying, if you don't stand up, I'm taking the seat off.
Yep, no Xbox tonight.
Nope, there's a bounce house here. So as soon as these motos are over, the young kids, they're going to bounce in that bounce house until it can't hold air anymore. That's
the warm-up you need. You go put in like a 10-minute session in the bounce house and then head to the line.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I pulled in this morning. One of our riders in 25 and 30, Travis Delnicki, I saw him out running this morning.
Wild.
Unfortunately for the rest of the competition, I saw a lot of them drinking beer last night. So, like you said, you got to warm up.
Hey,
you got to be ready to go from the jump.
There's different plans for everybody. Maybe those guys drinking beer, thinning the blood out a little bit. Helps
That's
with
my
arm pump.
theory. I've had that theory for years.
All right, maybe there's strategy to it. So, all right, looks like our top 3 checking back in: Beckett, Manzer, Declan Roque, and Eli Labonte 1 and 2. So Manzer making that pass happen and getting around for the lead.
Yeah, Manzer able to get by there on the 95 of Roque that lap. Looked like he opened it up a little bit too. Second and a half doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're running these little bikes, a second and a half is a lot of time. And you see it, Labonte there, he fell back a little bit, but he's within striking distance. If Roque makes a mistake, Manzer makes a mistake, he could be right there. Lap time's looking like Manzer is a little bit ahead, 2 seconds a lap rather.
Yep.
But that could have been a bad lap from Roque. Maybe he made a mistake or something. We'll see how it unfolds here as they are down and around the back of the track. Still the 22 of Manzer. Easy to pick out with those pink rims. Looks like we got a battle now for third.
Yeah,
we're going to try and grab these numbers. Last time they came through, it was Labonte on the 19. Hard to see if that's a 2-digit number.
I was about to say, I think that might be Labonte, DeLowry, and maybe Merritt in the mix as well. I see the 19 of Labonte right there.
So,
and that is DeLowry in the white.
So we'll have to see if this is for third or possibly Merritt.
Fourth, yeah.
Merritt may have gotten around DeLowry and Labonte because we had Labonte and DeLowry 3 and 4. Possibly a lapper mixed in there. We'll see when they get a little closer to the cameras here.
And keep an eye on, looks like Cohen Merritt and Wes Rogie as well, because both of them 209s and a 210 for Wes on that last lap. So like we said, these riders in good shape, but a short moto as well, so it won't be long before this thing will be all said and done as they're getting the checkered flag tucked underway. Wait a second. Checkered flag's coming out. There it is. Beckett Manzer going to grab the win in 50 shaft E2. What a ride from him. Looks like that's going to be Declan Rote crossing the line in the number 2 rider. There it is. Cohen Merritt marching his way forward and stealing that number 3 spot away. Eli Labonte 4th and Liam DeLowry 5th.
Yeah,
Man.
Look at that lap time from Merritt there.
Wow.
Labonte and DeLowry
flying.
at a 2:10, a 2:11. Merritt at a 2:05.
Well, look at that. Beckett Manzer and Roke even a 2:08. So Merritt, the fastest man on your screen. Your top 10, excuse me. Bryson Bell back there in 6th. Wes Rogge, Levi Bond, Jackson Costa, and Bryson Wesolowski in that number 10 spot. We're going to just say it a bunch of different ways, and we'll get it right eventually. So
I can give you a pointer on that 11th place rider. Harper Steely, spelled steel,
okay,
like the chainsaw.
Yep.
Mom made it a point to let me know last race.
I love it.
It is pronounced Steely.
Oh, and I've said steel twice, so
yes.
I'll adjust that one.
Yeah,
there it is.
if not, she will come in here and let you know.
Please do, kindly.
Respectfully,
yeah,
she will let you know.
I love it. All right, so we do have a bunch of riders in this next moto that were out on track in this one. So once again, going to give them just long enough basically to get a sip of water, switch the goggles, maybe a splash of fuel.
Yeah, you know these young kids, though. They're ready to go.
Oh, yeah, they're fired up.
You could have just dropped the gate on the next one and let them just connect when they come around the first turn.
It'd be nice if you could time
loop.
that out. That'd be just about perfect.
I'm sure they wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
Once that blood's flowing, they don't want to pull off.
Yeah. They don't want to slow down at all. So great stuff there out of that 50 shaft. As we take a little look back so far, 50 e-bike open and 50 oil injected, as well as our 50 shaft. I mean, this is some strong action to start the program out. Like we said, starting things out with our 50 program due to that timing and scoring loop having to be moved between those races. So these guys going to start the morning out early and then kind of get to hang out, hit the snack bar, and enjoy some racing the rest of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one thing they do here is they bring in a lot of things for outside of the track.
Yep.
You know, like I said, there's a bounce house back there. They got the slushy set up over here. I'm sure that should be parked right next to the bounce house.
It should be parked next to the announcer's trailer.
Yeah, I would not complain.
There. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, maybe we can call in a delivery.
There we go.
Do you think they DoorDash up here?
It might be. I don't know. If you can get signal, it might be worth trying.
So we're just looking at some highlights from our earlier motos here. Like we saw, they showed Manzer and Wager in our first moto. Manzer took a look back at him. He was there until he made the mistake. Then we got into our PW class.
As we continue to see the next generation of New York Moto here in our 50 classes. Now flashing forward, getting ready to load the gate with our 50 junior 4 to 6 class, race number 4. That's going to be a fun one as well. And, man, Eli Labonte, this guy just doesn't sleep. He doesn't rest. He's getting ready to be back out there once again. And there you see him hanging out.
Manzer, though. Manzer. No, we're
That's
back to Beckett.
Yep.
So we're looking at both Manzers. Both Manzers, a first in both motos.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. These kids fired up. Well, one person who is extremely fired up is our man, Nick Zielinski, our track owner. You were able to catch up with him a little earlier this weekend, talk a bit about the track and how special this event is. Let's see what's going on with Nick Zielinski.
About 10 years ago, and you know, it's just evolved into something that I could never imagine. You know, we started doing.
What's going on, race fans? I'm down here with track owner Nick Zielinski. As you can see behind us, track is in beautiful shape. They put a lot of work in here. Nick, why don't you tell everybody a little bit about the history of the track and how we ended up where we are today?
Yeah, we started the track about 10 years ago, and you know, it's just evolved into something that I could never imagine. You know, we started doing the New York State Championship, and you know, then we got Racer TV involved, and you know, I'm just thankful to have everybody here. The turnout just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and we're excited for the weekend.
You know, what do you like about this track, and what do you think appeals to the riders that just keep coming back in droves?
We just basically we wanted something that was different than from everybody else. You know, a little bit more high speed, a lot of elevation change. We just took the lay of the land basically, and you know, just evolved it into something that's turned out to be pretty good. I'm just thankful for the amount of people that show up. Having an event like this speaks volumes to me, that people enjoy the place and enjoy the event more than anything. It's going to be an exciting weekend, and we just hope that everybody stays safe.
Plan going forward is to continue this thing on Racer TV, is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
I think Racer TV does a phenomenal job, gives good exposure, gives the people at home the chance to watch the race that can't make it, and they just make everything that much better.
Man, so cool to see the amount of passion that's involved with it. All the track owners from all over the country, but Nick really doing a great job and really wanting to bring the attention to it as well. Like I said, between Nick and Adam Gordon and Dom and everybody that kind of came together to create this thing, it's really cool to see the results kind of speak for themselves. The turnout continue to grow, and everybody continue to be excited to be racing here at High Voltage Hills. As we take a look now at our 50 Junior 4 to 6, let's give you a rundown who's on the line. Eli Labonte, of course. This guy might be racing every class today. I don't know.
I think I saw him at 450A coming up at 12 o'clock.
Yep, he's going to take a quick nap and then be ready for that motor for sure. Cameron McCoy out there on the 26X. Bryson Bell on the 26. Beckett Manzer on the number 48. John Oler on the 85. Declan Roach on the 95. Macklin Hart on the 109. Harper Steele on the 306. Matthew Schufelt back out there on the 320. Grayson Jackson on the 519. Bryson Wesolowski on the 520. Liam DeLowry on the 603. Dylan Hagedorn on the 713. Cohen Merritt on the 718. And Levi Bond back out there on the 925.
Looks like Labonte's dad had a hand up there trying to get the bike cleaned out. Did Labonte switch bikes?
Might be.
We had him on a PW, now we got him on a Cobra. So possibly what we had to hold up for.
So everybody getting adjusted. Look at this. The Lowry was up the inside, but it looks like it's the 48 of Manzer. Going to grab the whole shot. Manzer leaves it wide open and claims that number one ride early. Looks like the Lowry just behind, and then saw that neon gear as well. That might be Manzer back there in third.
The way these Manzers are going, if they keep this up all weekend, they're just going to back the trailer right up to the trophy trailer. Just load everything up. And if it says 50cc on it, load it up.
You're going to have to sell a bike or something to be able to make room to go back home. The battle is on. Here we go. Opening lap underway for 50 Junior 4 to 6.
Yeah, so a lot of these riders not able to ride a Cobra in those shaft drive classes. Yep. So they do a quick bike swap. I'm not sure who's working harder this morning, mom and dad or the riders.
I know who's probably stressing more. It's definitely mom and dad. And you can see the race line kind of starting to develop. These kids peeking to the inside right there, avoiding some of that thick stuff.
Yeah, we had a little bit of time between practice and the racing here. They were able to go out and touch up a couple things, so not nearly what we're going to see later, but you will see these little bikes will start to develop some line, and then once we get into the big bike stuff, some of those 30, 40 rider entries, we'll really see those braking bumps. As you can see, our leader already hitting some that are left around from practice. So, but once we get into those big bikes, those heavy rider counts, this track will get rough in a hurry. As you can see, it's already starting to dry out a little bit. I spoke with Nick last night. They put some water down and then rolled it, just trying to do anything they can to just hold that moisture.
Right.
As you see mom and dad out there yelling, let's go, let's go.
Yep, everybody loves that. It's honestly just as fun to watch as far as the 50 racing, the 50 moms and dads jetting across the track, screaming at the top of their lungs. As here we go, checking in lap one. It is Beckett Manzer leading the way. Liam DeLowry in the second place spot. And that's Cohen Merritt back there in third. He's going to be one to watch. Merritt had that really fast lap time in one of our earlier motos. Schufelt, an earlier moto winner as well, back there in fourth. Declan Roach and Eli Labonte back there in the sixth place spot.
Yeah, I feel like we're just putting all these names in a hat, just shaking it up and drawing names. How are we going to start this moto? All the same riders, just different running orders. So we'll see how it unfolds here.
And I'd love to see that. The flip-flop in order shows the depth of the field as well. These kids going to be trading wins for years to come. So it's going to be fun to watch. It looks like Grayson Jackson, Harper Steele, and Levi Bond now check in with Dylan Hagedorn rounding out your top 10. These kids moving their way through. Keeping them honest. It's a bit of a yo-yo right now. DeLowry reels them in, and then all of a sudden Manzer pulls it back out.
Yeah, we saw DeLowry in the first couple motos, maybe just now starting to find his flow. Maybe those injuries from Loretta's, now his blood's flowing. Maybe the adrenaline's starting to wear off, and he's just ready to go moto.
Yeah, I think once you get that adrenaline in the system, you start moving a bit better. The pain kind of subsides for a bit, and he is locked in on the back of Manzer right now. You see him sliding underneath some of that sand.
Yeah, DeLowry right there, he found that middle line. You can go outside, you can go inside. A lot of people forget about that middle line. There's a little bit of a cushion there, and he found it. So We'll see the next lap. It looks like he pulled up alongside of him now. Going to try and go the long way around.
Look at this, DeLowry carrying the momentum. He pulls up alongside of him, side by side in the air. As DeLowry going to have the inside in this next corner. Let's see if he can get through it and slam the door on Beckett Manzer.
I think he's got it. He's able to cut across.
Look
White
at that.
flag. Oh, little
almost touched
mistake.
the front end. Oh, almost hits the stake. Look at that. That's going to allow Manzer back alongside of him. White flag is out.
You see the preferred line there, the inside. Manzer just locked him up. He wasn't even trying to make the pass. He just wanted to get to the inside.
Yep.
He's going to try and set him up somewhere else on the track.
Yeah, Manzer now going to go to work as Cohen Merritt checks in the number 3 ride. Schufelt and Roke, your top 5. Watching the battle between Liam DeLowry and Beckett Manzer here in 50 Junior 4-6.
Don't forget, we got Merritt there in third. Last race, he pulled out that last lap charge. We'll see if he's got anything this time. Like we know, anything can happen until that checkered flag comes out.
Yeah, DeLowry a 146.6 on that last lap, 2 seconds faster than second and third. So curious to see if DeLowry's able to hit the afterburners and pull off on this one. But we've seen some little mistakes here in these 50 classes as well, so he can't get too confident. Might wind up throwing it away as evenly spaced now is DeLowry, Manzer, and Merritt.
Yeah, this thing can jump up and bite you at any second. You got to stay on your toes from the gate drop to the checkered flag for sure.
Here we go, a little dab of the foot there. Nothing to worry about. Keeping that throttle open, the 603 ride. Making his way out of Plymouth, Massachusetts, 7 years old out there. And
got the hair flowing out the back. Give a little Josh Hansen feel, a little throwback.
Yeah, he's feeling good, throwing some style out there.
One rider having trouble there.
Looks
like the 713 of Hagedorn. He was in 10th on the first and the second lap there. So timing and scoring has him 12th. Obviously, his transponder not going to pick him up next time he comes through. So a tough break for Hagedorn, track crew, mom and dad. Somebody will go help him out. We're not going to leave him out there.
Well, here we go. Checkered flag coming out, and it will be Liam DeLowry grabbing the win. Beckett Manzer going to cross the line in the number 2 spot. And it looks like Cohen Merritt going to round out your top 3 here in 50 Junior 4-6. What a ride. Here for race number 4. One more 50 class coming up after this. It's going to be our 50 Open 4-8 in e-bike class. 28 entries in that. How about that? That is awesome to see as we get you a top 10 here in just a moment when they make their way through. There it is. The North Country Hearth and Home. Looks like Liam DeLowry, Beckett Manzer, and Cohen Merritt, 1, 2, and 3. Matthew Schufelt in the 4th spot. Declan Roke in 5. Eli Labonte, Grayson Jackson, Bryson Bell, Levi Bond, and Bryson Wesolowski going to round out your top 10 here in 50 Junior.
Finally found someone to derail the Manzer train.
I know. DeLowry.
It took 4 races.
It took him a minute, but he got it up. He got going, and yeah, that was an impressive ride right there. Consistently dropped it down to a 145 on that last lap. So solid run for the 603. Take a little look at that race replay while we get our gate reset. Probably got some riders going to be making their way back out once again. The dogfight off the gate. Everybody funneling there in the turn number 1. But look at that. You saw DeLowry. He cut down underneath, but Manzer had that low line and got out to that early race lead. We thought that might be all she wrote.
Yeah, that inside in the first turn, it's a battle to get there. You control the S turn coming out onto the main part of the track. But as we saw, the inside out back wasn't the answer.
Yeah, the swapping of lines is what's really exciting me for these big bike classes as well. Looks like there's some great passing options in multiple different spots. You see right there, DeLowry taking the wide line, carrying that momentum, and that set him up for the inside in this next corner and able to secure the pass right as the white flag came out, but he almost gave it away right as he did it.
Yeah, he tried to give it back to him. He tagged the banners. Like my dad used to say, the track's 20 foot wide. You got to use the whole thing.
Hey,
yeah, he might have went 21 feet there.
20.1 at least, yeah, for sure. But was able to regroup, hang on to that lead, and started to pull things out. Had the Josh Hansen flow, like you were saying, and brings that checkered flag out. He's pumped up, too.
Yeah.
You can see it right there. He knows he is halfway to a New York State championship.
Yeah, we interviewed Liam last night. He said he's riding 5 classes. He wants to leave with 5 number 1 plates.
Ooh, that's he's stacking plates like he's doing the dishes right there. And yeah, he's got some work to do here. So.
Yeah, we missed him there in that second moto. Possibly a bike issue. Maybe they just wanted to give him an extra break in between. So unsure of what happened there, but he's still got 4 chances.
Yep. As we're loading our gate now, 50 Open 4-8. And, yeah, like you said, we were able to catch up with Liam a little bit earlier. Let's hear what the 603 had to say about this weekend here at High Voltage Hills.
It's a nice track to learn on. Really cool. A good track for you to just ride your heart out. It's not really dirt, it's sand. You can just hold it wide, you don't really go that fast, but you still go fast, so it's fun to just hold it wide. #1 trophy. I at least want 5 of them. I got 5 classes, so.
I love it. That kid's here for business.
Yeah, no, this is strictly a business trip. They put the gas on the company card.
That's on the card and everything.
Yeah,
I was just about
absolutely.
to say. That's awesome. It's so cool to see. Like you said, Nick and the whole High Voltage crew, it's an experience. Don't get me wrong. The racetrack, absolutely incredible. The racing, I mean, you guys get 27, 28 kids in this next class. Like, that's unheard of numbers here in these 50 classes, besides on a national scale. And so you've got the competition, you've got the kids, and then you've got the bounce house, you've got the slushies. Like, if I was a parent, if I was a family, want to come hang out. It's a good time as much as it is good racing.
Yeah, absolutely. These kids, they're going to spend the whole afternoon in the bounce house.
Yeah.
The 450A moto, mom and dad are going to grab a beer, go watch that. They don't have to worry about where the kid is. The kid's going to be in the same bounce house as he was when they left him 4 hours ago.
He's laid in the corner asleep. He's officially bounced his heart out.
Yeah, his buddy's going to be handing him a lollipop, give him a little sugar, wake him back up.
That's awesome. Is getting our gate set here for 50 Open. We'll give you a rundown here in just a few.
Yeah, you see DeLowry back there getting a drink of water. That's what we're trying to do here, give him a little bit of a second to reset.
Yeah.
You know, these young guys got a lot of energy, but you do want to give them a minute, keep everything fair. I mean, like you said, we got 28 entries here. A lot of these guys haven't been on the track yet, so we're going to load the gate up here. 28 entries is a crazy number for this area. It's the one thing with this race. It's been a revival for the upstate New York motocross community. It's been great to see. Nick puts endless amounts of work into this place.
Yeah.
And it's really nice to see the fruits of his labor, if you will.
Well, and it's so many things that people don't think about. I mean, the facility itself, you can kind of see in the background there, the gravel paths, everything it's great as a spectator. There's awesome spots to view. You've got that middle section of the viewing area. You're 360 degrees surrounded by the racetrack. It's so cool to see. You've got great concessions on site, facilities. It's so much more than just the racetrack, which is top-notch as well. So, like you said, our hats off to Nick and the entire crew at High Voltage Hills, and it's been fun for us to bring the Racer TV audience to this. I know last year a lot of people in the chat talking about how cool the track was, how good the competition was, and like you said, I think we've seen growth in just about every class here in 2025. So. Excited. Maybe we can get 41 entries in every class.
That's what we're shooting for. Line them up. We'll run some heat races. There is no limit.
I love it.
There's no limit. You go to a national, you can only sign up 80.
Yep.
We'll sign up 180. However many you want. We'll run heat races all day.
There it is. You heard it. All right. 2026. Get ready for it.
Speaking on that Racer TV coverage, though, we were catching up with Beckett Ferry, Tim Ferry's son. While he was doing his interview, I was chit-chatting with Tim. For those of you that don't know, Tim was a legend. He rode with Stuart Carmichael. He was on that factory Cowie team.
I've got a Ferry jersey.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he told me last year they do a motocross school here the week leading up. Tim was one of the instructors. The kids stayed home. He flew home. They watched the race on Racer TV, watched all weekend. Now the younger son says, I want to go ride that track.
Awesome.
So they loaded up the motorhome and the bikes, and now they're racing here. So
that's what it's all about.
Yeah, the Racer TV coverage has been huge for everybody up here. It's drawn a lot of eyeballs. I mean, you're impressing someone like Tim Ferry. That's saying something. So.
Without a doubt, yeah. And I think that the track and the facility speaks for itself. And if you've got the Red Dog seal of approval, you know you're doing something right. And like you said, Dom, DC from D3, if you guys don't know him, make sure you go check him out. I know he's on Facebook all the time. He's posting, kind of helping bring that motocross community together. He helped set up that instructional school. He had Ferry. I believe Josh Grant was hanging out there. I mean, he's always coming up with some different way to help the next generation of moto connect with the best, whether it's training, whether it's letting you know the track schedules, what's going on. DC from D3, check him out. And like you said, it's a family up here. There's so many people involved with letting people know what's going on, spreading the word, and then AG Video, OPAG, and the entire Racer TV crew doing a great job of taking that a bit further now on a national scale here on Racer TV. And yeah, there's people I know from North Carolina, Virginia saying, man, that track is incredible. We've got people from California that are talking about it. It's cool to see the buzz that's getting out about high voltage.
Yeah, and that's not a play on the power line.
No, it's not. It is
If
100%.
you go up around that Lowville Honda Highlands area, you can hear the buzz from the power line. It's close enough. You might charge your phone up a little bit while you're up there.
The micro E has so they can hang out.
Yeah.
Like wireless charge.
Yeah, like a Tesla. We might be able to charge, pay people to charge. We can charge to charge.
Yeah.
No pun intended there.
There it is. All right.
So it looks like
we're taking notes. We're making plans for next year.
I'm going to approach this Nick with a business plan.
All right.
Yeah, he's a businessman.
Exactly. Well, let's take a look as we get ready to take care of some business here in 50 Open 4-8. We've got Colton Schultz on the 22, Bryson Bell on the 26, Colton Tubbs on the number 40, the 47 of Wes Roden, the 48 of Beckett Manzer back out there, Indigo Spina Colt on the 49, Liam Beck on the 53, and Matthias Hall on the 76. Maverick Manzer on the 86, Grayson Montgomery on the 88, Mason Wager on the 98, Aaron Cross Jr. on the 100 as he gates down, Nathan Hart on the 109, the 127 of Ryder Perkins, the 164 of Alexander Karinci, the 218 of Caden Boylan, Nick Kaka on the 231, Harper Steele on the 306, Matthew Schufeld on the 320, Kinsley Brownell on the 484, Grayson Jackson on the 519, Bryson Wesolowski on the 520, Liam DeLowry on the 603, and the 623 of Dominic Stieber. As we're off and rolling.
Yeah, gates down. That was the 40 of Tubbs, I believe. Just judging by the way he came in the first turn, the feet were off the pegs. He almost tucked the front. You want to see someone go full send, it's the 40 of Tubbs.
Every time.
I've seen Tubbs lead motos at Loretta's, and you know, hanging it loose catches him. You know, he might lay it down. I've seen him here. He's not afraid to do the jumps. If he's got a 30-second lead, he ain't backing it down.
I love it.
So keep an eye on the 40. He's out front here. We'll see. We'll see if he keeps it on two wheels and gives us a show.
There we go, 100% Hart. Shout out also out on track, Miller Barbary on the 629, Colton Brassey on the 722, Jackson Lindholm on the 820, and Levi Bond on the 925 as now we focus back in on our leaders here on the opening lap of 50 Open.
Yeah, it looked like the 88 in second, I believe, on the KTM. Possibly
Montgomery.
He's listed as a Husky, though, so we'll check him. We'll get a little closer look.
Yeah, they'll be coming through timing and scoring here in just a moment as well.
So that is Tubbs. He's got 46 on the jersey, 40 on the number plate.
Maverick Manzer.
It was Manzer on the KTM. So the 86, not the 88.
And then Indigo Spinacope on the 49 in the number 3 ride. That's one of those names we recognize from out at the ranch here just a few weeks ago. Mason Wager in 4th and Nick Kaiga in the 5th place spot with Karinci, Perkins, Barbary, Montgomery, and Brassey all checking in right there wheel to wheel for your top 10. Look at that, DeLowry all the way back in the 11th place spot. So like you said, a lot of shuffling around here, a lot of depth in these 50 classes.
Yeah, DeLowry got some work to do. We'll see if he can work his way up there. Get a finish that at least puts him in the conversation for the overall.
Ooh,
but right now we got a battle for second here.
He was sending it right there.
Manzer, I believe, was at the ranch as well. I know Spinacope and Tubbs were down there. Wager was down there as well. So we got some good riders here, and they're looking to put a show on for us. And Cope and Manzer going to tussle over that second place spot.
Here we go. Indigo Spinacope around the outside. These are nationally ranked riders now doing battle out at Loretta Lynn's Ranch and taking it straight to high voltages. The 49 way over the back of that machine trying to reel back in Manzer.
Yeah, like we said, Tubbs has already opened it up at the front. Not a huge surprise there, just knowing him on a local level. Look at these guys doing this double here before the finish. All gas, no brakes.
These kids, absolute spenders. Looks like we are bringing the white flag out. So Colton Tubbs, 1 to go.
Yeah, so it's still Tubbs, Manzer, and Spina Culp here. Spina Culp doing everything he can to try and get around, man. They're trying some different lines. Looks like we got a couple lappers coming into play here. We'll see how that shapes up. You know, you come up on these lappers, they get in your line, you got to switch it up. That usually leaves the door open for a pass.
Man, look at how hard on the throttle is your leader right now. Colton Tubbs, absolutely flying. Look at that, launches that one as well. This kid's sending it.
I'm not sure if the brakes are even hooked up on his bike.
I don't think he's worried about it.
No, he does not care.
As you see, and I mean, once again, beautiful technique. A little scrub over that as well.
That little Bubba scrub in there?
I'm telling you. Throwing some sauce on it. Little glance back, check out I don't know what he's checking.
He's
He might
not
be
looking.
seeing somebody in
Yeah.
the crowd. I don't know.
Probably looking to see if someone over there saw that scrub.
Yep, yeah, I was about to say, you get a photo of that? Checking the slushy line. As he is just about ready. He's taking a couple of glances over there.
Just keeping an eye on the competition, making sure they are where they are.
Taking notes. As taking some of those outsides, making his way through lap traffic. Tubbs. Let's see if he's going to send this one once again over the back.
No doubt.
Checks up just a little bit.
Little
Lap
bit.
rider
Lap
up
rider
ahead.
there,
Yep.
yep.
Smart riding right there. Is not sure if he even saw the white flag when it came out, but he certainly is going to see a checkered flag this time. Looks back. Was that what I thought it was? That's a checkered flag, and that's
Sure
a
is.
moto win for Colton Tubbs. Great ride there. Manzer looking like going to cross the line in the number 2 spot. Spinaculp in 3. As that is going to be your first moto podium here in 50 Open 4 to 8 e-bike. That's slash e-bike as well, so we've got gas and e-bikes, I believe, out there.
Yeah, the Open is what it means. Open.
Yep.
You can run a PW50, you can run an e-bike, you can run a Cobra, a KTM, Husqvarna.
Run it.
Let
if you got it.
me test your history here. Do you
Okay.
remember the Pellinis?
I do. I can still hear it.
We're old.
Yeah,
we're
things
old.
You were loud. Hey, shout out Mason Wager in the 4th place spot. Nick Kika, Ryder Perkins, Miller Barbary, Colton Brassey, Grayson Montgomery, and looks like Alexander Carinci going to round out your top 10 there in 50 Open 4 to 8. I saw a picture of a Pellini the other day online. I was like, man, what a throwback.
Yeah, you only find those in the museums now.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm so old. When I raced a PW50, there was no divisions. It was whatever was a 50cc.
Yep. All is fair. As that's not a 50. Wait a second. We got plus 25A sitting on the line next. And, man, how about this? 27 entries. So that's what's coming up. We'll run through that here in just a moment. But let's give you a quick replay there of that 50 Open class, an all-out battle as 28 riders headed into turn 1 there. Look at that. I didn't realize how close that was coming into that first turn. That was almost a soil sample, but left the throttle on, and Tubbs, that was pretty much smooth sailing from there. Once he got out front, got that clean air, he was looking back, but he was pulling away while he did.
Yeah, that's just another day for Tubbs. You almost put it on the ground. He gives you a little bit of like a Hayden Deegan feel. Like, was it a scrub or did he make a mistake? He's never going to tell you.
Yep. Everything's always just like what he meant to do.
Yeah, that's what he meant to do. He meant to come in from the outside, tuck the front, put the skis out. And, yeah, like you said, from there he was off and running. The battle was on for second with Manzer and Spinaculp. Last lap, Spinaculp was there. He lost some time. We didn't have him on camera. Later in the lap, looks like he was about 4 seconds off. So maybe just couldn't make the pass stick, ran out of options, and just kind of threw in the towel. Hard to say from here, but regardless, a podium finish. You know, a 3-1, that can win you the overall very easily.
Yeah, certainly not out of this at all as we get ready to take a rundown through our plus 25A class. Like we said, a great turnout here of 27 riders. Let's take a look on the X. That's Chris Leonardi, Brandon Aldridge on the number 37, Justin Hardis on the 38, Brody Gillespie. Okay, thank you. On the 66, Matthew Romanowski on the 67, Daniel Hull on the 74, Kyle Jennis on the 92, Charles Fox on the 94, Martin Mack on the 95, Michael Bloy on the 117, Corey Langdon on the 155, Frank Hempstead on the 199, Andrew Bacarosa on the 203, the 226 of Ryan Fletcher, the 232 of Trevor Quayle, Travis Delnicki on the 248, off that fresh jog this morning. Sam Spinella on the 273. Nicholas McDonald on the 294. Garrett Stables on the 410. Kyle Yeto on the 419. Jeffrey Morrill the 423. The 471 of Daniel Nettie. TJ Lampner on the 507. Michael Laurer on the 518. Kyle Hatch on the 654. The 716 of Luke Weaver. And the 887 of Shane Kelleher, all on the line. The card sideways, and plus 25A's off and rolling.
Yeah, this is going to be crucial to get the start here. This class is packed with talent. I see Zalesny out there on the 66. He's going to try and run the long way around. Looked like a Husqvarna out front. Red gear. We'll check a number.
Couldn't quite get the front number plate on it, but here we go, off and rolling. Going to get a full look at that High Voltage Hills course now. This time, no adjustment at all. They're going to launch it up the hill as plus 25A off and rolling.
Yep, we're going to go all the way to the top. It's going to go all the way out to the back. We're going to 180 and drop back down.
Ooh, hang
that
on
looks
to
like
it now.
Moyer on the 423 possibly.
Let's see.
Is he on a Husky? He's
Oh,
on
he
a
is.
Husky.
All right, so it lines up for the moment at least.
Well, take a look. The build was similar to what he would be, you know, that style. You know,
yeah.
you don't need a number. You see a style.
As down the hill they race, making their way through. Look at that, 5 wide in the air, about mid-pack or so. But it is a Husqvarna out front. Leading away, looks like maybe a KTM in 2 and a Cowie in 3.
You really want to see where Delnicki is here. He's coming off that ride at Loretta's, so we'll take a look for him. He's not too hard to miss. He should be coming through the pack here.
Delnicki, I believe, out there on the Yamaha.
Yeah, he's all the way from Connecticut, Woodstock Valley. Can't imagine that's very close to here. We're not even in the same state.
Like we said, the buzz of high voltage hills getting out.
Absolutely, we got a lot of talent here. You know, guys that you see on the national stage, they're coming up to get a look at this track.
Here you go, you see flash by us here on the finish line. This is that new section you were talking about, opening up after the finish line, and you can see a little bit of moisture in these sections. All these riders getting sprayed with that high voltage hill sand. Back down the hill they go. The machine wide open as it is. Matthew Romanowski we're seeing in the, that's the 24th spot. So
I did catch the transponder when it came through. It was Moyer in the lead. He was followed by Langdon and Zalesny.
So it is.
And there we see Delnicki on the 248 and 5th. He's a rider to keep your eye on here. See if he can't make his way up. Justin Hardish on the 38. He's in 6th. Timing and scoring going to flip back into the 20s again. Hempstead out there in 26th. Luke Weaver 27th. Charles Fox in 28th.
So Moyer, Langdon, and Zalesny, 1, 2, and 3 as they make their way back down the hill. And is that Delnicki we saw launching the Yamaha? Believe so. We'll see what those lap times are the next lap complete. You see Moyer with a glance over the shoulders.
Yeah, Moyer, a bit of a surprise here. I haven't seen this name in a while. From what I was told, he left the state for a little bit. He was one of our local A riders. Left the state. He might have been secretly riding because obviously he's been doing something right here.
I mean, he's been saving up all the energy there. He's ready to get fired up and put on a show here on Racer TV as Jeffrey Moyer continues to stretch things out here out in front, getting ready to put another lap in the books. We'll get a glance at those lap times.
I'm pretty sure we lost Zalesny. I don't see a Kawasaki up there anymore. It's still Langdon in 2nd, that's for sure. Looks like Lampier now. Looking at the big board on the screen, they got Lampier on the 507. Delnicki up to 4th, Hardish to 5th.
Look at this, Delnicki trying to keep that momentum going too. He might be picking up 3rd right here.
Well, he's got the inside line.
Oh,
we see that there. Not worth the risk to try and dive to the inside when there's somebody already there.
Well, you saw he got out in that thick stuff out wide and lost a ton of momentum. Is Delnicki going to pick up another spot?
Yeah, Delnicki, man on the move here. He's going to go after Langdon next. If he can get around him in a hurry, he's got some time to go after Moyer. Believe this is going to be a 4-lap race. 5-lap race, pardon me.
So let's see, Delnicki up the inside, not quite close enough to get around Langdon. And Moyer still in sight, so like you said, plenty of time if he's able to make that pass to try to chase down the Husky.
Lampier now going to try and go back around Delnicki.
He's got something to say about it.
Yeah, he wants that spot back.
Here we go, around the outside, pulls up alongside of him. He's going to have the inside in this next corner. He might be getting a BOGO. Look at this. What a move from Lampier. Oh, my goodness.
The SWAT team came in, kicked the door in through the flashbang.
Man, take a look at that. So Delnicki going to come along with him.
Yeah, man, he wasn't giving that up.
There was no question about it. He was either making the pass or hitting the ground.
Yeah, Langdon was in a move or be move situation there. He launched into that corner.
Man, that was an impressive move. So
little BOGO action.
Yeah, I think even Delnicki probably had to take a moment and say, man, that was an impressive pass as they regroup and now set their sights on Moyer, who goes down. So now what was a battle for second turns into a battle for the lead. Take a look at this, and man, yeah, great shot of how much that's opened up. That's really going to allow these riders a new location, and you can see I like that different color soil as well. That's going to really pack in here as they get ready to rocket by us here. Down the hill they go, and Lampier out front leading the way. Delnicki going to have to find his way back around him.
Yeah, Lampier was able to get to the inside there where he got past last lap. So These guys, plus 25, they've been around. This is the A class. They know. They're not going to let you pass them there again.
So Lampier launches up back onto the top side of the track on the two-stroke out there and going to go wide this time through, and then cuts back across, dancing around a couple of those rocks as well, as Delnicki just getting peppered.
Yeah, looks like we got some movement looking at timing and scoring here. Langdon dropped back to third that lap. We saw that on camera. Daniel Nettie up to fourth. And as I say that, we just flip over onto the 20s, the back of the order here. So wait for it to click back. I did see some names that have moved up in the order. There's, like I said, Nettie in fourth. Nicholas McDonald, he's made some passes. He's up into fifth. Mitchell France, he's a Loretta's guy. He's someone that we had highlighted possibly a bad start. So we'll see. Maybe he get up in a podium position and battle for the championship there in that second moto.
Taking a look on screen, Delnicki now starting to work as we've got, looks like a red cross flag out, so the rider's trying to check up. Couldn't quite tell what that
I think we're up here a little farther on the screen. Yep, we got a rider down. I believe that's the 38 of Hardish. Yeah, that's going to be Justin Hardish, so.
Hopefully Justin going to be all right as our leaders make their way around, and there is the white flag, so one lap out. Look at this, Delnicki scrubs the finish line. He's going to pull up the inside. Lampnier going to slam the door, going to try. Look at this. Two-stroke versus four-stroke. Delnicki's got the drive up the inside, and it looks like he's got the lead with it.
Yeah, it was a battle for traction back there. Neither one of them could get hooked up. Delnicki had that extra power, though. Once you come down here, you got the inside line. Oh, he's going to try and square him up a little bit, though.
I love this. Well, don't forget, Delnicki had a front row ticket to that pass from Lampier as well, so he's not going to be caught off guard and allow him to do the same thing.
No, he's going to have that big frame. Elbows are going to be out.
Absolutely.
Nah, just looking at the way he's built, I'm not sure you're going to move him. That might be like running into one of those big round hay bales.
Like running into a brick wall as they head back inside. There you see Delnicki covering the inside, and you can tell Lampier is hard on the throttle, almost overriding that machine. Is that mistake going to open things up even more so? Lampier got to regroup.
That's what this track will do to you. It's got a sand top to it, but underneath is that hard base. And you saw right there, Lampier back end started to wash out on him. A small mistake like that, you lose your traction, and here we go. We lost 4 or 5 bike lengths, almost lost the toe on him, about half a lap to go here.
And looks like Delnicki, they're really kind of using that low-end torque of the four-stroke to his advantage as well, getting a great drive out of those corners as Lampier not out of it by any means, but looks like Delnicki continuing to open it up just a little bit. Scrubs off that inside. Looks like they did get that rider taken care of as they're getting everything cleared off the track, and one more corner to go here for our opener for the big bikes. Plus 25A, Travis Delnicki going to grab the win with a fist in the air.
Yeah, he earned that one.
Man, what a ride for Delnicki. Had to work his way to the front. He gives a thumbs up back there as Lampier crosses the line in the number 2 spot.
Yeah, we'll wait for live timing to catch up here. We'll see if Langdon, he was there in third. We'll see if he held on to it, kind of lost track of him. And he did not. Daniel Nettie made the pass on him on the last lap there. Look at 3 seconds a lap faster, and he got him by a little over a second. So that was a last lap pass up into a podium spot for Nettie.
And Corey Langdon and Nicholas McDonald, the tail end of your top 5. As we take a look now at your North Country Heart and Home top 10. Like we said, Travis Delnicki, TJ Lampier, Daniel Nettie, Corey Langdon, and Nicholas McDonald, your top 5. Mitchell France, Brody Zalinzi, Keegan Labonte, Jeffrey Moyer, and Kyle Jennis, your top 10 here in Plus 25A. And we're going to toss things down to the third member of our team. He's Wes Kane, and we're not. Wes, down to you.
Hey, Zach, you guys are doing a great job up there in the booth for Racing TV. Out here on the gate, let's look at it. I got a concrete starting pad and a bolted down like a barbecue grate on it. A nice wire, a nice start for these guys to get ultimate traction. But peek over here. As soon as they come off this gate, it's all a little bit of that northern New York sand out there. So these riders, they get a good gate, but they got to go to work once it gets dropped. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Yeah, notice shortage of traction there on that grate. You're going to want to ease the throttle off of that, or else you're going to end up underneath the bike on your back.
Well, and you see that. The front end's jumping up. These guys are basically sitting on the gas cap, and they're still picking the front end up. They get that much drive. As now we're going to get ready for our 60 65, 10 to 11, and 65, 7 to 9 class. Let's take a look at who we've got on the gate in 65, 10 to 11. Harrison Bagel on the number 14, going to be one to watch. Hudson Usmail on the 33, Dylan Roke on the 96, the 122 of Tanner Bruckman, the 281 of Luca Briggs, Micah Boggett on the 287, Victor Guattari on the 385, Sal Atagalto on the 503, Landon Miles on the 916 for 65, 10 to 11, 65, 7 to 9. It's Connor Maxim on the 08, Max Hoffman on the 26, Eli McNair on the number 40, Maverick Manzer on the 44, Ava Utberg on the 45, Colton Tubbs back out on the 45X, Indigo Spinagulp on the 49, Seth Miller on the 56, the 60 of Jerry McNair, 71 of Logan Slater, the 88 of Peter Mancuso, Easton Steely on the 108, Isaiah O'Connor on the 113, Samuel Morris on the 121, as gates down for 10 to 11, the 164 of Alexander Carinci, Nolan Randazzo on the 215, Leah Houck on the 320, the 420 of Earl Becker, the 444 of Oliver Jackson, the 455 of Michael Utler, Nick Kaka on the 522, Dominic Stever on the 623, the 629 of Miller Barbary, Grant Earl on the 702, and the 816 of Caleb Charlie Boyce. As the gates down, we're 65 racing.
Yeah, while you were running down those names, I saw a Cobra out front here in the 10 to 11. Oh, we got bar banging.
Woo, wait a second.
7 to 9. They can't even get on the track and they're tangled up.
I love it.
No number on that leader in the first class.
That's Tubbs right there out front leading the way in the 7 to 9 class. Looks like
yeah, a little bit of a log jam up there. One rider down.
As the two different classes out there at the same time, 10 to 11 and 7 to 9, both on 65s, but the age division there, and we definitely see a difference in the riding styles as well. Be curious to see what those lap times look like. As we'll flash back towards the front and watch our field make their way through. There goes the 916. That might be who's out front.
That's
leading
Landon
the way.
Miles. Yep, the 916 of Landon Miles out of Beckwith, Ontario. So he crossed the border to come down here and mix it up with these American boys. I believe it was Vagel that had the whole shot here. We'll check the number.
That's the 14, so that is Vagel.
We lost Vagel up there in the lead. He's dropped back to second.
So the Canadian out front trying to get a New York plate, eh?
Yeah. He's going to try and mix it up with these American boys. It's not a name I've seen here before. We're not too far from the border.
Yep.
So it's cool to see some guys dropping down here.
Well, we talked about a national vibe. How about an international audience here on Racer TV as well? So, and these guys launching those big step-ups as well. So making their way through here for one lap complete as Landon Miles leads the way. Harrison Vagel, Dylan Roke, Tanner Brookman, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sal Ataglato.
Spit that one out, will you?
Yeah, I'm trying here, right? On the 503 back there in fifth.
I think it's Attigliato.
Attigliato?
I don't know. I don't have enough Italian in me to spit that one out.
Attigliato. That sounds right. Micah Boguet on the 281 in the 6th place spot. Luca Briggs in 7th. Hudson Usmail in the 8th place spot for 65, 10 to 11. Colton Tubbs leads the way in 7 to 9. Samuel Morse, Logan Slater, and Grant Earl with Maverick Manzer rounding out your top 5. Who's that? The 122 is down. And that is going to be Tanner Bruckman. He was 4th in your 10 to 11 class.
Yeah, he got to the outside, stuck the front wheel in that loose sand out there, and that was all she wrote.
Things get deep out there in a hurry as the green flag continues to wave for the rest of the field here in 65, 10 to 11, 65, 7 to 9, race number 7.
Yeah, you get a little bit of an interesting situation here. Some of these 10 to 11 guys, they've been riding for a while. You know, Tubbs riding on the national stage. And then the 7 to 9 class, that opens it up for kids that maybe are just getting off of 50. They're learning how to use the clutch. You know, they're just trying to make their way around. So things get mixed up in a hurry. We'll see if it affects our race leaders at all once they get into the lap traffic. Looks like Tubbs is still out front. We're going to wait for the live timing to click back over here. Our lead group in 10 to 11 should be coming back around to the finish line shortly. Not sure who we're following here.
Kind of making our way through
the
pack. Yeah,
just middle of the pack here, trying to give everybody a little screen time.
Yeah, I love it. Absolutely. That's what it's all about here. I mean, we've got great battles all over the track, battling for top 5, top 10s. As seeing a lot of different lines starting to develop through this one as well. Looks like that might be, that's the 48, I believe, back there we're watching. So possibly, maybe Spinacult. Maybe that's the 49.
Yeah, I feel like we're back on this 50cc grind with these small numbers.
Maybe the 108 of Steely there. I saw it on the back of the jersey. So checking back in now. Here is 65, 10 to 11. That's Dylan Roque back there in third. So we'll see who's still there. Looks like it's still Miles and Vagel, 1 and 2.
Yeah, tight lap times. They're only 0.4 of a second different. Yeah, here we go. I think, is this back to the lead
this
group
is the battle
right here?
for the lead group, and the white flag is out. So this is the final lap as we continue to watch that 9:16 of Landon Miles.
Bikes already starting to hop around those braking bumps. You know, a lot of those big bikes on the track in that last moto, you saw how fast those braking bumps developed. It's already early in the day. It's going to be time to move to those outside lines. You see these young boys skying it up over the top. Lots of room to land. You don't have to let off on that one.
Man, absolutely letting that thing eat. You can send it as far as you want and carry that momentum all the way into this next corner. Man, this is a good battle here on the final lap. Look at this. Vagel sends it. That's going to allow him to close things up. Down the hill they go. Harrison Vagel knew he had to make something happen. He's going to pull up alongside your leader.
Great race here. Last lap, about a half a lap to go.
Good response right now from the 916.
Yeah, Miles able to get back to that inside and kind of slow down the momentum of Vagel. Couple lappers ahead here. Maybe Vagel uses one of these lappers as a pick.
Look at this.
He's still airing it out.
Yeah, Vagel is a cinder, man. He likes those jumps, and looks like he's taking those wide lines around. Oh, look at that, a mistake from Miles. That's going to allow Vagel. He glances over. Oh, now a mistake from Vagel. They're trading opposite mistakes.
Yeah, those lappers, they're going to take the priority line here, and they're going to force these guys to move to a line. Here you go, right here.
Oh, look
Possible
at this.
pick move.
Vagel trying to avoid lap traffic.
Both riders able to get to the inside of him. They're going to send it over this last double. He's going to hang it on the outside of him.
Look at this. Vagel trying to take the wide line. It's a drag race to the checkered flag. Who's it going to be? They're side by side, and it looks like that's going to be Miles grabbing the win by about a bike length at most. What a finish. There to 65, 10-11.
Vagel had the line. He lost the drive. He was hanging off the back of that thing.
Oh, man. He
giving it everything he had.
That was wide open as it gets there for the win in 65, 10-11.
Great race. You know he's going back to the truck. He's telling Dad, send this motor out. I need more.
Man, I'm telling you what, that's one of those races where even if you cross the line in second, you knew you rode your heart out. Like, that's just a good battle right there. As we'll take a look at our top 10 in both of those classes here in just a moment. It was Colton Tubbs that looks like grabbing the win in 65, 7-9. So looking a look at 65, 7-9 top 10.
Yeah, looks like Vagel. Like we saw, Vagel was there in the 10-11. Then we had Dylan Roque in third. Atigliato, he was up there in fourth. Oh, here we go. We got the Hearth and Holmes, the North Country Hearth and Holmes top 10 up here. We got Colton Tubbs taking the moto win. Logan Slater, Samuel Morris, Grant Earl, Maverick Manzer, Earl Becker, Oliver Jackson, Max Hoffman, Easton Steely, and Caleb Charleboy is going to round out your top 10 here in the 65, 7-9.
What a race there.
Man, we get action like that all day. It's going to be a good day.
Absolutely is. Plus 25 BC going to be sitting on the line next, race number 8. See the boys getting fired up. Let's take a look who we got. 22 entries in this one. And it looks like that's Brittany Masher on the number 6, Dylan Rose on the number 12, Scott Stratton on the 17, the 22 and Matt Cameron, Mitchell France there on the 47, going to be one to watch, Zachary Johnston on the 52, Maxwell Carbone on the 72, Joey Bishop on the 85, Alex Campu on the 88, the 110 of Adam Forshey, Blake Matusak on the 111, Cameron Lawrence on the 178, Jevin Jane on the 199, David Linhar on the 213, Ryan Morrow on the 251, Kevin Like on the 275, Brian Lekmus, who we saw on screen just a moment ago, on the 397, Sean Walter Jr. on the 442, John McKinney, on the 519, the 555 of Joseph Roser, Christopher Cook on the 717, and Alex Harris on the 805. Gates down, plus 25 BC. Looks like the 85 with the line up the inside. He's battling with the 89. But it looks like the 85 going to secure the inside. Joey Bishop trying to grab the early race lead.
Yeah, that's Bishop and Campo 1-2. I believe the 12 of Dylan Rose was up there in third, that white Husqvarna.
So up the hillside they'll go here for lap 1.
Definitely a typo there with France being on the rider list. He was in that plus 25A moto. If he's out here, he's getting a protest from the referee.
That's not going to work. I recognize the name there.
Yeah, I don't think France wants to race for trophies. Looks like we got one rider down there. We saw some yellow flags coming out.
So down the hill they go as the 85 leads the way.
I believe the 251 of Morrow was up there as well off the start. He's someone we could see make a move up to the front.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, that's the 12 of Rose. He's going to make his way around the outside, the 89 of Campo.
Yeah, the 12 making some creative lines there as well, kind of cutting across that main berm. So you're going to see some creativity start to develop in this as well as a 3-rider battle here at the front.
Yeah, the 12 of Rose is a regular here. That's a local man line right there. He's probably seen every inch of this track.
So here we go. The 12 starting to work now. Use that local knowledge to his advantage, as they're just about ready to put a lap in the books here across the finish line. And like we said, plenty of stuff going on besides racing as well. We've got pit activities, and then later tonight going to have a whip contest going on over the finish line jump. That's always going to be always a good time.
Yep, we're going to line the side of that finish line up. Nick's going to take the dozer out. He's going to lift it to the moon, and we're going to see who can go upside down.
Yep, throw some pancakes out there. As here we go, lap in the books. Joey Bishop, Dylan Rose, Alex Campbell, 1, 2, and 3. Ryan Morrow and Adam Fortune, your top 5. Brian Eckler, Scott Stratton, Jim James, Alex Harris, and Jim Cook, top 10.
Yeah, looks like things started to settle down up front here. Bishop, Rose, and Campo, both within striking distance. Then you see the 251 of Ryan Morrow. Morrow, one of those guys, it might look like he's out of control, and he is, but it don't matter. He's on the throttle.
Yeah, all speed.
All speed.
He's all speed.
All gas, no brakes.
There it is.
So we'll see if Morrow can throw his hat in the ring here.
Rose keeping Bishop in sight. Going to try to start to chip away at this lead.
Yeah, it looks like they're pretty similar in speed. Rose got a couple different lines. You see that local line right there. He's going outside the roller and cutting back to the inside.
And that's only going to develop more throughout this day as well. And I think you'll be able to hit that just a little bit harder. Is now Campo under pressure from Morrow up the inside. Campo slams the door.
Yeah, back to that line that Rose is taking, something that we don't usually get here. People in the pits are watching this on Racer TV. Mom and Dad are going, hey, buddy, watch that line right there.
Yep.
So as we go into the races, that's going to be something to watch. That's honestly not a line I see develop here very often. So a sneaky line, if you will. Well, looks like Ryan Morrow making the pass here on Campo as they're going to come through. The green flag should still be out. Looks like Bishop, Rose, now Morrow up to 3rd. Campo going to slide back to 4th.
Yeah, to your point, riders able to go back, watch the archive footage from last year, and then, watch the live stream all day today as well. We've got great camera shots that really capture those different line options as well all around the track, so riders using the Racer TV coverage to their advantage as well.
Yeah, when you're up top or you're out back behind the finish line, no viewership on that from the fence line. Those sections are pretty hard to see, so maybe you go back to the truck, you hit the rewind button, you go on racertv.com, and you say, oh, that's a line I'm missing, and you throw that in your arsenal for the next moto.
Yep, absolutely. So back up to the top side they go, launching it up this big step up. Morrow throwing a little style.
Looks like that should be Forshee on the 110. He came across last lap in 5th. He's starting to reel in Campo and Morrow, so maybe he wants to take a shot at this podium here.
Yeah, backside of the top 5, not quite doing it for him. He wants a piece of the podium. His mistake from Campo, that's going to give Forshee a little blood in the water to go after. Then
there's the 17 of Stratton on camera, and that should be Lekmos on the 397, just ahead of him in that teal gear.
Get ready to go. Look at that, cuts back to the inside right there. These guys not leaving the doors open.
Now, they might have been watching on the line. They saw that last moto when Lampier went right up the inside of him.
Launched it. That was an impressive pass right there. That's definitely in the running for pass of the day so far.
Yeah, an early nomination for sure, as it looks like Morrow still working on Rose, and then Forshee and Campo and Morrow.
So Bishop checks in another lap, as does Rose. 1 and 2 147s for both of them, a 147.9 and a 147.7 as the white flag is out. 1 lap left to go. Morrow, Campo, and Forshee, your top 5.
Yeah, white flag coming out. Time is starting to be of the essence here. So if anybody's going to make a run at this top 5, I'm not sure Bishop and Rose are within reach anymore looking at the lap times.
They may not be in reach for everybody else, but they are certainly in reach with one another. Rose Less than a lap remaining. It's time to go. He needs to get that number 1 spot.
Yeah, he might have been throwing that Blake bag at El Chupacabra, just hanging out, just biding his time. And now it's go time for Dylan Rose.
Yeah, Rose 2/10 faster on that last lap, so had a little bit of speed on his side, but now time is not on his side as he has got to make it happen before the next time through the finish line. He's pulling up alongside Bishop. Whoa, wait a second, the cross line in the airs. Bishop tried to take a look. He wasn't there. Look at this, the local line. Is it going to work for him?
Yep.
There it is.
He loved that line so much he was willing to give up the inside and cut back to the outside.
Man, that was sweet. Saved it up and made it happen right there as Bishop glances back once again. He's like, there's no other local lines coming up on me, is there?
Nope, now Rose is going to try and set sail all the way to the finish here. He doesn't want to give Bishop a chance to sneak up the inside of him and make a last lap pass on him.
Yeah, he's got to keep it full sprint all the way to the finish. Just about another corner now. Up and over the step up they go. Like you said, El Chupacabra style.
Yeah, that was quick.
Yeah, rocking the number 12 and everything. Yep. There it is.
It was a nice,
beautiful.
Yeah, nice slow ride on a Saturday, and then he flipped the switch on him.
Boom, all of a sudden, full sprint, and that sprint gets the win. Dylan Rose gets the job done. Joey Bishop in 2. Looks like Morrow going to hang on for that 3rd place spot here in plus 25 BC. We'll give you a top 10 rundown here in just a minute. For race number 8, starting to see those lines develop, the braking bump starting to form as well. And the transformation beginning here for this high voltage hills track.
Yeah, we're just getting warmed up.
Oh yeah, this is just the beginning.
It's going to be rough.
So taking a look now at your North Country Hearth and Homes top 10, Dylan Rose, Joey Bishop, Ryan Morrow, 1, 2, and 3. Alex Campo and Adam Forshee, your top 5. Scott Stratton in 6th. Brian Leckmus in the 7th place spot. 8th place, Alex Harris, Matt Cameron, and Brittany Major, your top 10.
Looks like race 9, we're going to bounce back to those 50cc riders. Full track this time, though. Full track for the 7 to 8 guys. Gate is already down. We'll run through this rider list here. Looks like we got the 22 of Colton Schultz, the 40 of Colton Tubbs, the 49 of Indigo Spina Colt, the 76 Matthias Hall, the 85 John Oler, the 86 Maverick Manzer, the 88 is going to be Grayson Montgomery, the 98M Mason Wager, the 100 of Aaron Krause Jr., the 127 of Ryder Perkins, the 164 of Alexander Carinci, the 231 is Nick Kaika, the 237 Jackson Costa, the 623 Dominic Stieber, the 629 Miller Barberry, and the 820 of Jackson Lindholm. Going to round out the 16 entries here. 51cc 7 to 8. And like we said, they're going to run the full track here. They're running the track the big boys ride.
And
just judging by the gear,
track.
That's got to be the 40 of Tubbs out front.
Tubbs out front, Spina Culp, and the, I believe, 86 going at it as well, Maverick Manzer. So some names we're familiar with, battling for the top 3 here early.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen this story before, haven't we?
Absolutely. Now it's just on a bigger stage as Spina Culp and Manzer neck and neck, chasing after. Look at that. There comes the local line. They've been studying up. Manzer tried to use it. Indigo doing a great job of blocking that inside as they're still neck and neck over the tabletop, but Manzer launches it and makes the pass.
Yep, just like we saw it set up in that earlier moto when they were running the short track. We got Tubbs, Manzer, and Spina Culp. There you go see the dads cheering everybody on out there.
Giving the hand signals there as Tubbs, the bottom of your screen, trying to pull away early in this one.
You think we're going to see the dads up on top of the hill running the track with them?
I'm telling you what, my dad said he was never in better shape than he was when I was racing the 50s. Look at that, a mistake for the KTM. So Manzer going to give the position back.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. Like we saw earlier, Manzer stuffed it into the deep sand, slowed all his momentum down. Spina Culp doing the right thing, not following.
Yep.
Made for an easy pass. He kept his momentum up around the outside. So Tubbs is in through the the finish line here. Live timing, picking him up. Spina Culp and Manzer your top 3. It looks like Mason Wager in 4th on the 98M. He checks in, waiting for our 5th place rider to come through. That's Ryder Perkins. The Ryder Perkins, a good ride here on the Cobra, back in their 5th place spot.
Yeah, taking a look at the backside of the top 10, looks like Nick Kanka back there in the 6th place ride. Miller Barberry and Grayson Montgomery in 7th and 8th. Matthias Hall now checks in the 9th ride with Alexander Carinci, rounding out your top 10 early as we continue to watch Colton Tubbs. And he's so smooth the way he's going around this track as well, launching up that step up.
He's asking Dad for more power. He wants to do that double.
Yeah, that is as far as you can possibly jump that 50. There's no way he's not chomping the throttle on that one.
No, still looking around though, just like he did in the first moto.
Yeah, that's a controversial tactic nowadays. It seems like I know it is popular in the off-road series. A lot of the GNCC guys on the pro level even do it. But I at least was always taught growing up, focus ahead. You don't want to look back. So there's some controversy in that. It seems to be a topic up for debate here as of recently. And Tubbs, at least for the moment, he's able to handle things from the front, but wants to kind of keep notes on what all's going on behind him. I'm not going to tell the guy how to do
Maybe we were doing it wrong.
I
was never on TV leading
There's a reason I'm announcing and he's racing.
That's a fact.
So.
The new age thing, we're aging ourselves.
Fair enough, yeah.
So Tubbs, he's down here into the middle of the track.
He's trying to grab a win. Let's go Google what a Pellini is. What are these guys talking about?
He wasn't even a thought when Pellini was around.
Yeah, he has no idea.
Probably thinks it's like a toy dirt bike or something.
I tell you what, I mean, dealing with Sean and everybody over there at Cobra and that whole Cobra Elite crew, man, it is so impressive to watch what these machines have turned into, and now jumping up into the 65 classes as well. It's been fun to watch the way the Cobra has kind of changed the game of the 50 classes. Here we go, white flag coming out for Colton Tubbs. One more lap to go.
Yeah, touching on that Cobra thing, I noticed one of those earlier 50 motos says Tubbs looking back again. Wants to make sure that was the white flag.
I did see that, correct,
I did see the top 9 in that one moto. We had 20-something entries. The top 9 was all Cobra.
Yep. Yeah, so, I mean, it's continued to develop, and man, they take it serious. And they do it right as well. I know out at Loretta's, they do a big thing for all the new families, making sure everybody feels welcome. It can be overwhelming at an event like that as well. So it's cool to not only see how well they take care of the riders with their machines, but also with the families as well. As Colton Tubbs, man, he is, and you can tell he's feeling comfortable right now. Kevin Windham said it at Loretta's this past year. He calls it putting on your motorcycle, not getting on your motorcycle, putting it on like a pair of clothes, because you got to become one with it and flow with the bike, and it seems like Tubbs able to do that right now.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of development in Tubbs' riding. Like I spoke on earlier, he was known to be that wild child, if you will, a little out of control, riding on the ragged edge. Just watching him here, he is much more, like you're saying, become one with the motorcycle. He's rolling off the braking bumps. He's not letting that bike kick him around like maybe we'd see him do in the past. So clearly he's been working on it. I know he trains up here in New York with one of the ex-pros. So he's getting some good pointers. He's got a good teacher, and obviously he's putting it to work here.
Yeah, the student is showing, putting on a good showing for sure. Is Spinacult back there in the number 2 ride. Manzer in 3 as we're following along. Look at this, though. Wait a second. Spinacult is fired up. I might understand why Tubbs is looking back. He's trying to, he can probably hear the 49 of Indigo Spinacult back there.
Oh, yeah, these long straightaways. You know they're rating these bikes for everything they're worth.
Let's see.
Yeah, still that glance over the shoulder.
Glance to the side there, just peeking.
Just letting him know he's got him covered. Spinacult, though, keeping him honest. He's closer this moto than he was in the last one. So.
Well, if you see that guy up ahead, keep looking back. You take that as a sign. He's braking, he's concerned, but time certainly not on the 49 side. One corner left to go for Colton Tubbs. Can he hang on to it? Here we go. Checker flag in sight. And it will be Colton Tubbs grabbing the win with a look back across the line.
Don't let that second fool you. He might not have won the moto, but as the weekend goes, his confidence is going to grow the closer he gets. And by the end of this thing, you might see him challenging for a moto win.
Without a doubt. Looks like Spinacult did across the line in 2. Maverick Manzer crosses the line in 3 as we wait on that top 10 rundown. Mini Senior 12 to 15 sitting on the line. Race number 10 coming up next.
Yep, looking for that 4th place rider. You look at these lap times, those top 3, in a field of their own out there. We're waiting for Nick Kaika to come through.
Should be in that 4th place spot. Miller Barbary back there in 5th on that last lap. Get ready for race number 10 once again. A huge thank you.
Look at that. 0.3 seconds.
All
so we had a battle out there we didn't even see with Kaika and Barbary.
That's what I mean. It's hard to keep track of everything going on at one time, especially with this amount of riders. I'd love to see it. Got battles for top 10, top 15.
Yeah, this feels like a pro national. If you're on the fence, you can find a battle anywhere on the track.
Yeah, I mean, we're taking a look. We've got senior mini coming up next, race number 10, 28 riders in that. I mean, that's a huge turnout.
Yeah, we'll just run down them here. You got the 7 of Cameron Gerlach, the 12B of Grayson Butler, the 25 Gage Marshall, the 27 Cody McCoy, the 34 Owen Hitchcock, 35 Bentley Berkey, the 38 Carson Green, the 45 Logan Upberg, the 59 of Logan M. Turner, the 66 Addison Platt, the 110 of Cesar Pazmino, the
Going to jump in real quick here with this top 10 and 50 senior 7 to 8 now that we've got everybody through the stripe. It is Colton Tubbs grabbing the win. Indigo Spinaculp and Maverick Manzer 2 and 3. Nick Kaka and Miller Barber your top 5 with Ryder Perkins, Grayson Montgomery, Alexander Carinci, Matthias Hall, and John Oler your top 10. Back to mini senior.
Absolutely back into it. We got the 164 of Vincent Carinci, the 210 of Caden Forrester, the 239 of Cole Weir, the 281 Merrick Huffman, the 319 Logan Hout, the 321 is Logan Utter, the 425 Christopher Canella, the 449 Hunter Pyre, 490 is Zadak McGraw, the 522 of Brantley Hobbs, the 551 of Brennan Hart, 553 is Cal Widrick, the 555 of Ethan Plaza, the 747 Noah Goki, 750 of Grady Mansfield, the 859 of Owen Groff, and they're going to give me a tongue twister here, the 855 of Logan Wolschlager. Sounds like Goldschlager.
Hey, well, that was impressive. That sounded good to me.
He's going to round out your 28 entries here. Senior Mini 12 to 15.
This is going to be a fun one. These kids fired up on the line, waiting for that 2-minute card to go up.
I don't see a name on this entry list that really tells me this one's a lock.
Yeah.
The start's going to be huge here, and we're going to see who we got up front for players.
Yeah, we love that. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's always nice to have a favorite, but at the same time, it's nice to have just nothing but questions coming into a moto as well. Plenty up for grabs, and these kids going to have a great track as well. The line's developed, but not too rough right now. Certainly some separators in the field, but nothing
they're
too crazy.
Definitely going to be in for a challenge here. Like you said, the track's starting to develop. Now that we got through those mini bikes, looks like we might have one rider on the line having a bit of a trouble. We're going to give him his 2 minutes. Got to follow those AMA rules, you know.
Yep, we'll wait and see here. It looks like they're just about ready to put that 2 card up in the air. There you see it at the tail end of the starting line. Going to go down. Make sure everybody's all set
DC
to
from
go.
D3 on the back
There
of
it
the
is.
shirt. You can't get away from this guy.
Can't get away from him, man. The Dominator. Shout out to him. Make sure you guys are following along. Keeps you up to date on what all's going on here for New York Moto.
Got our live shot from the Utica Rome Speedway drone. As we said, we got one rider, a little bit of a holdup on the line. Not sure if it's a mechanical or if he's just running late, but he's going to get his 2 minutes. That 2-minute board will go to 1 here shortly, and time will be ticking.
So we'll see here, and then keeping it on the clock, giving 2 minutes to get things figured out, and then we'll get things.
The worst feeling, just 2 minutes of panic.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I mean, as the rider, especially for these kids, probably not much they're really going to be able to do. So you're just kind of standing there waiting and watching.
Yep, you're hoping Dad knows how to spin the wrenches.
Yes.
And there you go, the 38. That's going to be Carson Green. Looks like they are possibly changing a spark plug. Hard to see. It looks like some of the other dads helping out.
This is cool to see as well.
Yep, looks like I believe we just saw him pull a spark plug out. So
yep.
we're gonna do a quick spark plug change. That is definitely something you can get done within the 2 minutes.
So we're going to try to get things sorted out there for Mini Senior. As getting confirmation there, it is a plug change, but it looks like might be late to this moto.
Yeah, like you said, that 2 minutes of panic.
Yep. Gates down, they're off and rolling.
That was a rocket ship off the start. Looks like he ran it a little wide, though, left the inside open.
Let's see who it is coming across the stripe. Not a chance I'm reading that. Maybe Grady Mansfield possibly on the KTM. I thought I saw a 7 to start that. As they head into the Lowville Honda Highlands, back up at the top side of the track. See him launching up that hill. Those jumps are always my favorite, where you can just send it to the moon. And looks like it is the 750, of Mansfield.
Yep, Mansfield, another one with that international feel coming down from Ontario. So these American boys, they might want to take it back to the drawing board here.
Yeah, New York, eh? I love it. I love to see we've got a couple of Canadians that jumped down for some of the GNCCs. We had a couple out there at the ranch as well. And
yeah, bring them down.
Got the final round of the Canadian Nationals this weekend.
Yeah, we even got a shocker up there with Nicoletti.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wasn't supposed to be the title favorite.
I'm telling you, big fan of old Filthy Phil out there.
Oh, yeah. How can you not like
Man.
him? Checking back in here, looks like we got some Dyson going around inside the top 5. Some guys switching inside, outside.
I don't know if that was planned or not.
No, I don't think so. He didn't like that berm, and he said, I'll just go out here to this other one.
Never mind. Get ready to put a lap in the books. There it is. Grady Mansfield out front leading the way. Cale Widrick in the number 2 ride on the 553. Ethan Plaza on the triple nickel in 3rd. Gage Marshall and Cesar Pazmino 4th and 5th. Making their way through that new section.
Marshall on the 25, second rider on screen. I'm not sure if he's made a couple passes or if we just don't have the top 2. Okay, I did see the leader up around ahead of him. Looks like one rider tucked the front there going in. Not what you want to do here early in this moto. He's going to lose a lot of positions. Yeah, like you said, those early race mistakes cost you so much, not only in time but positions as well. So going to have to go back to work. Is backside of the top 10, Zadok McGraw in the 6th place spot. Logan Turner, Owen Groff, Logan Utberg, I believe was the top 9. Check back in there in just a moment or so. Looks like McNeil and Payne, your top 10, is out of the Louisville Honda Highlands. They go up over that step up right there. And back to work. That was the 750, was it not? I believe that was the 25 and the 90. I'm not totally sure. I believe Mansfield's still out front. That black fender, I believe it said 750. He might have made a mistake up top. Let's wait for him to get closer to the camera, too. Let's see. You might be right. 28 on the back of the jersey. Let's see. I believe I just saw Mansfield still at the top of the screen. So let's let him come through the finish line. We'll get an update here. As they still dice around 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Yeah, Marshall Pazmino. Maybe it's the 490 of McGraw. I think I need to borrow the specs. Yeah, I'll lend you a lens. My left eye is my strong eye. Let me get that one. That works for me. My right eye is my bad eye. So we'll check in for another lap. It is still Mansfield out front. Widrick and Plaza 1, 2, and 3. Look at that side by side over the finish line there. Was the 28 and the 490, and the 110. So McGraw and Pazmino going at it. Look at that back and forth battle as they try to chase after Marshall. Yeah, this is what we were talking about. The front 2 starting to gap them a little bit, but you look back and you can find a battle here. Oh, look at that. The 490 takes the long way around and then cuts back underneath. I do see what you're saying there. Same front fender. Black front fender. Yeah, maybe they're out for the same team. Yeah, maybe. You know? Maybe. Like the Lawrence brothers. There we go. Yep, same difference. So the 490 man on the move right now is Zadok McGraw. We'll see how far up the order he can get. He should be up to 4th now. Then a little ways up the road, he's going to try and run down our 3rd place rider. That's Plaza. Yeah, McGraw trying to, I believe he might be in 5th right now, I think. And then Marshall up ahead. You see, these guys have flip-flopped a couple of times now. And starting to see those lines develop into faces as well. That was a big sticking point for some of our A and B classes late in those motos. Certain lines give you a little more pop off the face than others. Absolutely. There's going to be a lot of different line choices here later in the day once we get into those 450A motos. Some of our B motos with a little bit deeper fields. You see just a lot of water down on the track here. It's going to soak right in. It looks muddy, but give it a couple laps, and that's going to soak right in. You know, Nick and the boys are going to have their work cut out for them. They're going to keep that water truck full all weekend long as we see the white flag come out for Grady Mansfield. Another lap in the books. Mansfield flying right now as well. You can see it just seems to be perfectly hitting those jumps, clicking gears.
And in a world all his own. Look at that on the back wheel.
Yeah,
there.
wheelie boys.
Woo, 153 on that last lap. So really turning and burning as tucks back to that inside, avoids the thick stuff. Got the fans all along the fence. As less than a lap remaining now. White flag waving here for Mini Senior.
Yep, so Mansfield all alone here as he's going to go up into the top section of the track. We'll see here if he's going to back it down and run it to the finish nice and easy, or maybe he's going to keep dropping the hammer on him.
You know, some
try
of
and
these
update
guys,
that lap time. You see the gap. He's the other, Widrick not even in the screen. But these young kids, they only know one mode.
Well, and in a lot of ways, it's almost safer for them. We hear some riders say it's uncomfortable for them to ride at 85%. They make little mistakes that they don't normally do. Sometimes they've just got to be in that racer's mode, 100% commitment all the way through the checkers. And Mansfield doesn't look like he's riding over his head either. So even if this is a sprint pace, he seems to be in control. He's now just a couple of corners away from a first moto win. Launches up and over the tabletop.
Yeah, like you were saying, you want to keep that focus.
Yep.
You lose your focus. Next thing you know, it's the new thing. He's looking back.
Glance
you see
it
him
over,
give
I'm
the glance.
telling you, man.
Just holding that gap.
We'll see. These kids these days. But once again, he is out front. We're talking about him, not us. So
clearly, we are not meant to be riding
yeah.
coaches.
Made his way around some lap traffic, and he's one corner away from a checkered flag and a first moto win. Mansfield gets the job done, rolls it across the line. Says he's going to size that thing up for the whip contest later.
Put him in.
Oh, I'm sure we'll see a couple of these kids out there. They throw some style.
Yep, that new age. It's that new generation. Looking back, throwing whips. They're on TV.
Must be nice.
I cannot relate to any of it.
We're going to drop things down to junior mini coming up after this, our 9 to 11 class. Great turnout in this one as well. 32 riders. Wow. So cool to see. And we will wait on a top 10 rundown. We'll go ahead and take a look. Oh, look at that. Asking you shall receive here. Senior mini, 12 to 15, top 10. Grady Mansfield, your winner. Cale Widrick and Ethan Plaza, 1, 2, and 3. Gage Marshall and Cesar Pazmino, your top 5. Zadok McGraw closes things out in 6. Logan Turner, Caden Forrester, Logan Utberg, and Christopher Canella, your top 10 in senior mini, Junior mini coming up next. We'll go from the bottom to the top this time. The 927 of Finn Sharp, the 916 of Landon Miles, Caleb Charleboys on the 816, Wyatt Whitmore on the 787, Logan Slater on the 713, Trip Thompson on the 528, Sal Attigliato we're going to go with on the 503.
So you got a little Italian in there.
Attigliano, I like it. The 490 of Gavin O'Connor, the 464 of Colton Northey, Michael Utler on the 455, 444 of Oliver Jackson, Earl Becker on the 420, Seth Orton on the 331, Micah Boggett on the 287, Luca Briggs on the 281, Stevie Kaika on the 237, Landon Houck on the 124, the 122 of Tanner Brookman, the 121 of Samuel Morris, 121X of Ethan Ace Vado, Easton Steely on the 108, Bentley Corthas on the 101, Jackson Dunbar on the 99, the 96 of Dylan Rope, Brantley Fisher on the 94, the 88 of Peter Manscuso, Harrison Bagel on the 14, the 9 of Aiden Held, Quentin Mosher on the 5, Carter Sargent on the 3, the 2 of Blake Jensen, and the 00 of Andre Williams. We're off and rolling.
Yeah, we got the 9 held out front, bar banging with the 00.
Man, how about that? That's Williams
Andre
and Aiden
Williams.
Held.
Oh, a couple riders down here. They had good starts. They were up inside the top 10. So it's Held and the 00 going to make the pass here right off the bat. We're going to get some bar banging and some side-by-side action. Lap 1.
Man, how about that? Held it wide in that third turn and went for it as got the lead and then quickly gave it back. Andre Williams and Aiden Held going at it. Watch the rest of the field make their way up.
Yeah, we saw they're not interested in easing into this one.
No, absolutely.
When
right
you're
from
bar
the drop.
banging in the first turn.
So Held holding on to it for now. Held on the gas machine. And then Andre Williams on the KTM as they are side by side once again headed into this corner. The local line, is it going to work? Oh, the door slammed once again.
Good defensive riding from Held. but it's still early in this one. If he's got to ride 4 laps like that, it's going to be a long moto. And right there, the pass is made around the outside.
Andre Williams peeking those outsides and grabs the lead. A little dot of the head, it looks
Yeah,
like
he
almost
knows.
right there.
He's telling Held, you made me work for it.
Yep.
And then we got another rider here in third starting to sneak up on Held. We'll check a number. Little guy. Oh, run it wide. He's getting over in the loose stuff.
Keeping that power to the ground. Back up the hill they go and getting ready to go across the stripe here for lap number 1.
I'd say he dabbed his foot, but I don't think he can reach the ground.
Right. Here in Junior Mini. If he tips over, that's it.
Yeah, that's the 101 of Bentley Corthus. And the 14 of Harrison Vago coming through in 4th. Blake Jensen in 5th on the 02. We see Landon Miles 6th. Carter Sargent 7th. Quentin Mosier 8th. 9th place Dylan Roque. And 10th place is Jackson Dunbar on the 99. Your top 10 here. 1 lap down, 3 to go. A lot of time to make something happen for these guys.
But look at this. Williams grabbed that number 1 spot and said, look, I'm not really interested in having fun with Aiden Held. I want to get out there by myself. Meanwhile, Bentley Corthus says, wait a second, I want that 2nd place spot. So love to see the depth here as your top 5 all within the same straightaway at the same time. Looks like Vagel keeping them inside as well. Look at that. Look at how far Vagel launched that step up.
He's got that roller out there. He might have been trying to triple that,
Man, I don't know if he went away. If you asked Dad for more power, Dad figured it out.
He got it.
Man.
He got a tune on that thing. Someone tuned that carburetor for him.
He said, Dad, you mean I could shift up again? Wait a second. Hold on.
He's up into the gearbox, 7th, 8th gear.
Wow.
As we got Held and Corthus now. Corthus might have saw Williams give Held a little bully ball. Bang and Bars moved him out of the way, made the pass. Now Corthus, there's that local line.
Yep.
Everybody knows about it now. It's not a local line anymore when you put it on national TV.
Well, and Held for right now, I don't know if he wasn't studying or what, but he's running those inside lines, which normally would be the lines, but you're just able to carry a bit more momentum through these berms and these corners if you take those local lines, which even still isn't all the way outside. So Corthus, he saw Andre Williams use it to his advantage, and now he's trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, studying the game. He saw the pass happen in front of him, and he took that same line. Now, we'll wait and see if Held makes the adjustment. It's Corthus running
using
back
all
to that
20 feet.
20 and a half feet of the track.
Here we go.
Track markers are just a suggestion.
I guess.
Oh, big airtime over the finish line.
Getting that front end all the way over. Peeks back to the inside now. Is eating a little bit of roost off of Held once again.
Yeah, he's going to try and charge down the outside line here. Really just trying not to foul, hoping maybe Held makes a mistake on the inside. Oh, he's going to duck back to the inside, so he swept that, opened the corner up a little bit. As he makes a little bit of a mistake himself.
Yeah,
so.
stuffed that front end just a little bit. That's one of those, not quite looking like a mistake, but you'll see just not quite the same drive to the top there.
Yeah, Held's really making him work for this one. We'll see. They still got half a race to go, so both of them working hard here. Held working hard to play defense. Corthus working hard to play offense.
Corthus swings wide, keeps the power to the ground.
Yeah, you see Corthus, he sweeps these corners.
Yep.
He's carrying his momentum, and obviously it's working for him. He's pulled right up to the back of Held now.
Here we go. Let's see. He's closer than he was a lap ago. If he can bring that local line out, charge hard into that corner.
Yeah, he's setting
going
it
to leave
up.
it open once again. A little look over. He's side by side. Could he get past in the same corner? Let's see. Corthus. Wait a second. Held going to slam the door. No. Corthus makes the pass.
He was nice about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could have put him into the sand berm there. He was nice about it.
Well, Held was running it in earlier, so I wouldn't have been surprised to see it. But he's going to go back to work, see if he can get back into the fight and get back around the 101.
Yeah, Held watch his lines now, see where he was losing some time, maybe catch back up to him. Yeah, you never know. Corthus might make a mistake, let him by. They come down through that long straightaway. See how chopped out it's starting to get. And that's just going to get more choppy as the day goes on.
Held did a great job right there avoiding those braking bumps. Just moved a little over to the left. I believe they'll be seeing a white flag this time.
Yep, white flag is out. Andre Williams, he is already through running a 1:58 lap time. Now Corthus down into a 1:56, 2 seconds back. Quick math, I wasn't very high up in my mathematics class, but 58 minus 56, we might see a battle for the lead here late in the race.
Watching Andre Williams, and look at that, Corthus is right there, so I don't know, that gap is 2.4 seconds, and it was about 2 seconds or so that he was faster that last lap, so Corthus needs to keep that power to the ground. You see the fans along the fence cheering him on. This thing isn't over yet, folks. The final lap of racing, and Corthus trying to chase down Williams.
And Held's right there with him. Held hasn't fallen too far back. So obviously, like we said, he's gotten behind him. He's followed some lines. Probably learned where he was losing his time.
Here we go, Corthus around that outside. Now, leader at the bottom of the screen in that red helmet. Corthus in the blue gear. The 00 and the 101. Lap traffic going to play into this as well.
Yep, both riders able to get around that lapper. Held, he's gotten around him as well. So nice that that lapper moved over, gave him a little bit of room to work with. As you see, they drop down into that ruddy face now.
Here we go. Let's see. Corthus going to stick to that local line.
And Williams just bulldogging through those braking bumps. He wasn't interested in going around them.
Oh, look at this. Going to get held.
We got a
Whoa, wait a second. What was that? Andre Williams with a problem. I don't know if he hit neutral or what, but he basically hands the lead to Bentley Corthus. So now we really do have a dogfight.
Yeah, here we go. We got 2 turns to go. They're going to split the lapper. Williams, he wants this. You can see him driving it down into the turns here.
Williams was half a lap away from a first moto win. He is twisting the grips off of that 00. 1 corner left to go. I don't think he's going to be close enough. Tries to tuck it back underneath, but how about it? Bentley Corthus going to steal the win away on the final lap. Andre Williams, a fantastic ride, still crosses the line in 2, which is as good as a 1 in these first motos. And Aiden Held does hold on to that final podium position here in race 11.
I'm going to say that second doesn't feel as good as a 1 right now.
No,
that's a heartbreak with a half a lap to go.
Yeah.
Just a small bobble, it could happen.
When you're
that's why you got to be there.
Well, I know we talked about staying focused, right?
One tiny mistake.
And taking a look at the replay here, you can see, watch the red helmet. He gets held up, and it's like, I don't know if he bumped his shifter right there or what, trying to break for that lap rider, but you saw the momentum basically disappear for him, and then immediately got right back on it. Great job from our Racer TV crew getting that shot. But
yeah, the way the lapper looked back, it was almost like he moved over in front of him, trying to give him some room. Unfortunately, moved over right in front of him. So a tough break for Williams, Yep,
taking a look at our top 10 here for Junior Mini 9 to 11. Bentley Corthus, your winner. Andre Williams and Aiden Held, second and third. Landon Miles, Harrison Bagel, your top 5 with Blake Jensen, Carter Sargent, Quentin Mosher, Dylan Roque, and Jackson Dunbar, your top 10. Well, Josh, who we got next sitting on the line, man? Who's coming up?
We got the veterans, plus 50.
The vets, the masters.
Now, if these guys know where the lines are, these are the guys you want to follow.
They will find that smooth real estate if it's out there.
First on the list, you got the 9 of Gene Nyman, the Ironman. This guy is 66 years old.
Good for him.
66 years old. If there was a 60 class, he'd be riding it. Unfortunately, 50 is as high as it can go for him. The 32 of Scott Usmell, the 74 of Joseph Hoel, the 78 of Jeremy Parsons, the 97 of Don Clark, the 112 of Michael D. Fiore, the 156 of Keith Carroll, the 197 of Peter Lawrence, the 211 of Stephen Barrett, the 223 of Edward Nadeau, the 308 of Grant Gaskin, the 407 of Robert Montecup, the 420 of Scott Phelps, the 471 of Michael Andrade, the 513 of Daryl Smith, the 561 of John Meyer, the 575X of Michael Davidson, the 575 of Marty McDonald, the 627 of Jason Johnston, the 767 of Scott Adams, the 804 of Michael Wilcox, and the 996 of Travis Brouette. Gate is down. That looks like Parsons on the 78, the 32 of Usmell going to try and run it around the outside of him.
There we go. Jeremy Parsons. We missed him out at Loretta's this year, but glad to see he was able to make it here to the state championship. And he's not just making it, he's making a statement out front with that early race lead.
Now, early storyline here in this one, Zach. Scott Phelps, plus 50 at Loretta's. He went 3.35. He's back there in about 5th place right now, so let's see if he can work his way to the front. You get those guys here, and they're not going to roll over for you. They know you're the guy.
Well, and like we said, we're about 2 weeks post Loretta Lynn's, which is kind of the peak for these guys. If you're a national caliber rider, that's when you want your fitness to really peak. So these guys still running at like top performance right now. So yeah, be on the lookout for him. But Parsons, I don't know whether he knows it or what, but he's trying to get away early as he's already opened up a little bit over the rest of the pack.
Yeah, Parsons trying to make a statement here early in this one. He probably knows that Phelps is in this moto, and he's saying, let me run away before he gets the second. and maybe he gets the second and he sees the gap and he doesn't want to go after him. But you see Phelps, he's going to go around the outside here. He's going to try and get the BOGO.
See, maybe cuts back underneath.
Still the 32 of Usmail. That's Usmail in second still. I can't get a number here on this third place rider. It's about to be the 420 of Phelps the way it's going. Oh, possibly a pass now.
Second.
So the old timers are giving us some action here early in this one. Usually these guys want to ease into it.
We call them masters for a reason, and they are going at it here. Fired up early as looks like maybe the 561 of John Meyer.
Yeah, they are through the timing stripe. So it's Parson, Meyer, Usmail, Phelps, Grant Gasker, Michael Wilcox, Daryl Smith back there in 7th, 8th place, Marty McDonald, Gene Nyman in 9th, and Jason Johnson going to round out your top 10 here. They're now battling back and forth. Looks like Usmail now up into second as they drop down behind the start line.
Yeah, Usmail made a good move right there around Meyer. And meanwhile, Phelps starting to try to creep up as well. These guys wheel to wheel. Meanwhile, you see at the top of your screen, Parsons already slipping out of sight, so he's doing exactly what he wanted to do.
Yeah, he's trying to run away. He wants to run away and hide in this one. As Phelps still not able to work his way around. He might have a third. No, Meyer going to shut the door on him again. So, like we said, they're masters.
Well, you can tell Phelps, he keeps getting close, but he's just not quite close enough to really force the issues. Usmail now has some company. Meyer back around him. Now here comes Phelps. Phelps looking like he's starting to get a little impatient. He's tired of getting close and not actually finishing the job. He gets around Usmail here. Let's see what he can do about Meyer.
Yeah, you got to believe he's looking up track and seeing Parsons starting to itch away. You see him flat tracking.
There was slideways around that corner as he heads back up and picks up the position with it.
Phelps, a very diverse rider. He spent some time doing some GNC, a little woods riding. He'll show up on the dirt bike track. Obviously, he's got some flat track knowledge as well.
Yeah, apparently.
I guess in 50 years of riding, you learn a little bit of everything.
Know a thing or two about a thing or two, that's for sure. As Phelps cuts down underneath, knifes across. That was nice.
Yeah, you see that line?
Up. Yeah, that's good.
That wasn't a local line. That was a Phelps line.
That's a 50-plus line right there. Cut back across everything. Don't hit any of the bumps.
So Parsons already threw it at 148. Now that Phelps has some clear track, we'll see. He was a 151 that lap coming through traffic, so let's see if he's got anything for him. We're looking at an 8-second gap here. Might be a hard one to make up in two laps. You're going to have to be 4 seconds a lap faster. I don't know if he's got it in him.
Well, then Parsons, it's not like he's fading off. He was a 148 that last lap, still a couple seconds faster than the rest of the field. So it seems like he's got the pace, and we certainly know he's got the fitness to go along as well.
Yeah, Parsons might not have been at Loretta's this year, but he does not lack on physical fitness. So
I believe a former professional hockey player, if I'm not mistaken.
I do not know the background on that. I know he did get into the gym business.
Yes, I know. I talked to him last year. He had a solid run at Loretta's last year as well, and got to chat with him down here. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe he was a former hockey player, so probably don't want to have any issues with him in the pits either.
No, confirmed man-child.
Yeah.
You do not want to. You do not want to come across Parsons on a bad day.
Well, not a bad day right now for him. I'll put it like
no,
that.
I don't think he's going to have a problem with anybody.
Today,
yeah. If you want to go meet Jeremy Parsons,
today's the day to do it.
Yeah, right now is the time to do it.
And impressive right here as he's continuing to stretch things out a little bit. This battle rages on here as Usmail's got some company. I believe that might be either Daryl Smith or Gene Nyman on the Cowie.
Yeah, that's going to be Daryl Smith on the 513.
Yeah, just got word from Race Control here. They caught up with Parsons, and I thought that was correct. He hadn't been riding a ton here recently, so like we said, opted out of Loretta's this year, didn't even try to qualify, and no, I believe if this is your first time back in a little bit, this is a good showing for sure.
Yeah, he's definitely making himself look like he's been riding.
Yeah.
He had me fooled.
Yep.
So there you
see.
see.
The Cowie trying to squeeze past Usmail, not able to do it as the white flag's coming out. He's got one more lap to make it happen.
Yeah, Daryl Smith is the man on the move right now. I saw him down around 10th at the beginning of this race. He's another one of our Loretta riders. He's a local. He's been here a bunch of times, but he's definitely got his work cut out for him here. He's trying to get himself up into at least contention. As you see, Usmail going to try and
look at that, a little elbow, a little bumping and grinding.
He gave him a little elbow grease there. Scott Usmail, though, he is part of the New York State Police he is also not lacking on physical fitness. As you saw there, he tried to push him out of the way, and he wasn't moving.
Well, Meyer, an amateur MMA, but not making that up. Wouldn't that be great? They're going at it, though. It is a fight on track right now. Look at this. Meyer back end's kicking out. Got to think he's not going to be fired up about losing that spot on the final lap. And it looked like he was out of tear-off. Did you see that? He was wiping the goggles.
I did not see the wipe, but I'm not surprised. So, this sticky sand, when it gets wet, it sticks. So when you're out of tear-offs, Parsons here.
Parsons could probably spare a few because he has had no issues here in this one.
Maybe take one off, throw it, and when Meyer comes through, he can catch it.
So Parsons just about a corner away.
You see Parsons, no numbers on the side. He knew he was going to be out front.
He had a freshie, and feeling fresh is Jeremy Parsons grabbing that first moto win. Looks like that'll be Phelps crossing the line in the number 2 spot, and I believe Wilcox going to round out our podium. Well, hey, we talked about all of the special guests that we have hanging out with us. It's not just Wes Kane, but he is standing by with our very own Red Dog, Tim Ferry, hanging out. Wes, we'll send things down to you.
Hey, real quick, guys, Jeremy Parsons did tell me he's going in for a full hip replacement, so that's why he's been laying low, but he's out here getting it done. Tim Ferry, glad to have you out here at High Voltage Hills MX. You used to come here as a Loretta Lynn's your first pro ride. Now you're here with your son. How's that make you feel?
We've been, last couple of years, been doing a camp, and this year I said, well, second at Loretta, so we'll just stay and race the whole weekend, and I knew you were going to be here. You were here last year. We did a camp last year, went home and watched the whole event on Racer TV, so we're like, all right, next year we're going back. So
brings back a lot of memories, right?
It does. It's like the big race. I like that they televise it. They got live timing. So I'm getting nervous. He's on the gate, but I'm excited to see how it goes.
Well, next year you got to bring Evan and have the dynamic duo out here.
Yeah, we'll try to get everybody up here.
All right, guys, back to you up in the tower.
All right, thanks, Wes. Perfect timing as the gate is down here on race 13, Super Mini 12 to 16. Josh, who do we got in this one?
All right, we got the 07 of Anthony Tarantino, the 15 of Beckett Ferry. We just talked to Dad Tim there. Legend Red Dog himself out of Sonoya, Georgia. The 24 of Craig Lindecker, the 25 of Gage Marshall. 26 of Winston Widrick, the 27 of Cody McCoy. The 31 of Caleb Millick, the 35 of Bentley Berkey. The 38 of Carson Green. The 54 is Tyler Huber, the 59 Logan Turner. 78 Cooper Daly, the 100 of Hudson Bagel, the 164 of Vincent Carinci, the 210 Cade Forrester, 281 Merrick Huffman, 311 Leo Rodriguez, the 319 Logan Houck, 321 Logan Utter, 425 Christopher Canella, 449 Hunter Pear, 490 Zadok McGraw, 522 Brantley Hobbs, 553 Cal Widger, 555 Ethan Plaza, 741 Preston Waite, 747 Noah Goki, the 750 of Grady Mansfeld, and 855 of Logan Walschlager. So as we're reading down, we're going to get a look up front here. Zach, did you have a number out front here on this one?
Taking a look, it looks like that is going to be the 15 back there in second. Could not quite get a number on your leader yet, but he's just about one turn away from crossing the start-finish line.
If I had to bet my house on this, I would put it as the 100 of Hudson Bagel.
I don't think that'd be a bad bet. And ding, 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 Hudson Bagel out front leading the way. Beckett Ferry and Winston Widrick. Your top three, Vincent Carinci in the number 4 ride with Tyler Huber, rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, we saw Bagel down at Loretta. Yep. He was leading some laps in the mini senior motos. He podiumed a couple motos. Put his name in contention for the overall, really. An amazing ride. Awesome to see from one of our New York guys. Now he comes home, and he's going to try and take home a number 1 plate with that AMA New York State Championship.
Absolutely, yeah. These guys stepping off the national stage and showing that they are the ones who beat here on a statewide level and kind of a whole Northeast level as well, as we continue to get racers from all over this general area. They head into that Honda Louisville Highlands, and already seeing the line development they're changing up is the 26 of Widrick, I believe, doing some shuffling right there. Look at that. Whoa, the 164 of Carinci almost. He basically crashed. He just somehow kept that thing on 2 wheels.
Yeah, when in doubt, throttle out, right?
So taking a look right now there at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, so yesterday we had a camp that my dad coached. So I was like, hey, my dad told me, hey, do you want to go to New York? So I'm like, yeah, sure. So we're up here now, and yeah, we're ready to race. My dad came here last year. I just know it because he had a camp here last year, and they had a race here last year. I watched it on TV, on Racer TV. So yeah, it's kind of like a light stand with a little bit of a hard base, but like it's kind of my mojo, I would say, because it's more of a sandier track, which is I grew up in Florida, and kind of just my type of like track really. So it's kind of just like a soft, like not a soft base, but like a soft on top, and then the base is kind of hard. Kind of reminds me of Dade City a little bit. Dade City kind of has a little bit of a hard base, but a soft like dirt to it. So yeah, I would hope to win one of my classes, pop maybe 125 two-stroke. If I don't, it's okay. If I can take whatever I get, is what I get. But yeah, I really would be glad to get the championship, because I've never actually gotten a number one plate before. So I would be pretty stoked about that. And but yeah, in the super mini class, same thing. If I get a third overall, I'd be happy. But you know, getting a championship would be a lot better. So yeah.
Hearing from Beckett Ferry there about his hopes and expectations coming into this one, and sitting in a good spot right now, second on that last lap as we continue to watch a battle here at the top of the screen. I believe this is still Widrick and Carinci going at it for that final podium spot.
Yeah, he said this track is the sand.
Yeah.
Is his mojo, and he wants a top three. He's sitting up here in second. Obviously wasn't lying about it being his mojo. He's cruising right now. I mean, Vagel, that's tough competition when you get someone coming off a podium at Loretta's. This track suits him really well. Vagel kind of rides with that bulldog. He just powers through it. Wyndham mentioned it at Loretta's later in the week. There was a battle going on for the lead. Leader was very smooth, taking his time, and Vagel was just plowing through the ruts, plowing through the braking bumps. So this track definitely suits his style. As you see, he's back through at a 144, some of the fastest laps we've seen already today, and he's only on a super mini. We'll see him. He actually moved up to a big bike. We're going to see him in the 250B class later today. So
all right.
Riding 5 classes, he said.
Hey, I love it, and that's what we said. Post Loretta's, we do start to see those kids moving up, whether it's 65 riders in the 85 classes or up to the big bikes. Look at this, side by side, a little contact there between Widrick and Carinci. Things are getting feisty as the white flag comes out. Yeah, that's going to be fun to watch. Vagel having a quietly dominant ride at the front of the field right now, all by himself, and like you said, just powers his way through. Seems like he's twisting the grips off it. Did you see that? A kick right there from Carinci.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if Widrick has rearview mirrors on this thing. Everywhere Carinci goes to pass him, we're 3 laps into this thing, and Carinci's made 5 or 6 shots at it. And like we just saw the last time, Widrick muscled him right out of the way. So he's still got some time to work here. Obviously, he's right there with him. It looks like we're going to check back in with Vagel. He's out here in the middle of the track throwing a little sauce. Look, there he goes, that bulldog style.
Hang on to it now. He got lost in the sauce there.
This berm won't work. I'll just take this one. Wheelies down the straightaway, making it look easy.
Man, that's some impressive riding right there. A 144.4 on that last lap. Some of the fastest laps of the day so far. Some style for the fans, and he is 1 corner away. I better see him in the whip contest if he's throwing.
Yeah, we might have to get him out there.
There we go. Vagel grabs the win. As looks like Beckett Ferry going to hang on for second here. And look at Vagel. He had opened things up.
Yep, not even sure that's Ferry. I think that might be a lap.
Here's Ferry. Wow.
Here. So a couple.
Yeah, Ferry, a top 3 expectations. Yep, brings it home for a second.
Widrick came through there in third. Looks like Carinci kind of called off the dogs there, if you will.
Yep.
I mean, you can only make so many shots at it before you just got to lay it down. So Carinci going to come across in fourth. Wait for the rest of the field here to trickle through. We'll give you the Hearth and Homes top 10 rundown here.
Once again, I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us here on RacerTV.com. Hope you guys are enjoying the live coverage here from High Voltage Hills MX. Make sure you guys are subscribed to us on YouTube as well, following along, and helps not only us but our supporters as well. Know that you guys are appreciating it and want us to continue to bring all racing all the time here for Racer TV. We'll give you that top 10 here in just a moment as we get sights set on race 14, 250 beginner and our women's class. But here it is, Super Mini 12 to 16, Hudson Bagel, Beckett Ferry, Winston Widrick, Vincent Carinci, and Preston Waite, your top 5. Grady Mansfield, Tyler Huber, Cale Widrick, Leo Rodriguez, and Ethan Plaza, your top 10. As now we'll give you a rundown here, women's class. That's going to be Brittany Major on the 06, or excuse me, on the 6, the 06 of Chloe Kopahafer. Exadria Mercone on the number 8, Bailey Sheldon on the 33, Stephanie Hanneman on the 49, Kristen Washington on the 55, 61 of Anissa Ingersoll, Addison Platt on the 66, Ryan Erickson on the 75, Kelly Myers on the 82, Gabriella Naylor on the 96, Madeline Haluis on the 207, Joanna Faith on the 285, Paige Bombard on the 523, Harley Wood on the 596, Gianna Garrick on the 703, and Alyssa Campany on the 920. Then that 250 beginner class, we've got the 18 of Caleb Singer, Timothy Eastman on the 68, the 102 of Braden Romanowski, the 115 of Garrett Horn, Austin Arculio on the 119, Madison DeFiore on the 221, and 585, that's going to be Sam Kelly, all sitting on the line, women's and 250 beginner, coming up here in just a moment. And once again, folks, not only on Racer TV, but here on site as well, we do have a scheduled race coming up after this. We'll have, I believe, our 250A class coming up first, 450A coming up first at 12 o'clock. So that will be following this race. That's going to be a fun one to watch. We've got 41 entries, I believe, in that class. So absolutely packed. And that's going to be coming up right after this. So come enjoy some great racing here from our women's and 250 beginner classes, and then hang out and get ready for an all-out battle. 450A coming up after that. Live here on RacerTV.com. Once again, want to thank everybody involved here from High Voltage Hills MX. Nick and the entire track crew doing a great job of keeping things rolling. As I want to give a shout out to the whole AG video crew as well. OPHG, ODDH, our director Don Hampton. I don't know. I'm trying here, guys. Jack. Oh, okay. Don's producing today. Okay. ODJR, our director Jack Renner. OPDH. I'm throwing around a lot of acronyms here. Yeah, there's a ton of people involved. I mean, it's so much fun to see. I hope you guys, if you can, come here in person. Like I said, it doesn't quite do it justice, no matter how good the cameras are, anything like that. So taking a look now, they're backing people out of the gate. So curious whether or not might be calling an audible here. I will let you know as soon as I get word from race control. But going to kind of play things by ear here for the moment. Sounds like we're going to try to get our man Insane Wes Kane on the case. He'll get the scoop. I'm not talking the scoop tire. He'll get the scoop. He'll get the gossip. Some of these young ladies fresh off of a trip to the ranch, to the Redlands Amateur Motocross National. We have broadcasted on RacerTV.com. Make sure if you guys missed out on that, go back and watch the archive footage. Plenty of racing action to go back and enjoy from this year's Loretta's. Now we're taking a look, those of you just tuning in, to done some switching around. Looks like they may be loading that A class, so we might be switching things around and get 450A on the gate. So we'll give you guys a little bit of a replay as to what's happened so far here today for race day one, live from New York. It's Saturday at High Voltage Hills. We've got all the fans hanging out with us. There's the scoop. We were just talking about it. The riders coming from near and far. The buzz getting out on Racer TV that High Voltage Hills is the place to be here this weekend. And man, it's been exciting already. Had some great battling in our 50 classes, our plus 25 classes, some 65 battles as well. Plenty of fun on site as well. The fans having a good time. Everybody hanging out, enjoying it. The bounce house. So we've got to figure it out. If West Kane won't do it, we need a live update from the bounce house. I'll do a report later on that. And we've got slushies in the house, blue raspberry if you guys are curious whenever you've got a chance. And of course, amazing racing to go along with it as well. This is an absolutely incredible track, a massive track as well. Lots of time out on track, and man, has it made some battles like that one right there. That's pass of the day so far for me. As man, that's been fun to watch, and we're just getting things started. Going to get our 450A class off and rolling. This track will bite you. Better watch out for it. Great shot there from Racer TV, catching the highs and the lows of the New York State Championship 2025. The celebration of victory, the agony of defeat. You get it all here on RacerTV.com. Bagel right there. He was on another level. He was having fun. Just on a cruise. As it does look like we are getting the gate loaded for that A class. And we'll get you a look into that here in just a moment. Well, as we get the gate set, we're going to get ready to send things to commercial break, and when we come back, we'll get ready to drop the gate on 450A. This is the 2025 New York State Championship from High Voltage Hills MX on Racer TV. We'll be right back.
.com/app.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome back to the New York State Championship here for 2025 and High Voltage Hills MX live on RacerTV.com. Zach Herron and Josh down here in the studio. Let's get ready to send things down to our man on the scene, Insane Wes Kane.
Wow, it's a powder keg down here on the starting gate, 450A. I got last year's winner, overall winner, and now down here again. A new year, a fresh start. What do you got for these boys, Trevor Schmidt?
Yeah, I'm excited for this first motor here. The track's looking sick, so let's dice it up with the boys.
How was your practice yesterday and today?
Practice was good yesterday. I felt real good, and this morning just took it easy, checked the track out, so we're ready to go.
Not a half a gate. You got a full gate of guys ready to go to war on this man-made battleground here. We wish you the best of luck, and we'll see you hopefully on the podium tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, let's go find RJ Fox over here. Come on over here. RJ Fox, I got you over here. One of the contenders in this one here. How'd you do last year?
No, I wasn't here last year. I didn't make it.
All right, so now you're here. We got a full gate of guys out here. What do you think? Trevor Smith, can you take him down?
I mean, I'm going to put on my best fight. I don't know. We'll see where we stack up.
All right, you went to practice. How are your lap times looking out there? You think you could get them?
I didn't even look at them. I'm just going into it. I'm not great at practice. We're just going to go into the moto, see how we do.
This man right here says, hey, I'm not here to play no games. You're here to get it done.
Yep, that's what we're going to do.
Well, hopefully you land up on that top spot on that podium tomorrow and get your lion's share of that big money that Nick put up.
Yeah, hopefully. We'll see where we stack up. Let's go.
All right, RJ Fox is ready to go. He is fired up here on Racer TV at her High Voltage MX in the beautiful city in the hills, the foothills of New York. Let me find somebody else out here. I got somebody. Where is France? I know France was a contender last year. We'll check him out down here along the road. We're checking some of these guys out here. And we're going to pick a few up. Gate about to drop. What do you think? You got from the inside gate?
I think I'm going to send it in there on the 250 and hold her wide.
All right, these guys are ready to go. We're kicking it back up to you. 450A about to take off here.
All right, thanks, Insane West Kane. That was Toby Cleveland on the 213. GNCC racer coming to slice and dice it up with the Moto boys. Let's take a look here at 450A. We've got the X of Chris Leonardi, the 1 of Wyatt Leonard, the 07 of Henry Vagel, Trey Bisham on the 25, Brandon Handy on the 29, Jack Decker on the 44, the 57 of Logan Forward, Trevor Hazlett on the 65, Brody Zelinski on the 66, Mitchell Prince on the 67, the 74 of Daniel Hull, Jacob Stevens on the 77, the 103 of Connor Mowry, the 129 of Zach Strecker, Dom Morse on the 156, Frank Hempstead on the 199, the 203 of Andrew Baccarosa, Toby Cleveland on the 213, Tijan Ingersoll on the 225. The gate is sideways and it's down. We're our 450 racing. Ryan Fletcher on the 226, the 241 of Shane Augusta, Travis Delnicki on the 248, Nicholas McDonald on the 294, Christian Puter on the 310, Taylor Beckwith on the 363, Blaze Grimaldi on the 366. Josh, what are you seeing around that first turn?
Well, we saw Schmidt get the whole shot, the defending champion. One thing I did see was about 10 riders get tangled up coming out of the S turn. There you see it on screen. There's a lot of riders down in there. The 241 of Augusta's in there. We got one rider shaking up on the Kawasaki. I believe the 577 in there was Logan Ford, possibly up in second, running the 57. So, yeah, this is the problem here. Trevor Schmidt, you're defending champion. You let him get out front early, and it's an uphill battle from here.
Real quick, going to run through the rest of this field. Garrett Stables, Jeffrey Moyer, Vance Bruce, Carson Walter, Daniel Nettie, J.R. Fox, Andrew Wallace, T.J. Lampner we saw go down, Cade Ozick, Ryan Sciortino, Trevor Schmidt, Giatano Cadito, Braden Ellerman, David Sorensen, and Howard Vagel. The rest of your field, like you said, your defending champ out front. That's bad news for the rest of the field.
Yeah, that's real bad news. Last year, he had it a little easy. Nick put up the purse last year. I don't think many people knew about it.
Yep.
Well, word's out now. As you can see, there's 41 guys, and they're itching to put a little money in their pocket. I see the 65 of Hazlitt up there. He should be a contender as well. The 57 of Logan Forward was up there, your second place rider. I saw that blue background. We already know who that is. Or is that a green background?
That's a green background.
Your GNCC.
Yep, Toby Cleveland out of the XC2 class. Not quite had the 2025 he's hoping for in the woods, but man, a good showing so far here on the track. He was out here last year as well, a fellow New Yorker, and is showing what he's capable of on the 250 here in the 450A class.
Yeah, a lot of riders out here from New York and just the Northeast region as well. So they are going to be battling for spots to qualify at Nationals up here in the Northeast, your Butts Creek, your Unadilla, Southwick. So, I mean, outside of Schmidt, if you put this rider list, close your eyes and threw a dart, you could find someone that's going to be battling up into the top 5 without a problem.
Logan Forward and Trevor Hazlett 2 and 3 with Grimaldi, Sorensen 4 and 5, Mowry and Cleveland just behind. And look at that, everybody still wheel to wheel right now. A lot of movement here inside the top 10.
Yeah, this top 10 should be bunched up pretty much the whole moto, outside of Schmidt. Obviously, Schmidt out front early is bad news for everybody. He's just super smooth, super consistent. He's going to hit his lines. If you want to beat Schmidt, you want that number 1 plate, you're going to have to get up there and rip it out of his hands.
Well, and unfortunately for him, he's not under any pressure right now, or unfortunately for the rest of the field, I should say. So forcing a mistake going to be difficult as well, as these guys got to catch up to him before they can try to fight for the lead with him.
Yeah, that's the problem with Trevor up here when he's at these local races. He has that national background. He's run the whole circuit. The pressure is not going to get to him. You almost get a little bit of a Jet Lawrence feel. He's not going to make the mistake himself. You got to get up there and you got to force that mistake. But the problem is you got to get to him first. And as we're seeing here early, that's not so easy.
So Schmidt forward, Hazlitt, Grimaldi, and Mowry, your top 5. Sorensen and Cleveland battling on screen right now for that 6th and 7th place spot. Cleveland eating a lot of roost there on the Husky. You can see twisting and twisting. The 814 of Sorensen, though, able to maintain.
Yeah, looking at some live timing here, I see Ryder Fox way down to the bottom of the order. He was up inside the top 10, so something come undone for him. Someone we would expect to be up there battling for the podium. So a tough break for him. He's going to have to regroup and come back in the 250 A Moto later. As you see, Lampier down there, someone we would expect maybe up in the front. Daigle, a lot of those riders were down there in the first turn. Just good to see him getting up, but you spotted him a quarter of a track. When you get up and running, it's all over. You're not gonna run these guys down.
Yeah, Lampier going down in that second corner as they headed out onto the main track. Toby Cleveland getting wild with it. He's taking insides, outside, using all 20 and a half feet of the track as he was able to get around Sorensen, I believe. So now he's trying to fight to get inside the top 5.
Yeah, there is a trail system that runs through this property up here in the Adirondacks. Maybe Cleveland's been here before on that trail system, and we just didn't know it.
I know he was here motoing last year. I think he actually got busy and almost missed a moto, and so maybe he was hanging out checking them trails out. But it's all moto right now for the 213. These guys are probably saying, who gets green backgrounds? I don't understand.
Yeah, that's
that.
Not the points leader.
So look at that. Oh, the mistake from Cleveland. That's going to allow Sorensen back around him. So the timing and scoring won't even know that there's been a back-and-forth battle. Wait a second. Hold on. Cleveland burst across the stripe, so he makes the pass back once again into 6th place. This is what we talked about. This is a battle just trying to get into the top 5, and they are wheel-to-wheel right now.
Yeah, depending on how this could have started, this could have easily been a battle for 2nd, 3rd position. But as you see, Forward and Hazlitt up there, Mowry up there as well. And Sorensen and Cleveland, they're starting to push each other up to the back of Grimaldi. So Grimaldi's going to have to get going, or he's going to have some company. And you look behind him, it's just a line of riders.
Man, Cleveland got motored right there by Sorensen, I think on the 450. Just be able to pull right by him. Back up to the Lowville Honda Highlands they go. There is your leader, I believe.
Yep, that's Trevor. He's running the 69, I believe. That's his Canadian national number. So obviously they didn't feel like they were going to give him some new gear for this one. Might need to call up his rep.
Come on now.
Get the number on the back. He's repping you on the TV, showing these boys how it's done. So it looks like he's coming up on one of the riders that was down there in the first turn. He'll work his way around him. Makes it look easy.
And we were able to catch up with your current leader right now, Trevor Schmidt. Talk a little bit about how it feels to be the defending champ here at High Voltage Hills.
High Voltage is one of my favorite races of the whole year, and the guys here, Nick and his dad, they do a great job, and each year it's been getting bigger and bigger, so I hope it keeps growing, and I feel like everybody loves coming here every year. This is my 3rd year doing this race, and the first year I'm pretty sure I won everything, but last year was fun. They put up some money for the boys, and I went 1-1 in all my classes, so it was a solid weekend. This weekend, track looks a lot different this year, prep-wise, and a little change in the back, but looking to do the same thing as the past couple years and keep the ball going. So
setting some high expectations for himself coming to this one, but reasonable. I mean, if you've gone 1-1 a couple of years in a row, why wouldn't you think that you could do it again? And man, you get a start like that, it's hard to argue against it here in the booth.
Yeah, no, definitely. He knows what he can do, and he knows he won't tell you, but he knows if he gets the whole shot, in his mind it's over. Yeah. And he's showing you right now. Logan Forward riding in 2nd. This is a great ride from Logan. surprising to me, honestly. I know he's got the speed. Obviously, the start helped, but he's putting in some distance between Hazlitt, Mowry, Grimaldi. You look at the lap times, running 142. He's far and away the second fastest rider on track. So a great ride from Logan Forward here. Hazlitt, Mowry, Grimaldi, those guys have been kind of stagnant where they're at. Looking at the lap times, only about a half a second separating them, so not much movement there. Sorensen, Cleveland, Beckwith, those guys are still tangling back there over the 6, 7, and 8 ride.
Continuing to watch your leader right now, Trevor Schmidt out front leading the way. 15+1 here for this 450A Moto number 1.
Yeah, you see these guys starting to find those tricky lines there. He went outside on the inside, squared it up.
Schmidt continuing to carve his way forward as we now check in. Logan Forward making his way through. Hazlitt, Mowry, and in that battle now for the top 5. Cleveland trying to find his way around Grimaldi on the 366, and we were actually able to catch up with Grimaldi a little bit earlier this weekend, talk to him about how he's feeling coming into High Voltage Hills MX.
I'm here because they put out a good pro purse. We don't have a lot of those in New York anymore, and these guys turn it up for us, and it's awesome because a lot of heavy hitters come out. And yeah, the facility is just amazing, so I think it's one of the best in New York. Just the layout, the parking, the people here are awesome, they're chill, and the track is just phenomenal. The dirt is sick, it's sandy, which we don't get a lot in New York, so it's a fun event. I want to be on the box, I want to win a moto, I want to do the best that I can and ride how I know how to ride, so should be good.
So Grimaldi setting some good expectations for himself. He's sitting in that 5th place spot, trying to battle for some podiums as well. So, yeah, it'd be exciting to see what he's able to do. And like he said, man, the word's getting out. The buzz about this, not only this track, but this event as well is starting to spread out. The boys hear about a little money, and all of a sudden they're ready to go racing.
Oh, yeah. That's what he's here for. He'd tell you straight up he's here for the money. Unfortunately for him, the man out front is going to try and take it all.
See that lap rider kind of holding the arm up saying, hey, I'm out of the way.
There's that sneaky line. Anybody watching back in the pits, you watch this 746 on that sneaky inside line. He's squaring up that inside roller right before the finish.
And you can see he's doing such a good job of not rushing the track either. Like everybody else kind of slams into those berms, loses all that momentum. Trevor's almost floating on the top of it, you know?
That's what I was saying earlier, where he's not going to make the mistake himself. He's going to be patient. He's going to let the race come to him. And that's why if you want to beat him, you're either going to have to catch him and take the lead from him, or you're going to have to hope he gets a bad start. But for anybody upstate that's been to these big races, a bad start is probably not going to happen. It's one of Trevor's strong suits here is the starts, as you're seeing. Last year, I believe he went 4 for 4 on the whole shots in the A Moto. It's just hard to start from the back when the fastest guy's in the front here.
So there went the 57 machine of Logan Forward in the number 2 ride. Tossing a little style out over the big step up. Hazlitt back there in the 3 spot. Mowry and Grimaldi still your top 5.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these lap times here. The top 10 from 2nd to 10th, all within about a half a second of each other. So it just goes to show how important that start is, especially with this many guys on a track. A lot of guys with the same caliber of skill. As we see Grimaldi on track now on the screen.
Might have made some passes here. I'm not sure if we saw Hazlitt or Mowry.
That's Cleveland behind him.
So
Cleveland's got around Sorensen. I'm not sure when that happened, but last time we checked in on them, they were kind of tussling over that 6th place spot.
So Grimaldi now we're showing in 5, but I believe he might have picked up at least another spot. So all of a sudden that podium goal starting to become a little bit more realistic.
Yeah, we're going to look for that green bike. Hazlitt, I think he may have just come out of the split turn. Hard to say. You start getting into some of these lappers, you're not sure where he is. We'll wait for the live timing to update.
So, whoa, hang on to it now. Lap rider getting a little close for comfort there.
Yeah, that was a 6:21 at Ozog, possibly someone that was down off the start. Usually you'd see him up a little closer to the top 10. It looks like he's just kind of cruising his way to the finish line. So here we go. We got Grimaldi and Cleveland
and Mowry
right now.
Both check in, so that is 5th and 6th still, Grimaldi and Cleveland. That's how close they all are.
Yeah, you can see the track, as they're racing, the track is starting to get beat up. Lap times dropping from the first lap to where we are now, about halfway through, maybe 3/4 of the way through. We're seeing Schmidt dropped 2 or 3 seconds a lap, and everybody behind him forward. He was in the 142s, 143s. He's down to a 146. So as this race goes on, this track is getting more and more beat up.
Well, look at the edges of the track, how much of them they're using. There you go, Toby Cleveland to that far right-hand side. This straightaway right here getting chewed up with acceleration bumps headed into that big face as well.
Yeah, you can see these guys. These guys are A-riders for a reason. They're riding the edges of the track. They're looking for that smooth line. Whereas you see the younger guys, they haven't really learned yet. They're just going to bulldog through the braking bumps. But these guys want to make it easy on themselves. So it looks like Taylor Beckwith on screen. He's your 8th place rider. He should be right behind Sorensen.
So that fight
there
goes all the way to the back of the top 10 right there.
Yeah, like I said, you could throw a dart and hit someone on this race order. You know, if Taylor Beckwith got the start, I would not be surprised if he was up in the front. But you don't get the start, and you're trying to work your way through the pack. Not as easily said as done. So that is Logan Forward there, your 2nd place rider, up and over the double. He's coming into the final turn. The green flag should still be out, like you said earlier, 15 plus 1.
Yeah, a little bit longer here for the A class. Is Forward, solid run right now, a quietly solid run as well. He doesn't really have anybody just in front or behind of him, so kind of just focusing on his own ride.
Yeah, like I said, this is a great ride from Logan. He's no slouch by any means. He's done the Loretta's thing. You know, he's shown up and shown a lot of speed. But, I mean, these guys he's beaten, those are some national pro licensed riders. And I believe, I have not spoken to him personally. I saw Logan running a 3-digit number yesterday during practice. So I'm starting to believe he's probably going to make his pro debut at Unadilla next weekend. So he's going to throw his hat in the ring. And like we've said, move up the ranks, you know. He was in our B rider. He was a top B rider a couple years ago. Last year he went to A. Now he's going to make his way to the pro ranks and see how far they can take this thing.
Oh, a big get off. Is that Cleveland? Oh, no. What happened at the top of that high voltage step up as he takes the goggles off? That is heartbreak for Cleveland as he was having an incredible ride.
Yeah, we'll have to check the timing and scoring. It sure looked like the Husqvarna rider. So there's Grimaldi, and Cleveland's not there with him anymore. That was a big get-off. He kind of OJ'd a little bit into those acceleration bumps, and when the suspension rebounded him, he was just along for the ride. A tough break for Cleveland.
Man,
riding so well in this moto.
It's been a tough year for Toby on and off-road. He's not quite had the results in the woods he's been looking for. The guy's all heart. You know, he picks himself up every weekend, gets back to the races, and gives it another shot. And man, not what he needed here after having such a good start to that moto. But Grimaldi able to take a little bit of a breath now, not under fire near as much as he was, as Schmidt and Forward both check in.
Yeah, we're 9 laps into this thing. The white flag, there it is. The white flag should be coming out just looking at how the lap times are unfolding. I figured we were getting pretty close to that 15-minute mark. So that makes that hurts even more for Cleveland as he put that ride in all the way to the end. As you see Grimaldi working his way through the new section up top. He's going to drop back down into view for our spectators down here behind the start line. Running those edges, looking for any clean real estate that he can.
Yep, from left to right, trying to put some lines together, hopping and skipping up those bumps. As we head back now to Trevor Schmidt, your leader. Just about 3/4 of a lap to go now.
Yeah, and you see live timing updating. That did confirm what we feared. It was Toby that went down up on the top there. You see everybody in the top 10 moving up a spot. So hopefully he can be taken care of by all means. If he does need help, like I said earlier, that trail runs through. The trail system runs through the property. So our medical team is very vast with UTV accidents, ATV accidents. We got the best in the business up here if you're going to be in this sport to take care of you. So hopefully well wishes to him, and hopefully he's able to get up and they're going to take care of him well. As you see Schmidt trying to not get tangled up with these lappers here. It's been smooth the whole way. I think that should have been the checkered flag. I think he still got the white, though.
It's hard. Flipped it right there at the last
hard for
second.
that finish line flagger. He's got a lapper and the leader coming through at the same time. You almost got to be double jointed and be able to wave 2 flags at once.
Shout out to our finish line flagger there, as it's all checkered flags now for Trevor Schmidt, a first moto win. Looking like Logan Forward going to cross the line in the number 2 spot.
Yeah, that's Pistol Pete. He's a big CrossFit guy. He can,
okay.
he can swing 2 flags at once.
There you go. All right, well, it sounds like we got our man standing by. Let's hear from Insane Wes Kane.
All right, down here, and we're looking for Trevor Smith. Congratulations out there. He did a little double Lindy on me. Congratulations. Hey, you had the plan. You got the start. You took the win. How's it feel?
Oh, it feels good. Got some good laps and some say it.
Well, plan went as well on 450A. You got to get regrouped for the next one.
Yes, sir. I'll get the sand out of the throat from the lappers and we'll be back.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, they helped me a bunch. High Voltage Hills, great job with this event. They helped me out a little too. Moto Pro Graphics, Central Roadways, 110 Racing, and everybody, thanks.
Well, congratulations out there. Good job. Trevor Smith out there getting it done just like he did the last 3 years. He's going for a trifecta here, and we're going to kick it back to the booth. Let's talk about, Zach, the top 10 in that one.
All right, yeah, sounds good, Wes. Let's take a look at our North Country Hearth and Homes top 10. Trevor Smith grabbing the win. Logan Forward crossing the line in the number 2 spot, and Trevor Hazlett going to round out your top 3. Connor Mowry and Blake Grimaldi, your top 5. Devin Sorensen, Taylor Beckwith, Travis Delnicki, Nicholas McDonald, and Trey Bisham, your top 10. And going to try to round out the rest of our podium, chat it up just a little bit, hear about that first moto. You heard Trevor talk about those lappers getting a little thick there towards the ends of things. Rooston, our leader, poor guy, had to eat a little bit of roost like the rest of the field.
That's the price you pay for going so fast.
Yep, it's tough. It's tough being the leader out there.
That's all right. He can buy a lot of water with that purse money.
He's going to be doing just fine. We take a look at our race replay off the start.
Yeah, right off the start, like we said, Schmidt got the whole shot. And there's your pile up there in the first turn. You see a couple riders picking themselves up. Once Schmidt gets the whole shot here, he knows it's all but over. Someone's got to run him down. Here we got the battle with Cleveland and Sorensen. They tussled for a while. Looks like that's still Sorensen and Cleveland. This was a little earlier in the moto before Cleveland had his get off.
Yeah, and that was back and forth, too. We saw 4 or 5 passes between just those couple of riders, all shuffling around at the backside of the top 5. You see some insides and outsides, mistakes cutting back across. Cleveland was using every inch of the track there in that battle with Sorensen.
Yeah, that's what was so heartbreaking about the get off there is he had a good run going. You know, he was putting his work in, putting his laps in, and just one little, it wasn't even a mistake on him.
Here we go. He was trying to chase down Grimaldi. Watch this, the landing. It's just a little off balance, gets kicked forward, and after that, man, you're just along for the ride. He hops off, and there's a lot of speed you're carrying right there as well. So Tobley Cleveland going down, and you can see takes the goggles off just in frustration, I think. Hopefully okay physically. But Trevor Schmidt making his way around some lap riders and slow-moing it across the finish line, starting things off just like he wanted with a first moto win.
Yeah, that moto there looked like a repeat of last year. We threw a bunch more at him, but it didn't seem like it did anything to phase him.
He did get roosted this time.
He did. We did have some lappers.
Got some lap roost there, but
yep, that's a little bit of a help.
Yep, and going to have our 250A moto scheduled for 3 o'clock, I believe, so that will get fit into the program as necessary. So as we get a little closer, we'll try to let you know when we're going to fit in that 250A first moto as well.
Yep, that 250A moto going to be 3 o'clock, another 15-minute plus 1 lap moto. So the boys will get a chance to reset. Some of these guys, though, not sure where it falls in the order. Let's take a look at our race order. So these boys, a lot of these guys are going to be riding our college boy class. So we'll see. That might fall around 3 o'clock. You might have some guys out there doing double duty. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, not on this track. I'm not interested.
Yeah, see who's been eating the Wheaties.
Yeah, so like
now
Zach said,
getting the line reset with our women's class in 250 beginner. These riders thought they were going to be racing about 17, 18 minutes ago, but got to enjoy a nice pro ride there from the start line, and now.
Yeah, they had a front row seat.
Oh, yeah, that's the place to be. Able to watch those lines.
So let's see who was able to regroup. You know, they got the nerves going on the line, and then they said, hold on, let's back it off for a second.
Yep.
Yeah, they iced the kicker on this one. So we'll see. Looks like they got everybody in the gate. We're just waiting for the track to get cleared up here.
And once again, a big Thank you to all the fans and families and racers that have come to hang out with us this weekend. You see all the campers there in the background. A phenomenal turnout here for the 2025 New York State Championship. Looks like they just got the word to fire them up. One rider with a hand up in the air.
Yeah, if you're on site, definitely swing down Vendors Row down there. There's a lot of action going on down there. I saw someone selling maple syrup donuts.
No kidding.
Yeah, if we got an intermission, you know where to find me.
We
talked
live
earlier.
Taste testing here.
Slushy guys here.
Yep.
Obviously some food vendors. Rachel's down there selling all your high voltage apparel.
I love it.
Yeah, that maple syrup donut. Only in the Adirondacks are you going to find that.
Is that like maple syrup stuffed or?
Nope. So they make maple syrup flavored frosting and they put it on the top.
Wow,
Yeah,
that sounds dangerous.
Yeah, it's almost like a sugar-filled pancake, I think.
Woo! All right, well, if I start talking a lot faster, you know I've had one. Gates down. Speaking of faster, here come the fastest ladies in New York, our women's class.
Yeah, now that's not just New York. This is Anissa Ingersoll out front on the 61. She just came off a trip to Loretta, So yeah, fastest in New York. Also one of the fastest in the nation.
Yep,
so.
Anissa Ingersoll, one of the names I recognize from out at the ranch, had a very solid performance here in 2025 and putting it to good use once again here at the New York State Championship race. As she is out front early, it looks like, and already starting to open things up just a little bit.
Yep, this is another situation where you let her get the start and you're in for an uphill battle the whole moto.
Yep.
So
Anissa, one of those people that very kindly let me know that I was saying her name incorrectly. So
it's been a battle.
Hey, I get it. All right, that's the way my name is with spelling. All right, Zach. How many different ways can you spell it?
A lot.
A lot.
And yours is spelled one way I've never seen it spelled.
Really?
Yeah, they forgot a letter. At least I thought it.
Hey, tell that to Zach Efron. Nobody questions his name. So.
But
back to the ladies on track here. Couldn't quite tell who that rider was in second place. Already getting our top three spread out a fair amount here in this women's class. We did have that gate drop for 250 junior, or 250 beginner, I should say, as well. As the ladies making their way through.
Yeah, so for sure on the Cowie, that's a local. That's Harley Wood. I believe she's in around fourth or fifth. She's working her way through the split lane. We're really looking for numbers here on second and third.
We'll be coming across the stripe here in
absolutely.
just a moment.
Making our job easy.
Yes, helping us out.
So yeah, Anissa Ingersoll up front. Actually, is there such a thing as a triple sport athlete? I know we talk about dual sport.
Tri-sport? Tri-athlete?
She's a tri-sport athlete. She goes to college. She plays 2 sports in college.
No kidding.
College is over. She throws the gear on. Now here she is riding moto.
Wow, good for her.
Yep.
So it looks like Brittany Major there in the number 2 ride with Kristen Washington in third. Bailey Sheldon and Harley Wood fourth and fifth. Gabriella Naylor, Addison Platt, Joanna Fake, and Paige Lambombard, with Xadria Mercone rounding out your top 10. Garrett DeKillis, in the number 1 ride for your 250 beginner class in front of Caleb Zinger.
That's got to be first of the day I see nomination best name. Caleb Zinger.
Zinger.
He's obviously on a zinger right now. Second place.
Yeah, zinging in a podium spot right now, that's for sure.
See if he can hold it up there. Yep. As we're watching the top part of the track, Anissa Ingersoll still dropping down off the drop-off, just out on a nice Sunday cruise. You'll see Anissa in the 250B class, I believe. Sometimes she rides B, sometimes she rides college. Boy likes to get out there and mix it up with the boys. But it looks like Major holding her honest here. Only a 3-second gap. That's not very bad.
No, not at all. And yeah, 2025 Loretta's, I really do feel like was the year of the ladies. You know, we had some history being made. Racing Kyler grabbing a title in an open gender class. Yamina Burney doing a great job. And then Lachlan Turner kind of making note out there in the B class as well at Loretta's. And so, yeah, to see Anissa Ingersoll and a lot of these top lady athletes, not only racing in the women's class, but in those open classes as well. And they're slicing and dicing and mixing it up with the boys. I mean, the whole, you got beat by a girl, that doesn't carry any shame in my book, because these ladies are hauling the mail, and they've got the fitness to do it for however long the race is.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, we saw a lot of history being made down there at the ranch this year. Just crazy to see. I didn't catch the name on the girl that got second.
Yamina.
Yamina. She got second. A woman getting second, and somehow it was top when racing ended up winning the overall. So a lot of things to talk about there as far as the women. And even Lachlan getting a 9th in 250B is 10 years ago, that would be crazy to think.
Oh, absolutely.
And, it's been cool to see some of the girls breaking the barrier. Jordan Jarvis comes to mind, and now Lachlan coming up through. These girls, I don't believe Ingersoll is going to do it anymore. She was going to run the WMX race at Unadilla next weekend, but I believe, just with school and things like that, Mom and Dad told me her plate is full right now, so I believe she backed out of that, but possibly see Major there. I'm not sure to see where Major's from. She's from Connecticut, possibly up here, made a stop on the way to Unadilla to run that WMX series.
So wouldn't be surprised at all to see that. You've got some great battles headed up to the Lowville Honda Highlands.
Yeah, that's going to be Sheldon on the outside. Not sure if she's coming around a lapper or...
let's see. Whoa, got a little tank slapper going there.
Woo. Hold on.
Man, that was a close one.
Not sure. I think she might have been working her way around one of the beginner riders there. Let's check a number. The 50. Oh, no, Washington.
Oh, yeah. So, wow.
So, last time they came through at less than a second was the gap. So Sheldon moving up in a podium position. Washington going to slip back to fourth. She's going to have to regroup and see Sheldon, another one of the locals. She knows her way around this place. So Washington might have her work cut out for her here.
Sheldon pushing the pace. You see her jumping into that rut right there. Getting a big kick headed up the face of the table.
Yeah, this is where we're talking. You see him start to come up short. It gets so whooped out coming from that inside line. Now is where the outside line, it might not be faster in the turn, but as you come around the rest of the track, it's going to start to open it up and keep your momentum going. You're getting over these jumps a little cleaner.
Well, and we talk a lot about braking bumps. The acceleration bumps are just as big, if not bigger, here at high voltage. You're on the gas so hard headed up some of these spaces. Really starts to get whooped out. You can even see it coming up this finish line as well as they're getting ready to put another lap in the books. White flag coming out now for your women's class in 250 beginner.
Yeah, you see these girls coming up. It's whooped out all the way up the face of the finish line. If you know the trick here, it's coming up the right side and jumping over to the left. Just for all you people out there in the pits, we'll give you a little
inside secrets there. Yeah.
A little cheater code.
Supposed to charge for those, man.
And they have some people on the payroll.
Okay,
Don't worry
all right.
about that.
You didn't say you told them everything.
Yeah, I'll see him at the podium.
Okay, all right, perfect. So Anissa Ingersoll a lap away from bringing home a first moto win. She's going to make sure we know how to say her name with performances like this.
Oh, absolutely. I know I'm going to be in the doghouse if I don't say it right.
No, I love it. Like I said, polite correction. I'm all about it.
You get one.
Hey,
I know her mother. I know her mother well. After the first one, she's going to
let you know.
She's going to let you know.
Well, luckily I'm a quick learner. So.
So Major keeping her honest, though, only 5 seconds back. That's not bad at all. And then you see Sheldon back there in third. It looks like she's broken away from Washington a little bit. Joanna Fake on the 285, a nice ride there in fifth. Harley Wood still up there. She's your sixth place rider. Addison Platt on the 66. Good run from Addison. She ran down at Loretta's in the, is it girls, I believe?
Class,
9 to 15 is that the division, the age limitation there. But regardless, she's stepping up here into the women's class now. So Gabby Naylor on the 96 there. Lo Bombard in 9th and Kopahofer in 10th. Ingersoll going to take the checker flag here.
Gets it done.
Moto 1 win. Major comes through. We'll wait for timing to update here for our top 10.
Man, so an impressive ride there in that women's class. 250 beginner out there as well. Garrett DeKillis trying to grab the win in front of Caleb Zinger and Sam Kelly. 1, 2, and 3. As we get 65 open, 7 to 11 on the line.
Man, these girls make it look easy.
And it's impressive. I mean, like we said, this year that's been the talking point. And I mean, even the women's class, jumping up with the full-size grown men, it's impressive to see. I mean, I have no problem saying Jordan Jarvis, being a North Carolinian, she's beaten me several times, and yeah, I don't think anybody has any shame in saying that. They are rolling out there, and so it's fun to watch and very impressive. That WMX series has been a ton of fun to watch as well. I know they just had their race over at Ironman, and Lala, I believe, got the job done once again. So it's really cool to see the celebration of the female athletes in this sport. And then, yeah, I mean, the future's looking bright. Racing Kyler, Yamina Burning, the list goes on and on. These young ladies continue to push the pace. Mayla Herrick, just to name a couple. As we take a look now at our North Country Hearth and Homes top 10 from our women's class. Anissa Ingersoll, your winner. Brittany Majors, and Bailey Sheldon 2 and 3. Kristen Washington and Joanna Fake, your top 5. As look at this, Gates already down 65, 7-11, off and rolling. That's the 916 of Landon Miles trying to grab the early race lead. Wyatt Whitmore, Grant Earl, Sal Adgliato, Oliver Jackson, Earl Becker, Victor Gatry, Luca Briggs, Nolan Randazzo, Gabriel Roque, Tanner Bruckman, Samuel Morris, Easton Steely, Dylan Roque, Peter Mancuso, Ty Roque, Logan Slater, Jerry McNeil, Seth Miller, Colton Tubbs, Eli McNair, Hudson Usmail, Max Hoffman, and Colton Schultz all off and rolling here in 65. 7-11, and look at the pass right there around the outside. I couldn't tell who that was. That might have been, I don't even know. Looked like some electrical tape numbers there.
Earlier when we had all these guys on the track and they were fresh in my mind, I could have told you. I was honestly impressed you pulled that number so fast off the start. You didn't even look at the list.
I recognized the color of the bike. It's the little cues. That's the 14 of Vagel. That's who I thought it was.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't see him in my list. On the list.
Okay. Late entry here.
I wanted to say Vagel, but I didn't see him on the list. So he went back to the truck, told Dad, jet this thing a little different. Because now he's got the power.
Yeah,
We saw him in that earlier moto struggling to run the pace up front. He was there, but he couldn't make the pass stick.
He's got the power.
Things have changed in a hurry here.
Man, he's put that power to the ground. Look at that, already stretching things out as he is hopping and skipping his way through these braking bumps.
I noticed at Loretta's, that's the new thing now, to double the braking bumps.
The Jet Lawrence effect.
Yeah, it's crazy how you can change the whole sport, one guy.
Yep, the Jet effect is in full swing out here, and it's kind of completely changed the way a lot of these kids not only are riding, but the way they want to set their bikes up. They want it to be a little hoppier so they can kind of pogo their way around, and, man, it's fun to watch for sure.
Before you know it, they're going to be calling people mate. And,
oh, yeah.
We'll all be Australians.
Crikey.
So it looks like we got some people rolling through the finish line here. First lap, transponders kicking in. Vagel out front. Obviously, we were talking about that. The 71 of Logan Slater, your second place rider. The 45 of Tubbs. He was back a little bit off the start. He's up into third. Here he comes. He's on screen now, charging down the hill behind Slater. Just based off what we saw earlier, Tubbs is one you would expect to see moving towards the front of the field like he is.
Yeah, it looks like he's bringing somebody along with him there. That might be Roque.
Yep, we saw Roque running up front earlier in, I believe it was the 50 class.
Yep,
possibly
the 50
the 60s. So they know their way around here. Then you got Bruckman in 5th, Attigliato 6th, Grant Earl 7th, Samuel Morris 8th, Oliver Jackson 9th, and Landon Mills. What happened to Mills there? He had the whole shot. He's back in 10th now at the end of the first lap. Must have had some problems out there. Didn't catch it on track. We'll see if he can make his way back up, though.
Yeah, maybe a little tip over or something. You lose so many spots so quickly there on lap number 1, but Hudson Vagel, man, what an impressive opening lap. He has stretched things out 8.2 seconds on that first lap. And got to think that's only going to grow as Slater, Tubbs, and Roque fight it out for the backside of the podium. Bruckman and Attigliato 4th, 5th, and 6th.
So we'll give you one of those gentle corrections. This is Harrison Vagel.
Harrison Vagel, you're correct. Yeah.
No fault of your own. We're going to blame the parents. I believe there's 5 brothers, and all of their names start with H, I believe. There's a Henry, a Hudson, a Harrison. They last year we saw them. I went over and spoke with them. We did a little bit for Racing TV with them. They had one rider on a 50, and the oldest brother was riding the A class. I'm pretty sure they went to the dealership. They had every bike. They had a 50, a 60, an 85, a 125, a 250, a 450.
Take one of each.
Yeah, they just load the trailer up, backed right up to the KTM dealership, and they loaded the bikes up.
Man, yeah, you are 100% right. Harrison Vagel leading the way. Look at this battle as the white flag comes out. Colton Tubbs the long way around. Logan Slater for that second place ride. Dylan Roque right back there as well in 4th, with Bruckman now crossing the line as well. Yeah, I remember that Vagel family. That is a ton of machines.
Yep, they backed up the Red Bull KTM semi, and they just started unloading bikes.
Whatever you got, we'll take it. So watching the battle right now between Tubbs and Slater.
Yep, Tubbs got around him. Slater had the skis out. I don't know if it caught him off guard. You see some yellow flags out here. We'll check the rider down. Looks like he's up. One of the track workers helping him. So we're going to bounce back here, Tubbs and Slater. It took Tubbs a little bit to get by him once he got to him, but now here he is. Yep, these kids are wild. I wouldn't jump that on a 125.
Man, and you can tell they're just barely making it, too. They have to get all 65 cc's to the ground if they want to get that thing.
That is everything they got.
But, man, what an impressive ride for Harrison Bagel.
That's right. You don't want mom storming in here. Get the kids right.
Please don't. I apologize. But, man, and you can just tell, you can see the confidence, the little style in the air. He's just flowing right now. He's not riding over his head. Did exactly what he needed to do. Sprinted in those opening laps, and now just kind of cruising to 2:12 on that last lap. He's backed the pace back down. 7.5 seconds the gap, which is another thing that we see. The Jet Lawrence style, hey, I'm going to get a couple seconds out, get comfortable, and then I'm going to just relax. I'm not going to worry about trying to get a 30-second gap if it doesn't naturally happen. So 7 seconds, just as good as a minute and 7 seconds as far as how far you are out front.
Yep, we saw him over that tabletop. He took a look over,
did
a little sightseeing, making sure they were still where they thought they were. And then you get back to the Jet Lawrence effect. He's doubling the rollers into the corner. Nice up over the top. He's going to cruise his way home to a first moto win here. Yeah, they'll find a braking bump anywhere.
Little hop, little checker flag, little
wheelie up the hill,
and a little win there for race 15, 65 7-11. Harrison Bagel going to get the job done. Colton Tubbs crosses the line in second. Logan Slater going to round out your podium as we'll get ready for that top 10 here in just a moment. An impressive ride there for the number 14, though. At least they're not all the same number, too.
Yeah, that could be a real problem.
That would be difficult.
Goes to show you, though, what a start can do for you.
Bagel,
he was out front early. He didn't have to put much work in. Lead a couple laps. That confidence started to grow.
Well, and I want to see Bagel and Tubbs go at it. Tubbs a 2:09 on that last lap. He was charging all the way to the checkers. And so we'll see maybe a little better start there in Moto 2, and we can have a fight for that championship on our hands.
Yeah, you're looking at over 20 entries this, possibly had a bad gate selection. You know, a number of things could have happened to him. But he put himself in position for a fight at the overall tomorrow, and maybe we do get that head-to-head battle.
So here we go, the North Country Hearth and Homes top 10. Harrison Bagel, Colton Tubbs, Logan Slater, Dylan Roque, Tanner Bruckman round out your top 5. Landon Miles, Sal Attigliato, Grant Earl, Samuel Morse, and Max Hoffman, your top 10 in 65 7-11. As now we take a look at our 450B, race 16 coming up next. Jacob Hawk on the 983, Thomas Horton on the 903, Brady Conroy on the 891, Jaden Sevier on the 812, Alex Harris on the 805, Christopher Cook on the 717, the 662 of Mark Harchie, the 623 of Brandon McDonald, Joseph Meyer on the 444, Brady Colbert on the 310, Tyler Tilson on the 224, Nico Holmes on the 212, 204 of Reed Murray, Zach Conwizars on the 172, Chaz Quinto on the 171, Nick Brownell on the 145, the 127 of Wyatt Earhart, Nolan Lilly on the 123, the 120 of Daniel Berry, Adam Forshee on the 110, Polly Best on the 91, Joey Bishop on the 85, the 82 of Ivan Vinny. Taking a look, Maxwell Carbone on the 72, Anissa Ingersoll back out there on the 61. You see her on screen. Zach Canning on the 51, Caleb Thrasher on the 50, Michael Lockwood the 45, Deegan Thrasher on the 33, Trevor Alguire on the 261, the 23 of Camden Siegel, the 17R of Trent Alguire, Pat Basuti on the 14, Dylan Rose on the 12, the 011 of Justin Lombard, and Matt Bogdan on the 04, all sitting on the gate.
You mentioned the 33 of Thrasher there. Remember earlier we were talking about the memorial lap. Sometimes they bring this bike out. Keep the memory alive. It sounds like Deegan chose to bring the bike out for this weekend. It's a big race. He wants to show off for his dad. So I know he's riding that 33 in memory of his dad, so we'll see what he can do out here. Looks like the 82 of Venn, the 928 of Bagel, Ingersoll on screen on the 61. Just a couple of the riders we could expect to see up front here in this one.
Yeah, it'd be cool if we could pan down the gate, see if we can try to find that 33 here as they're making those last bit of preparations on the gate. And there you see, getting a great look down from our lineup. And last bit of preparations before that gate goes down.
Yeah, we didn't see him down there. He's got a bad gate pick.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's far on the outside. He's going to have to get one heck of a jump. So here we are. The one, it's sideways and the gate's down. 450B off and rolling.
Yep, there's Vagel on the inside. Looks like Bishop on the 85 going to pinch him off.
36 entries here in 450B. It's a couple of KTMs battling at the front, and it looks like it's the 85 grabbing the early race lead, Joey Bishop.
Yep, we saw Bishop out there earlier. I believe that was the plus 25 class, if I remember correct. He was running up front in that one. And Vagel just absolute send. Gave him a scrub and a whip, and he is off.
There you see the rest of the field launching their way up that Lowville Honda Highlands, but you said that was Vagel making a quick pass and taking the lead early. One rider down on that inside roller. There you see the 14 up in the mix as well. He's battling with the 011.
Yeah, that's Bassetti on the 14. We haven't seen him for probably a year or two, but it looks like whatever he's been doing is working. He's up front early in this one.
And La Bombard on the 011.
Yep, the 12 of Dylan Rose up there. Let's see, that's Ven on the Yamaha there, the 82. But they're all chasing the 982 of Vagel. I could tell just the way he scrubbed off that double up the hill. There was an urgency to get to the front, and he just wanted to get up there and check out on these guys.
Yeah, and that seems to be the strategy if you can here. If you can break away early, kind of tough once the back half of that top 5 or so start to all get into a fight to really chase him down.
Yeah, it doesn't take long. You start battling back and forth, switching up lines with somebody. Before you know it, you lose 3-4 seconds a lap. And you get to second, and you look up the track, and you just say, oh, man, it's a long ways up there.
Hudson Vagel, Joey Bishop, Pat Basutti, Ivan Vinny, and Justin LaBombard, your top 5. Nico Holmes, Dylan Rose, Jaden Sivier, Paulie Best, and Hammond Siegel, your top 10. As the battle's on here at the top end of the top 5. Bishop battling it out with Basutti.
Yeah, you can see these guys getting bucked all over the place as they come up that hill. There isn't much of a flat line here.
Man, how about that cutback line from Vinny on the 82?
Yeah, Ivan Venn, no stranger to this place. That was one of those local lines.
Yeah.
He knows when the track gets rough, you come around that tower and you square that line up. Now he's going to go around the outside of Bassetti.
Wow, Venn absolutely flying right now. Gets a rider in the last 2 corners.
Yeah, things starting to happen quick for the 85 of Bishop. It looks like he's been passed by a couple people now. Looks like Nico Holmes got him as well. It's got to be tough. He's in your plus 25 class. He's going to come out here and try and tangle with these 18-years-olds. These guys are salivating at the mouth.
Yeah, this guy, Bishop there, 27 years old, duking it out there in the B class in the plus 25. And Rocket off the start and still in a solid spot too. Just going to need to kind of regroup. When things start happening fast, you get in that kind of quicksand. One mistake leads to another. You need to regroup and start marching his way back forward. La Bombard just behind him. And then looks like maybe, I can't tell if that's Sevier just behind him, maybe McNeil. We've already got some changes going on there inside the top 10. They'll be getting ready to go back across the stripe. Hudson Vagel still out front leading the way, but how about Venn absolutely flying with the 212 trying to come along with him.
Yeah, Holmes made a lot of passes that lap, and it looks like he's already ready to go after Venn. Yeah, he ran it right in there. He's not wasting any time here. No. These young kids, it's like watching a 250 National right from the drop of the gate. They're wide open.
Look at this. Holmes going to start to close the door off on Venn right there.
Yeah, so Holmes, obviously the rider on the move here. He's already pulled a couple bike lengths on him. So we'll see. We got an 8-second gap up to Vagel.
He was 145 compared to a 144 from Vagel, so he's going to have to step it up even more for that. He's got the style figured out, but he's got to ask for just a little bit more if he wants to track down Vagel for that lead. There you see Vagel just jumping out of sight as Venn about halfway down that straight.
I'm interested to see. That was Holmes ran at 145 there. That was coming through traffic though. Now he's got clean air. So let's see. We'll check that lap time back. When they come back around, we'll see how that lap time unfolds now that he's got some clean air. You see the 14 of Bassetti on track, your 4th place rider.
Bit longer of a moto for these guys, 5 laps for this 450B class. You see those ruts starting to develop in the face and the chatter braking bumps leading right up to it.
Yeah, this is not a good time. This track is starting to get real beat up. We're only halfway through the day here.
Yep.
We got another 14 motos to go. So as the day goes on, it's just going to keep getting rougher and rougher.
Little glance over there across the tabletop there for La Bombard on the 11.
not letting him off the hook
No,
here.
91 not giving up though. Best trying to get the best of him in that corner.
Yeah, Paulie Best. Sounds like a Mafia guy. Paulie Best. Hey, it's Paulie. Don't let my kid, boy.
Yeah, best guy I ever known. So you got Bombard going wide there. Wow, that was, I don't know what that was.
Yeah, I don't know about that line. He took the don't follow method
Yeah.
a little too far on that one. Looks like Bishop, that's going to let him pull up alongside. And Dylan Rose, another one of those plus 25 guys, trying to mix it up with the young boys.
Yeah, Bishop and Rose both lost a couple of spots. They were further up a few laps ago, so things happening quick as they're trying to remount a charge forward. One rider down just ahead, not sure who that was. That's 23 of Siegel. He was in that fourth place spot, so going to give up a few positions there.
Yeah, tough break. Probably caught some of that hard pack underneath the sand and catches you by surprise. You catch that wheel spin when you're not ready for it. So he'll remount. We'll see if he can't come back up through. Looking at the lap time. Holmes was fastest on track, but not by a bunch, just over a second. So I'm not sure if that's going to work when you're trying to cut into an 8-second lead.
And Siegel going way wide there and then cutting back underneath as he's trying to put pressure on the 91 of Best. I believe that's going to be for maybe the 6th, 7th place spot.
Yeah, I believe that's going to be 6. I see Bassetti up a little farther on the Honda.
Ooh, little mistake there.
Yeah, they both kind of made a mistake and ran it wide. I was going to try and come up the inside. We'll see if Best can pinch him. He's not going to be able to pinch him off. He ran it in there, though. You saw the kick coming from the braking bump.
Full commitment for the 23 as he makes the pass. Or
Not
does
so
he? Wait a
soon
second.
here.
Oh, look at this. Charging into the corner. The 91 slams the door back on him. So Best says, hang on a second. The fight is on as Vagel, Holmes, and Vin all check in 1, 2, and 3.
Yep, white flag coming out now. Bassetti up there in 4th. He picked up that position when Siegel went down. So now, Siegel did a good job regrouping, though. He's still in this fight.
Continue to watch. There is Nico Holmes in the number 2 spot. Vagel just a bit too far up ahead, almost 9 seconds the gap.
Yep, there's Vagel there on screen. We're checking in with our leader here. Not much going on. This is a good race here for him. You know, anytime it's a nice, easy cruise, you don't have much to go back to the pits and talk about. That's a good moto when you're out front. You see him hopping in. That Jet Lawrence again.
Just popping
and skipping.
Everything's a jumping to make it work. So
the days of bulldogging are maybe over. These young kids seem to all pick it up so quick. Again, look back again.
Yep, look. That's what I'm saying. There's different styles now. Yeah, the kids do it
the wheelies.
That's a Vagel trade right there.
Wheeling the braking bumps.
Seems like the Vagel boys like to get it on the back wheel there.
Dang kids and their dirt bikes. Nice little scrub there. He's going to roll to the finish line. The 928 of Hudson Vagel. He's going to take your moto win. We're looking for, oh, Holmes is on the ground. Oh, boy, we got to shake that bump
wait
front.
a second. Second place going down.
Last turn. We're going to have to check here. We'll wait for the timing to update. I'm not sure if he had enough of a gap over Ben. Looks like he did. Yep. So he's still. Oh, Ben was on a cruise. So that's where you're seeing you don't give up on the last lap. You see Ben just kind of cruising to the finish. If he was still pushing, he might have been there. Pick up that spot. And then Siegel on the 23.
He never gave up either. Picked up, I believe, another spot. Look at this.
All the way to the finish.
Oh, Labombard and Rowe going at it. Oh, and he goes down. Right there leading to the finish comes together. Oh, man. Not the way he wanted to end that moto, but, man, he was taking it all the way to the flag. Checkers or wreckers.
Yeah, he caught that right there where the cutout is for the small bike track. He caught the edge of that with the front tire. As we look at our North Country Hurricane Holmes top 10, it was the number 1 rider was Hudson Vagel on the 928 KTM. Nico Holmes came across in 2nd. Ivan Venn 3rd. Camden Siegel 4th. Pat Bassetti in 5th. Paulie Best was 6th. Justin LeBombard was 7th. Zach Canning 8th. Reed Murray 9th. And Joey Bishop able to hang on for the 10th place position.
So how about that? What a battle there in 450B race 16. As now look at this, an absolute stacked 450C class, 42 riders sitting on the gate. You can't fit another one even if you tried.
Nope, we got 450C on the line. There's 42 entries here. We might have people on the outside where there is no gate. You got the 004 of Derek Mogul Jr., the 8 of Caden Lindsay, the 18 of Cole Murphy, the 19 of Carson Lindeker, the 21 Max Murphy, 22 Seth Moser, 40 Bronx Edwards, the 60 Matthew Brooks, the 78X of Ren Sharp, the 79 of Gabriel D. Fiore, the 90 of Gavin Jensen, 95 Carter Erickson, 98 Caleb Marin, 114 Brett Furman, the 116 Jeffrey Bowker, 117X Jamison Van Week, the 117 of Brody McKetchum, the 171 Joseph DeNigro, 177 is Caleb Kempa, the 178 Jeffrey Scruggs Jr., 217 Kyle LeBeau, 222 Colt Wachowski, 235 Alex Palo, the 237 Aiden Garrison, 277 Louis Castiglia Jr., 331 Wesley Mason, 331X is Seth Rose. Zach, let me hear the rest of them.
Taking a look now, gate is down. We're off and rolling. Caleb Bester on the 388. The 409 of Davin Peck. Christopher Farino on the 421. As they battle there through turns 1 and 2. Oh, one rider going down. He's going to collect a few with him. The 422, Callum Schrader. The 427 of Wyatt Mason. Zachary Roser on the 469. You see 5 or 6 of those riders getting caught up in that first turn crash. As just after that, the 555, Joseph Roser, Riley Carey on the 722, Jonathan Dumblewhiskey on the 777, Xavier Hulse on the 813, 828 of Jackson Brunner, Ezra Hughes on the 847, Colin Leonard on the 891, the 900 of Maddox Clark, and the 921 of Blaine Riffenberg. Your 450C class off and rolling.
I believe Louis Castiglia Jr. on the 277 should be your first place rider. He got the whole shot. Stayed away from all that carnage we saw on the backside of the screen. We'll start checking in our second, third, and fourth place riders.
Yeah, it looked like that crash kind of started about mid-pack or so.
Yeah, absolutely. The inside started flowing to the outside, and it turned into a big log jam.
Ooh,
yep, nice save bumps there. Yeah, these braking bumps will reach up and get you. A lot of these guys haven't been on the track for a few hours. Yep. Practice, it was nice and smooth. Track was prep. So you come out here and this track starts getting whooped out, braking bumps everywhere. It's a little bit of a surprise. Plus, you're looking at our C-class riders. Some of these guys a little newer to the sport.
Yeah, not sure if I'm recognizing really any of these names from Loretta's this year. I know with the AMA rule, if you go to Loretta's in the C-class, you have through the rest of the calendar year to race C before you have to move up. So some of these riders might be kind of looking to cap off their C-class career. Is Brody McKeechern shown as leading the way. Louis Castiglia in the number 2 spot. Caleb Marin, Caleb Bester, and Xavier Hulse, your top 5, with Schrader, Farino, Vogel, Sharp, and Lindeker, your top 10. Look at the battle that we've got here at the top end of this 450C class. The top 3 all battling for the lead.
Yeah, Castiglia is not trying to waste any time here. He wants to get to the front. There's definitely, like we've seen already today, a bit of an urgency. He's trying to get that clean air, trying to get around McKetchern. Oh, big kick there.
Big kick right there.
Kick in the saddle. Thank his suspension guy. Got to send him a steak dinner, because if that rebound was any faster, he was going over the bars.
So that is the 117, and then I think that's actually Marin in the number 2 spot on the 98. So he's gotten around Castiglia. So Marin, the man on the charge, as he's running the fine line. Look at that. He's going to go way out wide. He pulls up alongside. Can he close the door? Yes. Takes the long way around and makes the pass happen. So Marin absolutely on rails right now in this 450C class.
Yeah, that was quick. Half a lap, third to first. He got around Castiglia so quick, I thought that was Castiglia going to the front.
Man, so had to earn it, but certainly did, as he now puts a few bike lanes between himself and second place.
Yeah, McKetchern's going to have to follow him and try and learn these lines, or else he's going to be in trouble here.
Well, and like you said, he's still dancing around a little bit, so anything can happen as McKetchern ducks back to the inside.
Yeah, he's still going to be there. He's going to put the pressure on him. Maybe force a mistake. Maybe Marin makes a mistake all on his own as they come across the finish line. Transponders update. Here we go.
Hang on. McKetchern's got something to say about it. He pulls up alongside.
Yeah, he was nice about it.
Yep.
He's going to have the inside here.
Going to close the door on him, just kind of.
Yeah, he pinched him off.
Oh, wait a second. I don't know if that's what he meant to do right there.
It's going to work for him.
Watch out. If I was Marin, I don't know how much I'd like that one.
Yeah, it's one thing to pinch him off. It's another thing to run
Take
him
it all the way
way
to the corner, exactly. So
Yeah.
Marin in the full tuck position, going to get Arrow. And he's going to go wide. This is where he made the pass a lap ago. Let's see. He tucks back underneath this time.
Yeah, I was expecting McEachern to come back to the inside there.
Yep.
I think Marin was as well, and then he got the surprise there. So Marin's going to have to regroup.
And you see Marin fired up, almost overrides that bike right there. Back in, steps out. He's going to lose time. Get a good shot of some of the marbles that this track has as well. Those rocks starting to come to light as we get deeper into this high voltage sand.
Yeah, the more this track gets chewed up, it's almost like the rocks grow in the dirt. But, you know, they do a good job, as you see. Yeah, like you said, he's overriding it at this point. He needs to calm down a little bit and regroup. But, yeah, the rocks do come up here. They'll catch you off guard. There's the pass.
How about that? So Marin, as soon as he calms down a little bit, all of a sudden he makes it happen.
Yep, McEachern left the inside open. He chose to go the outside. Now they're going to flip-flop. Nobody wants that inside line.
I'm going to take the lead and go to the outside. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll do the same thing.
Yeah, maybe it's an agreement they made before. They're just going to see how many passes they can make in one lap.
Wow, look at this. Whoa, Marin almost goes down, taking the wide line. The white flag comes out. Whoa, he jumps over the hay bale right there.
He almost did a little freestyle
wheel tap.
I thought we had Axel Hodges out here.
Jeez, he's going for it here in the C class. These guys are full. Oh, hang on to it. Marin gets a kick. Anything is possible here in the C class. Castiglia back there with the popcorn just watching.
This feels like a C-class moto.
Man. Oh, man, yeah, it is. I don't even know. This is. Meanwhile, now McEachern maybe just now able to take a bit of a breath. He doesn't hear anybody right behind him.
Well, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here because they are putting on a show here in the wrong way.
As now Castiglia trying to get back into it as well. He wants a piece of this fight. Lap rider takes a look over.
Yep, McEachern going to start going to the inside. Now that he's got the lead, it's the last lap. We're done going to the outside.
Yep. Okay, now let's be
We're
serious.
not leaving the door open anymore. We had our fun. Riding the two-stroke out there. He's down back into view for our spectators.
Picking his way through some lap traffic. Like we said, 42 riders in this class. So kind of surprised to see that hasn't been more of a factor. As the white flag out just about half a lap or so for McEachern right there.
Working his way around the 171. That's Joe DeNigro. We saw him down in the first turn in that big mess. He's going to take a look over his shoulder. McEachern is. Marin is still there. He's not really that close. I don't think anything's going to come of this unless he makes a mistake. And here we go. Still full send. The pass is always possible in his head.
Hey, that's the C-class mentality, man. It isn't over till it's over. There we go. McEachern brings out the checkered flag.
Yep, checkered flag did come out. I think he got mixed up in those lappers.
I'm still seeing the white. I did not see the checkers come out right there.
On live timing, we got checkers from McEachern, Marin, and Castiglia.
Oh, hang on a second. Racing TV, I need to go back and watch.
Yep,
checkers now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he came through. There was two lappers, and I think he got mixed up. From where the finish line flagger is, that tree line there makes it hard to see when they're coming around the turn. But I think he just got it mixed up with the lappers. Live timing is showing us checkered flag. Castiglia Jr. up in third. Callum Schrader fourth. Derek Vogel fifth. These guys giving a high five. Say, yeah, outside line's fast. Go to the inside. All right, I'll go to the outside.
Same thing next moto. So here we go. Let's take a look at your top 10. Brody McEachern, your winner. Caleb Marin and Louis Castiglia at 1, 2, and 3. Callum Schrader, Derek Vogel, Xavier Hulse, Caleb Bester, Gavin Jensen, Rich Sharp, and Carson Lindeker, your top 10. As we give you a little look at our Racer TV replay here, 42 riders, as full of a gate as you can get. Headed into turn one. Watch this, fading to the outside. Oh, a little bit of bar banging turns into a bunch of bars banging. As they get things picked back up, going to get off and rolling again. But man, what a battle we had at the front end of the field. Our top three, look at that, 3 wide going at it. Marin was getting wild. He was trying to make some moves. Castiglia was getting in the mix, but Marin and McEachern going at it for the lead, back and forth, past 4 or 5 times, I feel like, throughout this moto. Several of which were on the outside. And man, just when you thought one guy had secured the lead, you get passed right back.
Yeah, if you pull up your phone, you say, Siri, show me a video of a 450C moto, it's going to pull this up.
Yeah, this is a
This
great
had
one.
all the makings. They're banging each other. He didn't even want the inside line. He said, I'll run you even farther. That was McEachern and Marin when they had their scrap. And then here he was going back to the outside, left the inside open. Marin back to the front. And then I believe it was this turn right here, wasn't it, when Marin went to the outside and McEachern back to the inside.
Get it right back again. Yeah.
Do you think this was scripted?
I don't know, but if so, I want to talk to the scriptwriter because that was fun to watch. As these guys kept it interesting all the way to the finish. We drop the gate now on race 18, 450 beginner and 55 plus.
Yep, 55 out first. It looks like the 9 of Gene Nyman going to lead the 513 of Daryl Smith off the start. You got the 24 of Edwin Reich, the 39 Todd Kinney, the 43 of Steve Shiver, 97 Don Clark, 108 Salvatore Gasto, 197 Peter Lawrence, 223 Edward Nadeau, 231 Taz Nichols, 299 Mark Giannini, 338 Dominic Aldi, 357 James Dempko, 434 Scott Smith, 716 Jared Abbott, and the 948 of Paul Burfine are the 15 entries in the plus 55 class. Real quick, if you're seeing what I'm seeing, it looks like Daryl Smith on the 513 to the lead around Nyman.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. Taking a look, a couple of passes being made there inside that top 5, but I believe you're correct on that top spot.
We also have the 450 beginner class out here. That's going to be the 11 of Trevor Feinberg, the 14 of Bailey Fletcher, the 68 Timothy Eastman, 102 of Braden Romanowski, 116 Jeffrey Bowker, 222 of Madison DiFiore, the 224 of Patrick O'Hara, 277 of Matthew Geisler, and the 585 of Sam Kelly. That is your 450 beginner class. Zach, I'm going to tell you there's two things that I don't think should be in the same sentence, and that's 450 and beginner.
Yeah, that's a lot of bike for anybody that considers himself a beginner, that's for sure. So, well, hopefully everybody going to ease their way into this. And, of course, that beginner class, a cool function as well. Those riders all kind of getting together around the same speed. And that's one of those classes where you can be moved up between today and tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. From one week to the other, they're very strict on your beginner status. If you've raced a novice class before, what you see here is a lot of guys try and sneak in. You race novice. They want a shot at that number 1 plate. They'll drop back to beginner. And the referees quick to see that name. This day and age with technology, it's all in the system. You're not squeaking that one by.
Not fooling anybody as Daryl Smith checks in, leading the way in 55 plus. Gene Nyman and Mark Giannini in the third place spot. Steve Shriver and Edward Nadeau. Bailey Fletcher leading the way in 450 beginner with Sam Kelly and Jeffrey Bowker, 2 and 3.
Yeah, we're getting a little closer to Gene Nyman's territory. 66. We had another few. Do they got a plus 65 class?
It's entirely possible. They got a plus 60. It's available, but I don't think we're racing it here today. So 55 is as low as he wants to go.
We're maxed out.
We're as high as we can get.
The Iron Man, Gene Nyman. I don't think I've ever seen him race without roll-offs. Pretty sure he just rolls over to the next moto.
Interesting.
I mean, you never have to load your tear-offs.
Yeah, fair enough.
Just every month or so, put a new canister in there.
Once in a blue moon.
Yeah, Gene Nyman, a local legend up here. He's been racing 66 years. He might have been racing when he was 1.
He's been going for it just since birth.
So it's still Daryl Smith out front here. Looking to see who we got on screen, kind of filtering through some of our 55 riders, some of our beginner riders. We'll wait and see if we can't lock on to somebody here.
Man, really starting to see this track get chewed up as well. Those acceleration bumps, perfect example right there. Almost like rollers coming off the face of those jumps.
Yeah, that's what I was saying this morning about how dry the track's going to be without that rain. Last year, that jump face might have had some ruts into it, but when it dries out like this, you get kind of a true sand track feel where you start getting those acceleration rollers. The braking bumps, obviously, you're going to get those anywhere, but they definitely get a little extreme here when the track gets dry like this.
Well, and on top of that, you touched on that hard base. You're seeing some of those square edge bumps kicking people really hard as well. So kind of get I don't know if it's the best of both worlds or maybe the worst of both worlds, but you definitely get some characteristics of both with the sand on top and then that hard base on the bottom. You see those braking bumps chattering there as we watch the 513 of Smith, another lap in the books.
Yep, Daryl, another local rider here. He usually comes up every year. He'll be at Loretta's every year. I know he was down there in at least one class this past week. And then it's still Gene Nyman and Giannini, 2 and 3. Bailey Fletcher just comes through in the beginner class. Waiting to see who comes through in second here. Fletcher looks like he started to open up pretty good in that beginner class. This is one of those situations you're talking about. They might see this performance and next week say, come on, buddy, time to go to the C class.
Yeah, he had 6 on that first lap, 15 seconds now, the gap between himself and Jeffrey Bowker now in second.
Yeah, Bowker moved up on that lap. Sam Kelly was your your second place rider on the first lap there, so he still hasn't come through. Possibly ran into some issues on track. Yeah, Braden Romanowski now up into third, so don't have anything solid to prove it, but you got to believe Sam Kelly had a bit of an incident out there, maybe a tip over in a turn, couldn't get the bike fired or something like that. As you see, the 513 and Daryl Smith still on track here on camera. Still slowly opening up over the 9 of Nyman.
Yeah, Smith just kind of picking his way around here. Doesn't seem like he's, I don't want to say in too much of a hurry, but it seems like he's letting the race come to him, right? He's standing late into those corners, looking for those smooth lines.
Yeah, this is a typical Daryl Smith race. He's not going to bulldog it out here. He's 55. He knows the game. He lets the race come to him. He takes his time, picks his lines. You see him getting the white flag here. Not, like you said, not in a hurry. That's the main thing. If you're watching a Daryl Smith moto, he's never really in a hurry. For anybody, I'll give you the inside line. If you're down at Loretta's, you go over to Smith Camp for Taco Tuesday.
What?
Yep.
Well, that would have been nice to know last week.
Barb makes some mean tacos.
Barb, hit me up next year. Big Taco guy.
See him drop down here. We got a lap rider in front of him. Like we're saying, no hurry.
Yep.
Let that
good
guy
off of
go.
that berm right there. Yeah, that was nice.
Go around him, work his way around that. Probably one of the beginner riders he's starting to come up to.
Standing up on those pegs too, absorbing all those bumps.
Yeah, it looks like maybe we can get a shot of Nyman, Burfen, and Shiver. Nyman had a slow lap there. It looks like a couple seconds separating second, third, and fourth on the live timing.
Yeah, Burfield and Shriver look like they're right there.
Yeah, you see Nyman ran a 2:25. The other two were 10 seconds a lap, so he probably laid it down in one of these turns. Should see him come here into the Lava Highlands. So we're still focusing on Daryl Smith. Just slowly working his way around. It almost looks like he's on a parade lap.
Just picking and choosing it, and it's one of those go slow to go fast, I think.
Absolutely.
Right? He's locked in. He's doing exactly what he needs, and so, yeah, doesn't have to worry about it at all as he's opened up almost 30 seconds now on the rest of the field.
Yeah, he's putting on a clinic here.
Whoa.
Yeah, as we say it.
Hang on to it now.
Yeah, you got to watch out for those sand berms to give way on you when they start drying out. I got to give it up to the track crew. This track is staying moist a lot longer than I expected.
Well, and you've seen between motos a couple times they're touching up certain spots, so trying to stay ahead of it and do as much as they can when they can is the key. So shout out to everybody there with High Voltage.
Yeah, they own a company. They work with asphalt and dirt and everything during the week, so they know how to handle the dirt. And then they got all the equipment they need up here. That's one of the things that makes this place so nice. Is they have all the equipment. They got the water trucks. You know, they got 2 water trucks, some big dozers, a lot of equipment to keep this place top notch.
It takes a ton. Well, top notch is Daryl Smith as he grabs the win here in 55 plus. We'll do a little bit of waiting here as Gene Nyman, Paul Burfind, and Steve Shriver. We're all going at it for that final podium spot.
Yeah, Daryl might be having one of them tacos by the time these guys come back around. He's got time to take the gear off, grab a drink. Maybe Barb have some tacos waiting for him. I got to talk to her. Maybe we get some tacos tonight.
I was about to say Taco Sunday sounds just as good as Taco Tuesday. So
there is Nyman. So Nyman picked it back up on the last lap. He was able to salvage that second out of there. And there's Burfriend coming across in third. Shiver is there in fourth. Yeah, so they were close, but nobody really made a pass happen there. We'll check in on Bailey Fletcher here. Wow, 43-second lead. Is it possible to get bumped up in the middle of a race?
Yes. Yes, it is. I have seen it done. So it's an impressive performance for Fletcher right there as he checks in.
Yeah, we may see him in 450C tomorrow.
Never know. Never know. Could we make it 43 riders in that class? Now, take a look at your 55-plus top 10. Daryl Smith, Gene Nyman, Paul Burfine. Steve Schreiber, Edward Nadeau, Mark Gianni, Peter Lawrence, James Dimko, Edwin Reek, and Don Clark, your top 10 in 55 plus.
That's going to roll us into plus 30A on the line here. This is going to be a fun one, Zach. A lot of guys here can mix it up. I don't see anybody that really sticks out. I see a lot of guys that we could see battling inside the top 5. You got the X of Jeff Ingersoll, the 37, Brandon Aldridge. 38 is Justin Hardish. We saw him down earlier. Hopefully he's able to make the call for this one. The 47 of Andrew Beck, the 57, Michael Tuttle, 67, Matthew Romanowski, 78, Jeremy Parsons, 92, Kyle Jennis, 94, Charles Fox, 95, Martin Matt, 117, Michael Bluey, 155, Corey Langdon, 200, Paul Vaccaro, 232, Trevor Quayle, 248, Travis Delnicki, 273, Sam Spinella, 331, Andrew Triple, the 419 of Kyle Yeto, 461 of Kevin Amo Jr., the 508 Dustin Bond, the 518 Michael Lawler, 654 Kyle Hatch, 716 Luke Weaver, 752 Gaetano Candido, 815 Devin Sorensen, the 887 of Shane Kelleher, and the 910 of Keegan Labonte.
Well, that is your rundown, as looks like we've got just a moment before we're getting ready to drop the gate, still making those final preparations. We're going to get ready to send things to a commercial break to hear from our sponsors. And when we come back, we'll have more New York State Championship racing here live from High Voltage Hills MX.
App.
All right, welcome back to High Voltage Hills MX up here in Gregg, New York, up in the Great North, the Adirondacks. We got plus 30 on the line. This is going to be the plus 30A division. Looks like they're putting down a little water, touching up a couple things on the track. While we got a little bit of time, we are going to pop in a little segment I did last night with track owner Nick. He's going to give you a little insight on how everything happened here and how we got to where we are. What's going on, race fans? I'm down here with track owner Nick Zielinski. As you can see behind us, track is in beautiful shape. They've put a lot of work in here. Nick, why don't you tell everybody a little bit about the history of the track and how we ended up where we are today?
Yeah, we started the track about 10 years ago, and it's just evolved into something that I could never imagine. We started doing the New York State Championship, and then we got Racer TV involved, and I'm just thankful to have everybody here. The turnout just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and we're excited for the weekend.
What do you like about this track, and what do you think appeals to the riders that just keep coming back in droves?
We just basically we wanted something that was different than from everybody else. A little bit more high speed, a lot of elevation change. We just took the lay of the land basically, and just evolved it into something that's turned out to be pretty good. I'm just thankful for the amount of people that show up. Having an event like this speaks volumes to me, that people enjoy the place and enjoy the event more than anything. It's going to be an exciting weekend, and we just hope that everybody stays safe.
plan going forward is to continue this thing on Racer TV. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
I think Racer TV does a phenomenal job, gives good exposure, gives the people at home the chance to watch the race that can't make it, and they just make everything that much better.
Yeah, like we said, that was Nick Zielinski. He is the track owner here at High Voltage. I've been at this place since it wasn't even a track. It was just an idea, and it's crazy to see what this has turned into, just starting from the days of just a group of us riding around on what he just took the dozer out and kind of made some jumps, and here we are 10 years later. We got 1,000 entries. We're on Racer TV. We're live. We got Wes Kane here, Zach Herron, some of the best announcers in the game out here. You know, you get someone like Red Dog showing up.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy. Never in my wildest dreams did I think a Red Dog would be showing up at High Voltage Hills.
Well, and like we said, it's a community out here. You guys all extremely close. You communicate well with one another. Everybody kind of knows their part, and it's been fun to watch. Like I said, last year was my first time up here, and I've had people from all over the country talk to me about this race. They watched it on Racer TV, said, man, this track, I didn't even know about this track. It's so fun. Some of them in the Northeast saying they want to come check it out, some from much, much further, and so it's cool to see the word spread. And as a rider myself, I've got FOMO big time. I was trying to figure out a way to at least ride practice, but it's definitely a track worth checking out. Doing a little bit of track maintenance right now, and like we said, talking about that track crew, you guys do such a great job of staying ahead of things too. Sometimes if the track gets to a certain point, it's gone. You're not going to get it back, and so you guys know when to say, hey, let's take a second, let's do a little touch up here before we get ready for our next gates, and it's exactly what we're doing right now. But like you said, it's so cool. The community, the fans seem to enjoy it. The families come out. We're going to have a huge crowd for that whip contest later tonight. Everybody enjoying the slushies, the bounce house. It's going to be a ton of fun.
Yeah, it really is a place where you can bring the whole family, and there's truly something to do for everybody. Like you said, you got the whip contest tonight. Nick puts in a pretty significant purse for that, which draws some people, $1,000 to win the whip contest. Not bad if you're doing 10 minutes worth of work. So, yeah, there's to be some guys. We talked to Ryder Fox earlier. He was kind of one of the first ones that came up for the whip contest and opened everybody's eyes to what a real whip was. Because there's some guys that can whip, and then there's some guys that, he's got the Axel Hodges look where he can do the oppos. And, so tonight's going to be crazy. They're going to line that finish line. Like I said earlier, Nick's going to take the dozer up there, and he's going to lip that thing to the moon. And we're going to get to sit down and watch those guys do what they do.
Yep, I'm climbing the scaffolding. I'm getting back in my spot, and it's going to be fun to watch for sure. And like you said, a huge shout out to Nick and the High Voltage crew for putting up some money for that as well, making the guys a little more eager to get out there and toss it for the fans. And if you're here on site, you better be there, because they're throwing it big for you guys. We need to be loud and proud for them.
Yeah, if you're on site and you're not over there, you're going to get a lot of people asking you where you are.
Yep, you're going to be missing out.
Yeah, if you are on site, we're also going to do a pit bike race after the last moto.
Nice.
No money involved. You don't have to pay to sign up. Just bring your bike and a helmet, whatever. It's just going to be a fun 3-4 lap race. Have a good time with your buddies. And then there will also be a DJ later tonight. They have a DJ down at the sign-up shed.
Nice.
Yep, we're going to try and do what we did last year. He was supposed to play till 10. We're having a good time. Threw him a couple bucks. Stay till 11. Stay till 12. Go over to Nick. How late can we run this thing? Then he shut it down.
Somebody's got to be the responsible one.
Yeah, you got to be an adult. But yeah, you see on screen just touching up a couple things. We got a lot of former racers that work here, so as the track develops, everyone's keeping an eye on it, saying, we can't go much farther on this one.
All right, well, we're going to finish touching up the track, and we'll be getting ready to drop the gate here on race 19. In just a few moments, we're going to send things back to commercial, hear from some more of our sponsors that all make this possible to bring you live coverage here from the New York State Championship on High Voltage Hills MX on RacerTV.com.
motorsportsonline.com/app.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2025 New York State Championship here from High Voltage Hills MX. Zach Herron and Josh Stout in the studio, but we've got our man, Insane Wes Kane, out and about. Let's send things down to Wes.
Well, I got a legend down here on the podium. He's the Loretta Lynch champion. He got a broke thumb at the ranch, but he never says no. He likes to fight through adversity. Shane Kelleher, welcome, man. You're not far from home.
4.5 hours. Never been racing out in New York, so I figured I'd give it a try.
So what do you think about the track here and the hospitality of everybody?
So far, I love it. Place is beautiful. Track is fun, especially because it's a new track I never did. That's always good. Dirt's nice. It's everything about it. Nice facility.
So now, injured, broke finger, you don't even take a weekend off, man. That just goes to show you what kind of self-fortitude and heart that you have.
Yeah, we just wanted to check how broken it actually is.
All right, well, there you go, guys. There's the man right there, the man with a plan. What class did you win at Loretta's?
45 senior.
45 senior. I seen him give Jeff Emig last year. Zach, you know the deal. This guy don't play around. He'll get down and dirty with it. If you get in a 4 a.m. bar fight, you better call Shane Kelleher. Back to you up in the booth.
Hey, they don't call him scary guy for nothing. Shane Kelleher, one to watch coming up here in this next moto wall. We were talking about the whip contest there, Josh. One of the riders that we mentioned, J. Ryder Fox, kind of one of the original guys getting into it. And it's going to be exciting to see, but we've got a lot of names really interested in this. I don't know about Shane Kelleher. I don't know if he's going to be throwing some whips, but there's going to be some big names to watch out for.
If there was maybe like a contest for best accent, hey, I mean, up in New York, you don't hear that.
Oh, wicked fast.
Yeah.
I love it. He'll be hanging out at the MX 207 here in a few weeks for that main event as well. He racked up some plates out there, and so excited to see what he's able to do here at New York State Championship. And another rider that I'm sure probably saw this on Racer TV and was like, dude, that track looks like so much fun. That event looks awesome. I've got to get out there and see what this is all about.
Yeah, you hear whispering people through the grapevine, are coming up.
Yeah.
I actually was in the sign-up trailer this morning when I heard his name, and I kind of did a double take, like, wow, you see, you watch him all week down at Loretta's, and you know his speed, and then for him to show up here is just amazing. So, yeah, it's cool that the people like him are keeping showing up, and hopefully, like he said, he's enjoying the track. He's enjoying his time here. So, hopefully we see him again next year, make the pit stop on the way to MX 207.
And one thing about this plus 30 class is it's kind of in the middle. Plus 25 is technically the line where vet, I say that in air quotes, starts. And then we go all the way up to plus 55. But like we heard, Shane Kelleher getting plus 45 senior at Loretta's. Parsons a little bit in the older side as well. All the way down to riders that are freshly 30. We've got a pretty wide range as far as the ages go in this vet rider class.
Yeah, you look at the lineup here. Devin Sorensen, 30 years old, just turned 30 this year. And then you scroll a little farther through the lineup and you see Parsons, 50, Jeff Ingersoll, 47. I mean, that's a 20-year age gap. And by all accounts, I would not be surprised if you see Parsons mixing it up with Sorensen. That's why I said this gives you that feel. It's a wide-open event as we're about to drop the gate here.
So you see the 248 and Del Nicky in the mix as well. A couple of Yamahas leading them in. The KTM going to get the best of the jump. Oh, one rider going for a big ride.
That should be the 155 of Langdon with the hole shot.
Believe you're correct
double
on
check
that
the
one.
number. I've seen that hole shot before. He's a local guy. He knew what gate to line up on.
Doing a little bit of track work as well, so these guys going to have a bit of a touched-up track to go do battle on.
Yeah, just because they're vet riders, they gave him that smooth track.
Hey, trust me, those Lowville Highlands might be touched up, but they are far from smooth. Wait a second, what a ride right there. That is the definition of slideways.
Yeah, we didn't catch a number there, but he went left, right, and backwards.
Man. And honestly, I think he got into a little bit of those rocks as well. Looked like the back end just stepped out big time, and at that point, he was along for the ride.
Yeah, you lose it on those rocks, and then you hit the hard pack.
Oh, look at that.
Worse.
A rider going sideways up that inside roller as well. Now cuts back underneath. What a line.
And Langdon out front, he doesn't even know this is going on behind him.
Like two more riders getting off. They're going crazy here at plus 38. Parsons right there in the center of things. See him on the Cowie in the red.
Feels like more like that 450 C-Moto.
Yeah.
These guys are supposed to be vets. As we see Spinella there, he's mid-pack going around the 57 of Tuttle. They're behind Parsons there, as you mentioned, on the green Kawasaki.
Man, and it's hard to judge, too. They toss some water down, but that dry soil up underneath makes it so unpredictable. As Corey Langdon now does check in number 1 right on the 155. Charles Fox, Travis Delnicki, 2 and 3. Shane Kelleher there in the 4th place spot. Keegan Labonte, Jeremy Parsons, Devin Sorensen, Sam Spinella, Kyle Hatch, and Brandon Aldrich, your top 10 on lap 1.
Yeah, Charles Fox, actually older brother of Ryder Fox, who we were talking about in the whip contest.
There we go.
So he might not be able to whip, but he can sure ride a dirt bike out here.
Well, somebody went for a ride right there after the finish line, get tossed over as we watch Shane Kelleher there on the 88 peek to the inside. Let's see what he's able to do. This guy not afraid of a little bit of contact as well as they get ready to launch into that Lowville Honda Highlands.
Yeah, looking for him on timing and scoring. Looks like he's in 4th, right around Delnicki.
So that is the 94 of Charles Fox that he's trying to make a pass on. Delnicki just ahead, so that's going to be for the 3rd place spot. Shane Kelleher makes the move.
I think, Zach, it's actually going to be for 2nd. I'm seeing Delnicki behind Fox. I think he might have already made the pass.
I think you're right. We still got Corey Langdon out front, though, so it should be Langdon, Delnicki, and then Kelleher.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see here. We'll wait until we get a wider angle and see what we got.
There you see Delnicki. And
there's Kelleher. And that's
that rider is. That's 8:14 of.
Yep, so that's Sorensen. So Sorensen, he's making some moves.
That was who we saw get sideways there on lap 1.
Yeah, he's 30 years old. He's the young man of the group.
Ooh.
So Sorensen on the 8:14, he actually qualified for Southwick earlier this year. So some speed obvious in the sand here.
Yeah, both of these riders on screen actually trying to qualify for Southwick. Shane just missing out on the cut, but like I said, this guy's a brawler. He wants all the smoke, whether it's a pro national, a New York State Championship race, or Loretta Lynn's.
Yeah, you're showing up in a national in your 40s.
You mean
you're
business.
a man?
Yeah,
that's a man's move. As we see a pass for the lead here, Langdon runs it wide. Delnicki going to sneak up the inside. He's going to try and take Sorensen with him. Sorensen's really on the move.
Look at this. Sorensen met the slingshot around Langdon, and I thought he was going to try to get the BOGO there.
I was going to say he might square up Fox here, or pardon me, Delnicki.
Look at this around the outside, and he cuts back underneath. Let's see Delnicki and Sorensen as side by side as you can get. Woo! He tosses it up the big step up.
Threw a little attitude in it right in his face on the way by.
You like apples? How you like them apples?
Oh! He's going to want this turn taken right off the track as he stuffs it in the berm back where he slid
that 50
out.
class. He wants the adjusted track.
So now Delnicki's got to regroup. He's probably watching this. First he got the whip in the face. Then he watched him almost tuck the front.
And yeah, out there on that scoop tire as well. And as this track dries out, that might come into play. As that hard base starts to get shoaled, the back ends are going to start to step out. When you're in the thick sand, look at this! Oh, Little Rockets racing. Scary guy with a look over the shoulder.
That was Langdon. He put a man's move on him.
Oh,
He even gave him a look back like, yeah.
Ooh.
Wow, so Langdon's going to feel a type of way about that later on. We'll see if they tangle later on in the weekend.
I think he'd rather fight him with a helmet on than do it off the track.
Yeah, if it sounded like you guys know him better than I do, maybe we wait until we go back on the track.
No matter what, let's get a camera on it at least. So, man, how about that? Let's check it back in, and it's going to be Delnicki leading the way. Or excuse me, Sorensen leading the way. Delnicki in the 2nd place spot. And now Shane Kelleher, the scary guy, hangs on to 3rd.
Man, we got Halloween in August.
Woo, I'm telling you what. That's no costume right there. That is as authentic as it gets.
So it looks like Labonte up into 4th. Everyone moving up a spot here in the top 5 with Langdon going down. Spinella is in 9th, or 8th, pardon me. Brandon Aldridge 9th. Kyle Yetto 10th. Kyle Hatch 11th. Michael Bluey down there at 12th. A lot of action early in this one.
Man, I love it. The fireworks flying. Sorensen stretching things out just a little bit now over Delnicki. A 142 compared to a 145 on that last lap.
Yeah, Sorensen, once he finally got the mistakes out of the way, he was really able to put a nice lap together there and open it up over Delnicki. Now, Delnicki doesn't know it, but he's got a scary man behind him.
I'm telling you what, yeah, Shane Kelleher, a 146.2 on that last lap, but he was in the midst of war back there for the final podium, so we'll see what a little bit of clear air can do, and there he is, the scary guy starting to creep up on the back of Travis Delnicki.
Yeah, fortunately, Delnicki, one of those older guys, he learned how we did, don't look back.
Yep.
You don't want to look back right now. The blood pressure is going to raise if you look back and see Kelleher back there.
And still getting kicked around. Sorensen hanging on to it, but anything possible is this track quickly breaking down. There you see the 155 of Langdon picking himself back up and trying to march himself back forward.
Yeah, it looks like he got around Fox, so possibly up into the top 5 again. We'll have to see where Parsons fell in that, because Parsons was in between those two.
Here's the battle. Delnicki now starting to get tracked down by Shane Kelleher as the white flag waves.
Yeah, they need to insert the Michael Myers theme song right now.
Jaws, maybe.
Yeah, look at Kelleher just slowly rolling through.
Here we go. White flag is out. Less than a lap remains as Kelleher a couple of seconds faster on that last lap. Is he going to cut back underneath? Not quite yet. Delnicki, a veteran in his own right, no stranger to the front of the field. Look at this. Kelleher runs the tight line. He stands late into the corner. It's a drag race headed to the Lowville Honda Highlands.
Side by side, up and over the Lowville Honda billboard. They're going to go all the way to the top of the track. The long way around for Kelleher, and he's going to make the pass.
Yeah, that wide line is the line at the top of the field there. You keep the power on the ground, charging all the way, and Kelleher now going to pick up second place here in plus 30A.
Yeah, good ride from Kelleher. He came from pretty far back.
Yep.
He was back around 8th, 9th, 10th. So he made quick work of the guys. Maybe somebody saw what he did to Lang, and they said, you go right on by. Yeah.
So how about it? Meanwhile, up front, only another lap or so for the 8. Am I crazy? It does say 8:14 on the bike, right?
Yes.
8:15 on our list
Yeah,
here,
I think
so
somebody fat-fingered
he's playing
the
jokes
sign up.
here.
Yeah, somebody fat-fingered the sign up. That's the 8:14 of Sorensen. I talked to him last night. He was dabbling in the idea of the whip contest.
Okay.
At 30, I'm not sure if he wanted to take the chance, but he said he could use to pad the wall a little bit. So.
Well, there you go. Look at that little one-footer action
one-footer.
there. Full FMX status right there. All right. As Kelleher going to cross the line in the number 2 spot. Matching those lap times,
I was just going to say, let's see a square off between those two next moto.
Well, ask Langley how that one worked out. There he is, Langdon making his way through. He's battling with Parsons all the way to the line. Look at this, the drag race. Oh, hang on to it.
Timing says Parsons.
Look at that, matching gear.
Yeah.
Matching finish there. And looks like they're going to give the spot to Parsons on timing and scoring.
Yeah, Langston's going to go back to the truck. He's going to see the cut man. He's going to get his eyes iced down a little bit.
Regroup and get ready for round 2. As we'll get ready for that top 10 here. Plus 30 BC and plus 30 C coming up next is our North Country Hearth and Homes. Devin Sorensen grabbing the win. Shane Kelleher, Travis Delnicki, your podium. Keegan Labonte, Jeremy Parsons, Corey Langdon, Charles Fox, Kyle Yeto, Kyle Hatch, and Brandon Aldrich, your top 10 in plus 38. Race 20 sitting on the line, plus 30 BC and plus 30 C. We've got Kevin Brassey on the number 3, Joseph Baker on the 23, 24 of Austin Cover, Sean Wyman on the 27, the 107 of Jesse Kavanaugh, Blake Matusizak on the 111, Chad Geisler on the 177, Cameron Lawrence on the 178, Charles Black on the 197, Jevin Jane on the 199, David Linhar on the 213, Brian Morrow on the 251, Brian Leckus on the 397, John McKinney on the 519 as the gate is down to that first gate drop. Will Maxim on the 592, Christopher Cook on the 717, 722 with David Hitchcock, the 819 of David Warenberg, Derek Discastro on the 857, Derek Miller on the 913. We've got about 8 Dereks in that class. And then plus 30C, Jeffrey Bowker, Adam McCoy, Kevin Toki, Kevin Light, Joanna Bate, Brian Dunn, Harley Wood, and Jason Sariski all out on the track as they're headed into those Lowville Honda Highlands.
We got a Kawasaki out front here. Did not catch the number. He was leaving them early. he had that whole shot. He came out of the first turn like a rocket ship.
These guys have seen all day long how important that start is. I mean, you can kind of make or break your race within those first few corners.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at a class with 20 entries. If you're coming from mid-pack, like we said earlier, by the time you get to the front, it's a lost cause if you're trying to get to the lead.
Look at that.
So we see a wild
3,
pack
4,
coming
5,
through.
6, 7 riders all in the same corner at the same time.
Looking like the freeway out in California over here.
Yeah, you can go from a podium to outside the top 10 in one corner right there with that group.
Try and catch some numbers here as they work their way back towards the middle of the track. We'll get a transponder update when they get to the finish line.
Down the hill they go, looking at the number 3 right there. That's Kevin Brassey. As we'll be getting them through timing and scoring here in just a moment. How are they going to shuffle out here on lap number 1? Don't forget, we'll have that 250A Moto 1 at 3 o'clock, just about an hour and a half from now.
Yep, green flag out, so it's the 199 of Jevin Jane. He's leading the 251 of Ryan Morrow, the 913 Derek Miller, Christopher Cook, who clocks in 4th. The number 3 of Kevin Brassey, 5th. John McKinney on the 519, he's 6th. Charles Gillette, Blake Matuzak, and Brian Lekmus, and David Wierenberg going to round out your top 10 here. Early in this one lap down, 4 to go. In the plus 30C, we see Jason Sereski come through. He's leading Kevin Lake and Kevin Topi, followed by Joanna Fate, Brian Dunn, Adam McCoy, Harley Wood, as our plus 30C riders start to trickle through the transponder loop.
So back to the top side of the track we go with our lead group. Jane leading the way, Morrow, Topi, and Cook. Watching the 199 on screen, that's Jane.
I believe Morrow got by him. I caught just as they were going over the top of that jump there. It looked like a KTM ahead of him.
Yeah, it looks like there is a bike up ahead, so Morrow might be making the move.
And then I think they got the on-screen a little mixed up. Topi is in the plus 30C class. They have him listed on our live scoring that way anyways. He is not actually in 3rd. It's Christopher Cook on the 717. Couple riders here battling it out into the middle of the track. Try and get some numbers here. I think that's Cook on the white bike. Does that look like a 717 to you? Yeah, I think so. Going around the outside of Jane.
Yeah, I think so, around the wide.
Yeah, that's the only white Kawasaki on the property.
So launching up and over, takes a little glance over in the air. Says all the kids are doing it these days.
Yeah, just trying to stay up with the times, right?
Got to stay hip. As up to the top side they go. Ryan Morrow, Christopher Cook checks in.
Yep, Jevin Jane still there. I haven't seen Jevin Jane race in about 10 years, so the way you pull the whole shot in your first race back, I got to believe he's got arm pump.
Yeah, things start to happen pretty quick.
He's got to be locked up as you see people going by him. He's riding stiff. He's got to have arm pump.
Looks like
hey, you got the whole shot.
Oh, look at this. Rider going down just in front of him. Gets that front end a little too heavy, coming back up the hill.
Yeah, I think that might have been McKinney.
And back down this front straight they go once again. Headed to that big step up, kind of the staple obstacle here, I would think.
Yeah, absolutely.
The finish line.
Yeah, everyone loves to throw those little floater whips up over the top. Just something that Nick incorporated. That jump is doable on a 65, so, you know, it's not really a skill level thing. The big guys can have fun on it, but the little guys can jump it and have fun as well. If you follow the track and you see how the jumps are built, that's kind of how he gears this track now.
Well,
you know, the tabletops in the middle.
Yeah, a lot of tabletops, a lot of smooth landings, not crazy steep one way or the other. Even that finish line, certainly steeper, but kind of rolled off to where even if you pace it, it's not going to send you over the front. So definitely a friendly track for riders of all size and skill levels.
Yep, that's what he was going for here. At the beginning, he had some big jumps, and it almost turned into one of those things where it wasn't really worth the risk, and, you know, and it wasn't fair to everybody else if there was just a handful of guys able to jump it.
Yeah, bigger not always better in the world of moto for sure. And, a lot of the best races that we even see in the pro divisions are the ones that don't have the crazy, insane jumps, and so
Yeah, so
things.
he's done a great job of making a track that's friendly for all disciplines and all ages. And I think that's part of the reason why people continue to come back and why you see so many people on different ages, different levels saying we really love this place.
Well, Morrow loving it right now as he takes the white flag. Only got about a lap or so to go. A little less than a lap now as you see him checking up big time. Those break-in bumps starting to get pretty brutal at the top end of those rollers. Little glance there, just making sure.
It's the new thing.
I'm telling you.
Are they watching the broadcast? They must be.
They know if they do it, we're going to shout them out.
Yeah,
So.
it's a good strategy. Yeah, so Morrow going up around the lava, Honda billboard, up in the highland. He just looked over at the crowd.
Little glance. What's up? How you doing? What kind of slushy you got over there?
Maybe saw his wife over there or something. If he's not careful, though, that's Cook back there on the white bike. He's not that far off.
Yeah, I think that's what's kind of leading the look-back charge there is he's starting to hear some noise behind him. And on the last lap, that's not what you want.
No, he's trying to cruise this thing to the finish line.
Cook 2 seconds faster that last lap and only 3.9 seconds the gap.
So we got to the bottom of the look back.
That was Cook. We just saw right there. Flash by and the battle for third looks like as well.
Yeah, I believe that's McKinney and Leckmus. That's Leckmus in the teal gear. But he's going to move up into third, it should be now.
Takes the wide line. Doesn't quite get as good of a drive over the tabletop, though.
Yeah, you see even these 450s struggling to get the drive up the hill with all these acceleration bumps.
But here we go, the 251. Ryan Morrow launches his way up to step up for the final time. 1 corner left to go. He'll be looking at a first moto win here in plus 30 BC. And he gets the job done.
Yes, sir. Just how he drew it up. Ryan Morrow, take your moto win. Christopher Cook comes across in second. Puts himself in a nice position for the overall next race tomorrow. The Leckmus come across in third. Let everybody else trickle through. We got the camera on Jevin Jane. He's going to get it to the finish. Gotta believe you touch his forearms, it's like grabbing a piece of wood right now.
Absolutely is solid.
So when they're trickling through, we'll wait for that top 10 finishing order to come up. We'll give you a full rundown before we bounce over into our next moto.
Yep, going to have mini combined 9 to 13
there
coming
it
up
is.
next.
North Country Hearth and Homes top 10. Kevin Light, followed by Jason Zareski, Joanna Fake, Kevin Topi, Adam McCoy, Harley Wood, Brian Dunn, Jeffrey Bowker, Ryan Morrow, Christopher Cook. That is a mixed up top 10. I think they got
some of the classes.
BC and C combined. Yeah, we know Morrow and Cook were 1-2. Looking at live timing, Kevin Lake did take the moto win. Zareski second, Joanna Fake third, Topi fourth. So yeah, I think they ran through the C division and then started the BC.
We're taking a look now. Gates down on mini combined 9 to 13. Give you a quick run through here. Finn Sharp, Owen Groff, Wyatt Whitmore, Cale Widrick, Brennan Hart, Sal Attigliato, Gavin O'Connor, Colton Northey, Michael Utler, Seth Orton, Cole Weir, Tanner Bruckman, Evan Acevedo, Cesar Pazmino, Pintley Corthus, Jackson Dunbar, Brantley Fisher, Addison Platt, Logan Utberg, Owen Hitchcock, Grayson Butler, Aiden Held, Cameron Gerlach, Quentin Mosher, Carter Sargent, Blake Jensen, and Andre Williams out on track as the gate's down and we're off and rolling.
Yes, sir. Gate is down. It's the 553 at Cal Widrick. He had the start.
Looking back already.
Yeah, we got a couple riders down. Looks like he's rebuckling his boot. We got a wardrobe malfunction. Yeah, he was looking back, and we saw earlier he's not going to like what he sees. It's a 0-0.
Andre Williams marching his
Williams
way forward.
was the one that bullied him out of the way earlier today.
Let's see if he's going to let that happen again. The 553.
You think he's related to Shane Kelleher?
Maybe. Might be just idolizing him. I know Shane.
Bullying people out of the way.
They call Shane Scary Guy, but I saw him at MX207 last year. He's riding around on a UTV. He's got all the kids hanging off the sides. It's like the ice cream man. I'm like, is he Scary Guy or is he Family Guy? I can't tell. So Kelleher definitely maybe giving a little advice to the next generation. And if he was watching Racer TV, he probably saw what got Kelleher to that next position. So
that Scary Guy persona happens when he puts the helmet on.
Exactly. That's when it's business. So right now. There
It's
you
business right now for our leader, Cal Widrick, on the 553.
Look at that, launches all the way over. Nice little brake tap there. Andre Williams trying to set sail and work his way back up to him as well. And, I thought we lost him for a second.
Yeah, I was
like,
thinking
where'd
the
he
same
go?
thing.
Yeah.
He might have just made a little mistake back there.
Korthus, Utberg both check in 3 and 4 with Aiden Held in the 5th place spot. Pasmino, Mosher, Groff, Bruckman, and Sharp, your top 10. As look at the fans along the fence, man. I love to see the spectatorship that we've got going on here as well. The families all hanging out, plenty of great spots to watch.
Yeah, if you come up around the tower, there's a nice viewing area right in the middle. You can see probably 90% of the track. So if you're up here watching, you come up right into the middle. Like you said, we got the deck outside the announcer's tower. If you really want to get a good vantage point there, a lot of places to see all the action. Here is the 00 of Williamson still trying to hunt down Widrick. Korthus, we saw Korthus run some guys down earlier in the moto. He's up in 3rd. He's battling there with Held. The 110 of Pasmo up there with him. You can just see how chopped it's getting all the way across the track now.
Yeah, you can see these guys trying to look left, look right, maybe create some new lines, but Mother Nature kind of doing her thing, drying things out as well. Not fault of anybody, just kind of the way things are going to develop. The track crew knew it, and they're doing a great job of trying to stay as on top of it as they can. But look at this, the 110 and the 9 going at it. Aiden Held fighting to hold off Pasmino.
I feel like every time we're seeing Held on camera, someone is battling right behind him, trying to get by.
Yes, he is constantly in defense mode, but it's because he's such a good starter. It's easier to go from the front to the back than the back to the front.
Well, it looks like he's about to go into offense mode here. Is that the 101 of Korthus that's falling back to him?
Right there, and so Held going to try to put a rider between himself and Pasmino as he takes the inside line on the back wheel there.
Have to check the timing. I think Korthus might have had a bobble there.
Maybe,
because he was in 3rd. Now he's back falling into 4th.
And with a little glance over as well. So now Held pulls up alongside of him across the line. And
Held's
up
going to
the
make
inside,
the pass.
going to make the pass happen.
So it wasn't Korthus that had the problem. Who did we lose somebody and we didn't catch it?
Couldn't quite tell. It's Widrick, Williams, Korthus, Held, Pasmino right now.
I might be just imagining things.
It's been a long day. We're 21 motos in this thing.
So Held on screen. He's made the pass now on Pasmino. He's starting to open up over him. We'll see if Held can't run down Korthus.
Pasmino right back there as well. He's watching. Just can't quite get up into the fight. Korthus taking that wide line, getting out in the thick stuff there. Finding a little bit of untouched territory.
Yeah, not much to find out here.
Yeah.
Not untouched at this point in the day. Up and over that double. Still doing the doubles, though. As rough as the track's gotten, these young guys still not afraid to ride through those braking bumps, those acceleration bumps.
No, they're still pushing their way through these jumps and charging hard. And like you said, the top kids, even in these mini classes, they're jumping the braking bumps. They're using the roughness to their advantage. So,
yeah. So Korthus now. I'm getting confused.
I think we're watching Pasmino.
It's Pasmino
in the blue gear, and I think that's Utberg.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, getting a little swap, a little kick in the saddle there.
So that's Korthus and Pasmino. So we've lost. Held has made the pass up ahead.
Here we go.
Now we've got the 110 of Pasmino making a pass as well right there. I think that's the same corner.
Yep, so it's Korthus is getting
Korthus
shuffled back.
Got to pick up on those insides. So he may get it back right here. There is your leader.
Yep, flip back to Cal Widrick dropping down here.
And he's got less than a lap remaining. Took the white flag last time across the stripe. So Widrick just trying to do the dance one more time here in mini combined 9 to 13, another class. That's a fair amount of age difference as far as what you think of your average 9-year-old compared to a 13-year-old. So,
yep, you get riders that have been riding 85 for 4 or 5 years, and you get the guys that are just moving up from the 60 class.
Yep. Widrick 13, AMA 13. Technically, I believe, actually already 14 years old, but AMA 13 here, so be his last year in the mini combined class. And he's going to jump up to the super mini, if not up to the 125. So watching Cale Widrick, less than a lap remaining, carefully picking his way around those berms. Doesn't want to force a mistake here after he's opened up about 10 seconds on the rest of the field. Here in mini combined 9-13 race 21. Once again, just about an hour away from our 250A Moto 1 as well. We'll toss that into the race order there at the 3 o'clock mark. And, one rider down there.
Let a lap rider down.
Good heads up riding from your leader there. Anything's possible. As just about a corner away.
Yeah, he's going to cruise home to the moto win, is Widrick. That was just a nice smooth.
Yeah.
He picked up 2-3 seconds a lap. Never did anything crazy.
Yeah, no flashes one way or the other, but I call that a quietly solid ride right there. I mean, was out front, handled his business, and bringing it home halfway to a New York State Championship #1 plate. Looks like Williams and Held 2 and 3. We'll give you that top 10 here in just a moment as we'll get ready to set our sights on College Boy 18-24. So another one of those classes, maybe having a couple of our pro riders in that. So they'll have about an hour, 45 or so to kind of cool off and get ready for 250A after their moto.
Yeah, College Boy, one of the ones that's a lot of fun because
yeah.
you get the pro guys, the A guys, some of those B guys that are old enough. They'll jump up in there. They'll mix it up. So we got a full lineup. There's 39 of them here. This is one of the classes that I was excited to watch. We got the North Country Hearth and Home
Top 10.
Yep, the #1 ride goes to Cale Widrick. He's followed by Andre Williams, Aiden Held, Cesar Pazmino, Bentley Corthus, Logan Upberg, Owen Groff, Blake Denson, Tanner Bruckman, and Quentin Mosier going to round out your top 10. The mini combined 9-13. Let's give you a rundown of that College Boy class we got on the line we were talking about. The #1 is Wyatt Leonard. The 04 is Matt Bogdan. The 14 of Pat Bassutti. The 17 are Trent Alguire. The 26 of Trevor Alguire. 29 Brandon Handy. 33 Deegan Thrasher. 50 Caleb Thrasher. The 51 Zach Canning. 57 Logan Forward. The 65 Trevor Hazlitt. 77 is Jacob Stevens. The 79 is Gabriel DiFiore. The 91 Paulie Best. 100 Brennan Hoffman. 103 Connor Mowry. 114 Brett Fairman. 120 Daniel Barry. 123 Nolan Lilly. 171 Joseph DeNegro. 225 Steve Ingersoll. 235 is Alec Pello. 310 Christian Putri. 331X is Seth Ross. 366 is Blaze Grimaldi. 442 Carson Walter. 469 Zach Roser. 506 Andrew Wallace. 517 Jesse Kavanaugh Jr. 621 Kay Zodog. 746 Trevor Schmidt. 777 Jonathan Dumbluski. The 812 Jaden Seaver. 822 is Scott Lindholm. The 889 is Joe Altieri. 891 Brady Conroy. 900 is Maddox Clark. The 921 is Blake Reifenberg. And the 946 is John Burfriend. We're going to round out our 39 entries. We got bikes on the track. What do we got, Zach Herron?
No surprise at all. We've got Trevor Schmidt out front. Take a look at that, and that is not what the other 38 riders want to see. Looks like that might be the 65 sitting there in the #3 spot.
You got the 31 of Connor Mowry. He's in second. Hazlitt on the 65 is third. And unfortunately for them, the guy they're looking at is none other than Mr. Holeshot himself. He's like the Michael Lesson of high voltage.
I'm telling you what, it's impressive to watch the consistency, and it looks like he's able to do it from a couple of different gates as well. Doesn't have to be in one certain spot. So Schmidt making it hard on him, making it easy on himself as he's trying to run off with that College Boy first moto win.
It's not just here either. There's another local race they run on Thursday night before Unadilla, about 20 minutes from Unadilla. A lot of the privateer guys come in. I don't think I've ever seen him not get the start there either.
So Schmidt leads the way. Connor Mowry, Trevor Hazlitt in the 3 spot. Logan Forward, Paulie Best, 4 and 5. Ingersoll, Stevens, Wallace, Canning and DeFiore, your top 10 on lap 1 here in College Boy.
Yeah, so this is where you see Paulie Best, one of our B riders. Now he's able to get on the track with those. Oh, big crash from
big crash there. Look at that. The helmet come off. Wow. The number 14.
That was Bassetti.
Man.
That's on the Honda. That was a high-speed swap.
Wow, that was a, I don't believe I've ever seen that before.
That was scary.
Hopefully he's going to be okay. So,
yeah, back to what I was saying, you get these.
Oh, and look at that, a rider
riders
down right there off the face of that jump as well. So some chaos.
Medics. We got a medic flag out back.
Man,
yeah, a little bit chaotic here.
We'll wait and see what race control is going to say. That was two very big crashes on opposite ends of the track.
Yeah, you saw a little bit of confusion from the riders because although he was before the jump, he was kind of on the jump.
Right.
You saw Schmidt roll it. He saw the cross flag. I think it was maybe Hazlitt or someone behind him might have a little bit of question if it was before the jump or after it. So a little bit of a gray area.
Yeah, we'll
see what happens
there. It's going to be one up to the officials' call for sure because technically you are allowed to resume past the flag,
right.
But if you had that amount of speed, so definitely going to be something interesting to look at. But man, that was a big one. Hopefully number 14's okay. That other rider as well is. Now we focus here on the battle at hand. Schmidt starting to get away, but Mowry forward check in. Hazlitt crosses the line as well. And we'll make our way around here. Check in, see if the 14's back up, and looks like he's actually trying to get back on that bike maybe.
Yeah, hopefully just to ride it back to the truck. I don't believe the track crew is going to let him ride that into the race. But if he's telling him he wants to ride it back to the truck, that's one thing. But there's a lot of people here that pay close attention. If they see him trying to circulate again, he'll do black flag pretty quickly.
Well, safety is top priority, and nothing against him. I know even if he may feel all right, sometimes the riders almost unaware of what's best for him as well. So shout out to our medics on site, our safety staff, and everybody involved there for taking care of our riders.
Yep, so now on screen you got Mowry. He's still there in second. Forward's moved up now. We saw him in that A moto earlier with a good ride. He's gotten around Hazlitt looking at timing and scoring. And then Ingersoll in fifth, and then you come to our first B rider mixing it up with these A guys.
Yeah, Mowry and Forward going out. Paulie B back there hanging on, trying to put her in the top 5. Watching the 57 though, Forward trying to stretch it out and track down Mowry.
Forward's trying to go forward.
No kidding, absolutely. At a high rate of speed at that.
The way he was riding that first moto, he could definitely run him down. We're gonna should be halfway here. There's 2 laps to go, and Schmidt is already through. No, I was wrong. The white flag is out. So Schmidt has the white flag and the lead. They got the 31 of Mowry on screen. He's up top in the new section. Looks like Bassetti is up and out of there, so good to see that they were able to get him on his feet and get him out of here. So there's Schmidt. Yep, the race leader working his way around the front section of the track now.
Just floating his way through here.
This is what he does.
Yep. Smooth sailing. Less than a lap remaining as he's making his way through that Lalville Honda Highlands.
Now he's going to the inside of the inside up there.
That's as tight as you can run that line. As that other down rider being tended to as well, talked to by the track crew. Good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Always good to see everybody getting up. Even if they're not able to continue, at least if you can ride the bike back to the truck, that's what everybody wants to see. Schmidt now working his way into the far backside of the track. Going to work around Domblowski there on the 777. He's one of the lappers here. Things happen fast when you put one of these guys out here. You know, a top A rider. Domblowski, he's a honorable B rider.
Slouch,
but when you're looking at the fastest guy at the track, things happen fast.
Yeah, there's levels to this game for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, it's fun to watch as well. We've had some riders that have jumped up from last year to some different classes. The guys that were battling for championships last year, battling for top 5s this year. That's the progression of the sport. But this guy picking up right where he left off, trying to keep the sweep going and add another win to the collections Trevor Schmidt gets the job done in college. Yeah, we got the battle for our third place spot here coming down to those final few corners. Mowry and Forward, I believe.
Forward's in there. I think Forward's running the 57 on the back of the jersey, it looks like.
So making their way through.
Wait for live time to catch up here. So is Mowry and Forward, Hazlitt, followed by Tijan Ingersoll in your top 5. Obviously, Trevor Schmidt, he's already taking a drink of water. He's back at the truck.
He's getting ready for that 250A moto coming up here in just a few.
Yeah, he's making a little extra room in those pockets. That's
Absolutely.
what he's doing right now.
So Trevor Hazlitt there in the 4th place spot. Tijan Ingersoll 5th. Jacob Stevens 6th. Paulie Best, Andrew Wallace, Zach Canning, and Christopher Potry, your top 10. Take a look now at Schoolboy 12 to 17, race 23 coming up next. We've got Kip Simmons, Ryder Borkman, Deegan Capobianco, Nathan Baker, Zane Mombulo, Trevor Jackson, Christopher Farino, Gavin Zinger, Leo Rodriguez, Brady Colbert, Winston Widrick, Josh Medic, Colt Wachowkowicz, Reed Murray, Bradley Schoonover, Chaz Quinto, Jordan Capolero, Jamison Vanowich, Trevor David, Hudson Bagel, Caleb Marin, JT Roach, Porter Finn, Gavin Jensen, Ryan Gatry, Colt Hobbs, Bronx Edwards, Jack Scollin, Parker Harrington, Gage Marshall, Sam Nimmo, Camden Siegel, Chadwick Nauer, Carson Lindecker, Bailey Fletcher, Trevor Feenberg, and Anthony Tarantino. Your 37 entries here in Schoolboy 12 to 17.
Yeah, we got a full gate here at Schoolboy. As you see on screen, you can ride a Super Mini in this class. You'll see a couple riders riding that 100, that 110. I believe you could even ride an 85 if you wanted to be at that much of a disadvantage. Majority going to be on the 125s and the 250. Yeah. Like they're giving those down riders a chance to get regrouped and off the track.
Hanging out here in the announcer trailer. Make sure you guys are stopping by all of our amazing concessions as well. We've got great people here on site, and that's those extra things that they talk about. We're featuring the track with so many great things going on in the pits, out and about as well. Talk about putting good fuel in the bike. Got to put good fuel in the body as well.
Yeah, they got a mobile barista here.
Watch out now.
Yeah, a vendor that only serves like coffee and such.
Caffeine
Never
on
heard
wheels.
of it.
Yeah, I love it.
2 cars going up here on our Schoolboy class. Wait for them to shuffle down. Get through all 37 guys. Make sure everybody's ready to go here. Scoop car goes sideways. Gate down. Vago, I think, got to jump on him. We'll see. Someone's going to sweep in from the outside. Wow, swept in from the way outside. Couple riders getting tangled up in the back there, mid-pack. Check some numbers.
So many riders shuffling around there. Oh, one getting caught up in turn 2 as well.
Yeah, they're coming out of there 3 wide.
Man, look at that. That might have been Bagel. I don't think I've seen anybody jump that far all day long. That was insane.
Yeah, Vagel, he'll ride the Super Mini and the 250F this weekend. After, like you're saying, after that Loretta trip, people start moving up a little bit, so he's going to be up on the 250F. And that, oh, big swap. He landed in those acceleration bumps.
Hang on to it now.
Yeah, he was able to, little guy, but he had the strength to hang on to it. Looks like a Husky rider moving up in a second. I think that might be.
Maybe a Triumph, actually.
Is it a Triumph?
Moving into the number 2 ride.
I think it may be the 728 of Baker. That's someone I would expect to see up towards the front.
Possibly Jackson as well on the 555. We'll see when they come across the stripe here for lap 1.
No doubt about who's out front, though.
Man, he's making a statement here early, and you can see that sprint pace he's been all lap long, even though he's been out front. He's trying to open things up by at least a few bike lanes so he can take those lines that he wants, find that flow, and carry that momentum like we talked about.
Absolutely. Vagel checks in, and it was Baker, the 726 and Nathan Baker in second. Caleb Marin in third on the gas. Corbin Venn fourth. Chadwick Nauer fifth. Parker Harrington sixth. Winston Widrick seventh. Reed Murray eighth. Christopher Farino ninth. And Carson Lindecker rounds out your top 10. So a lot of big names here. I know Harrington, I saw his name down at the ranch. Obviously, Vagel was down there. I know Nathan Baker's been there before.
And here on the Yamaha marching their way forward. Maybe a misselection on sign-up or something like that, but picked up a couple of spots in that corner. Impressive riding. Both Wackowitz, the top Yamaha that I saw on time in scoring, but
yeah, I know Ven's been riding the Yamaha this weekend, but they might have had him pre-selected as a KTM. He usually rides the KTM. But we'll see when they drop back, and we'll see if it's the 82 or not.
So Vagel, Baker, Marin, and Vin, your top four last we saw. Look at that, using every inch of the track there. Going to go way outside. See if you can avoid those braking bumps. Tries to cut back underneath.
Yep, so that blue and orange gear, that's Harrington on the 28. So we got to be watching Widrick and Harrington. So that's going to be...
That's the 92 of...
Is it?
I believe.
Is Harrington moving up then?
Yes, so.
Yeah, Harrington could be making some passes. Vagel, he's already at the finish line, running a 143.1.
Wow. Baker checks in with a 147 in the number 2 ride.
Let's let everything trickle through. We'll let them come back through. We'll re-rack the order. Nauer made some moves on that lap. So Caleb Marin up in the third on the 98, and then Nauer moves up to fourth. Harrington up to fifth. The 92 event, he gets shuffled back a little bit. He lost a couple spots that lap in the sixth.
Curious whether or not maybe we have a rider with a transponder issue, because I see the 27 on the Yamaha, but I don't see a 27 on the list.
Oh, so that's Nauer.
That's
Nauer. Yeah, he's on 21, I believe, is his Loretta's number, or 27 was, one or the other.
Nauer maybe with transponder issues. I'm not seeing him on that chart, or at least I didn't last time it flipped through. There it is. Okay, in the fourth spot. All right.
Yeah, you're seeing the 27. He signed up as 21.
So, wrong number, wrong bike.
Yeah, you know, they come from Loretta's. They ain't got time to change the graphics. Plus, if you're coming from Loretta's, I'm running that number. I'm going to run that number the rest of the year.
There's a lot of people, they permanently change their number. So watching Nauer try to put some pressure on Marin for that third place spot. Over the tabletop they go. Now we're doing a good job of standing late in those corners, really keeping the momentum up, not slamming into those berms. Meanwhile, Parker Harrington just behind him, kind of hanging along for the ride, getting a tow by the Yamaha.
Yeah, looking at the lap times from the last lap, if it holds true, we could end up having a battle here with Nauer and Harrington moving up on some of the guys running. Baker running a 151. Waiting for Marin. Marin at a 151. Then Nauer comes through at a 150, and Harrington even comes in at a 149. So things should start to get tight here up into the second, third, fourth place position. It's not going to be tight for Vagel as he wheelies. It's a Vagel move, wheeling the bumps.
I'm telling you, these boys like being on the rear wheel, that's for sure.
Just bulldogging his way through all the chop at the top of the hill, letting that suspension work. Just blew out that berm. Hope nobody else wanted to take that line.
Yep, too bad.
Yep, that was Vagel's line, and he claimed that one. He'll drop back down off the top of the hill and continue doing what Vagel does.
Hopping his way through those downhill bumps as well, just kind of pogoing his way through.
Yeah, that's why he's got a 13-second lead, and I'm sure when they come around, it'll be up around the 20s.
Impressive ride right now, and like we said, brand new to the big bike as well, so this is only going to get more impressive as time rolls on.
Yeah, you can see on camera, he's a little small still. Once he really grows into that thing and he's able to use his full potential, Vagel could be a problem for
Absolutely.
the foreseeable future.
For a lot of riders. And here we go. Should be one lap left to go, and checkered flag is out. Hudson Vagel making a statement here in Schoolboy 12-17. Going to grab that win. Looks like Baker going to try to hang on for second.
Yeah, I think we got him here in the back turn. A whole gaggle of riders. Yep, trying to decipher who we got. We got Nauer, Marin, Harrington was in there. Oh,
that
chopped the
slamming
line.
the door right there. That's Harrington and Marin going at it side by side. I think Marin got
him. He looked back at him,
a little
too.
sauce on it.
He tried to shut the door on him. Marin stuck his foot there and blew the door back open. And then gave him a little look back.
You thought you had me, didn't you? Man, what a fight to the finish here in Schoolboy 12-17. I love it. Race 23.
Yeah, that's going to roll us into race 24. That is 45A and plus 45BC. We'll let these guys through here, give you a rundown of our North Country Hearth and Homes top 10. Obviously, Hudson Vagel, number 1, no question there. Nathan Baker in second. Chadwick Nauer third. Caleb Marin fourth. Parker Harrington fifth. Camden Seigel sixth. Corbin Venn seventh. Winston Widrick eighth. Reed Murray ninth. And Trevor David rounded out your top 10.
Let's give you a look. Race 24 plus 45A. We've got Shane Kelleher on the 887. Michael Wilcox on the 804. Michael Davidson on the 575. John Meyer on the 561. Daryl Smith on the 513. Scott Phelps on the 420. The 407 of Robert Monacup. Grant Gastrom on the 308. Corey Bogut on the 287. Sean Murray on the 204. Jeremy Parsons on the 78. Mark Erickson on the 75. The 74 of Joseph Howell. Jeffrey Hazlett on the 65. Scott Usmail on the 32. And the X of Jeff Ingersoll. The gates down. It's a scary guy headed into turn 1. He's got Parsons just to the inside of him. But neither of them going to grab the early race lead. Might be the 204. Who are we seeing out front?
I thought I was seeing 204. My eyes might be deceiving me, though. We know 204 on the entry list.
Hang on a second. Sean Murray, that might be who we're seeing. Is Sean Murray out front coming out of Arkport. That is the 204 on the KTM. Meanwhile, Parsons and Kelleher. Now, that would be a battle I would watch off track. Those two, that would probably be a 5-round brawl right there. And we're going to get to see round 1 right now as they're battling for the second place spot.
Yeah, UFC High Voltage live on Racer TV.
That would be...
this is a heavyweight bout.
That is a heavyweight bout right there. Real quick, want to shout out our plus 45 BC class. Kelly Myers, Michael DeFiore, Robert Pello, Keith Carroll, Joe Falzo, Stephen Barrett, John McKean, Michael Hauk, Stephen Kessler, Mark Gianni, Chaz Ross, Jason Johnson, Scott Adams, and Paul Burfine all out on track right now as we tune back in to Sean Murray leading the way, Jeremy Parsons and Shane Kelleher second and third. But for how long as Parsons tries to show a wheel around the outside?
Yep, there goes Parsons around the outside. Kelleher is going to want to make an urgent pass here. He doesn't want Parsons to get too far away.
Yeah, this is the battle that we wanted to see. Kelleher and Parsons, they were a couple of spots apart the last time in, I believe it was plus 30A. Now in plus 45A. It is wide open as Kelleher tries to peek up the inside.
Yep, Murray left the door open. Kelleher dropped to the inside. Murray's going to try and sweep to the inside down here. Kelleher is not letting that happen.
Yeah, he's got the inside in this next line, and that is bad news.
Murray was watching that moto earlier. He didn't even try to go in there.
So Kelleher now going to set his sights on the 78 of Jeremy Parsons.
And Scott Phelps up there. Obviously, after seeing his motos at Loretta's, someone that may be able to get up here. We didn't see the speed from him in the first moto, but as I say that, I think live timing just kind of glitched out on us here. Got them mixed up.
Going all over the place.
Yeah,
here,
we got Falzo leading Parsons on the live time. I think it's that 2 motos in 1. They're kind of refreshing as they come through. On screen, though, you still got Parsons leading Kelleher.
So Kelleher now to the rear wheel of Jeremy Parsons, as he is not going to be happy about just sitting there eating roost off the Cowie.
No, he's going to need a different plan of attack. Oh, Parsons makes a mistake.
Whoa, where is Parsons going?
I'm not sure what happened. He kind of got bucked a little bit and grabbed a handful of throttle.
Going to have to be careful here. He needs to proceed with caution, get back on the track as soon as safely as possible.
Okay. He lost 2 spots, and I think he's going to be okay there. It looks like Murray and Phelps got by. Man. Weird. It almost like he went to hit the back brake and nothing was happening for him.
Yeah, it did seem like he wasn't able to quite get that thing slowed down like he wanted. Meanwhile, Kelleher's going to say, thanks a lot. That was wicked easy.
Yeah. Well, maybe he saw that moto earlier.
Yeah, he's in his head.
Yeah, he didn't want to get moved out of the way.
He's trying to move his way back to the front.
Yes,
that's for
he
sure.
is. Yeah, Scott Phelps doesn't even know what's coming right now.
Yeah, and Parsons, we heard from Wes Kane there in preparation for, I believe, a hip replacement. So kind of last second deciding to come out and do some battling here. Skipped out on Loretta's, but hasn't been riding a ton. So once again, could see a little bit of arm stiffness, a little bit of arm pump going on as well, being in that heat of a battle that early in the race.
Yeah, Jeremy, I don't believe he lives in New York anymore. I think he moved down south, but he's an original New York boy. As we see now, Scott Phelps making a mistake. He's going to jump off track, and that might let Parsons by. So I think Parsons might be coming home. He figured, while I'm here, I might as well hit this race.
Absolutely.
We've seen Jeremy here before.
Yeah, Jeremy was here last year hanging out with us, enjoying the coverage there on Racer TV. And, man, he's trying to make some highlight reels right now as he's slicing his way back towards the front after that early race mistake.
Yeah, he's got around Phelps. Now he's going to try and get around Murray here on the backstretch. He may have it. Murray might shut the door.
It's going to be a battle. Might have more drive coming up to this jump.
Yeah, he's got the pass.
Boy, that's a big look over
back
right there.
Something might have happened on the start line we don't know about.
Wow.
So if Parsons able to make the turn that time, so the brakes are still working.
Yeah, he's got them figured back out now. Might have missed the lever or something.
Like we heard from Wes, maybe he went for the lever and the arms weren't working.
That's true, yeah.
He's doing a lot of sitting down, so it's possible that arm pump may be.
Well, you got to wonder about that. I believe it's a hip replacement,
hip,
Wes said as well, so maybe that's bothering him.
Maybe just fitness in general.
It's true.
You know, it's 85 degrees out there.
And white flag coming out for your leader, Shane Kelleher, 1 lap to go.
Yeah, Phelps is being stubborn here. He doesn't want to let Parsons go. He's got around Murray. Kelleher long gone here. Keeping the front end light. Smooth. Made that turn look a lot less rough than it actually is.
He's another one of those riders where it's not crazy scrubbing. It's not anything like that. It's just he's hammering it out. He's blowing his way through some of these bumps and stuff like that. He's a freight train. He doesn't stop.
Yeah, we saw that. Langdon found that out earlier. He got hit by the train.
Yeah.
So here he is up top working his way around some of the lappers here. Some of the plus 45 BC guys. Gonna drop down, back down off the top of the hill.
Kelleher, like we said, breaking his thumb out at Loretta Lynn's. Told us on the podium after he wrapped up the title. Didn't want to say anything. Didn't want the competition to know he was a little banged up. And now, like we said to Wes, you're going to see just how broke that thing really is. It's looking like it's healed up just a little bit as he is trying to cap off this first moto in plus 45A with a win just a couple of corners away.
So what you're saying is he's not making excuses.
No, you can make him for him, but he's not interested in him.
This is not the track I'd want to ride with a broken thumb. I wouldn't want to ride this with a good thumb.
As beat up as it is right now, I think, both of my thumbs will keep throwing thumbs up from the sidelines.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll stick here. We'll stay in the booth.
Yep.
So he's going to come around. Checker flag is going to be coming out here.
There it is, Shane Kelleher. A moto win in the books for plus 45A moto number 1. As was working his way forward, thought we were going to get that dogfight between him and Parsons, but a couple of mistakes from the backside of the top 3 allow Kelleher to dominate here in Moto 1.
While live timing's up, we'll check in on that 45BC class. Give those guys a shout out. The 180 of Joe Falzo. He's going to take the moto win. So those guys too might not be on the screen, but they're racing for a number 1 plate in their own right.
Absolutely, yeah. BC class, those guys plenty of battles there as well. Looks like Michael Hauk, Robert Pilo, Paul Burfine, and Jason Johnston, your top 5 there in plus 45 BC.
Waiting for everybody to trickle through. We'll get that Hearth and Holmes top 10 before we roll into Moto 25. That's going to be 250B. Another full gate, man. We got 38 guys in this.
Man, I love to see it. Love the turnout.
It's hard to not get excited when you look down on the line.
There's just so many things that can happen when there's that many riders out there, and it does. It almost just the presence of that big of a gate, it gives the race a bigger feel to it. When you're lined up on a full gate, things feel serious. I don't care where you're at.
Yeah, and if you've raced before, you know you can feel the nerves knowing there's 40 guys going to that first turn and you're one of them. As we got the camera panning down here, you see the 22 of Matt Cameron. We saw the 25 of Widrick. There's the 812 of Seaver. LeBombard on the 011. So some guys we've already seen their names once or twice today. There's the 23 of Sigler, the 26L of Alguire. Got the 903 of Thomas Orton. So we'll get into the rundown here. 250B, the 04 of Matt Bogdan, the 6 of Brittany Major, the 011 Justin LeBombard, the 12 of Dylan Rose, the 14 Pat Basutti, 17R Trent Alguire, the 22 Matt Cameron, 23 Camden Siegel, 25 of Winston Widrick, 26L Trevor Alguire, 45 Michael Lockwood, 51 Zach Canning, 61 Anissa Ingersoll, 91 Paulie Best, 92 Corbin Venn, 100 of Brennan Hoffman, the 118 Jordan Caballero, 120 Daniel Berry, the 123 Nolan Lilly, 127 Wyatt Ehart, the 145 Nick Brownell, 171 Chaz Quinto, 173 of Zach Guanazar, the 204 Reed Murray, 212 Nico Holmes, 224 Tyler Tilson, 310 Brady Colbert, 444 Joseph Meyer, 517 Jesse Kavanaugh, 623 Brandon McDonald, 726 Nathan Baker, 805 Alex Harris, 812 Jaden Seaver, 822 Scott Lindholm, 891 Brady Conroy, 903 Thomas Orton, 928 Hudson Vagel, and the 983 of Jacob Hawk. What do we got out here, Zach? I know you had your eye on the start.
Man, we got some bar banging going on. A couple of riders getting caught up. Could quite tell. Maybe Bagel with a hole shot. I'm going to guess by him sending it to another planet over that jump. It's Bagel with the hole shot. And I don't think that's catching anybody by surprise.
No, that seems to be his signature move this weekend.
Launching that thing
is
into
to
orbit.
Just twist the throttle and land where he lands. And there he is, the 928 of Bagel dropping down. Looks like the 212. Yep. We saw the 212 earlier today. He threw that moto away. Nico Holmes late in that moto. He's going to try and redeem himself here.
See, throwing a bit of water down on just a couple of spots, so these riders got to pay attention here on lap 1. There is the 91 machine.
Yep, that's Paulie Best. That's a name we've seen up front all day today. We'll catch a number here on that 4th place rider. Gonna run that long line. Is Baker in this class? That might be Baker. Yeah, I think it's gonna be Nathan Baker. Yep, that'll be Baker. We saw him in that schoolboy class up towards the front of the field. So a couple of the fast guys got a good start, but the only problem for him is the fastest guy got the best start.
Yeah, this is not who you want to see get out front. Look at this, the 212 making some moves around the outside.
Yeah, he shut the door on him there.
You see standing late into that corner. These guys, this new section has really turned out to be one to watch. You can see it's getting whooped out as they're getting the power to the ground, but a small change really has led to a big difference in that part of the track.
Yeah, that's one thing Nick tries to do is he tries to give everybody, when you come back every year, something a little bit different. Without giving away too much information, there is a pretty big change coming for next year. All right. I'm not going to spill the beans. I don't want to ruin his surprise.
But that's all the more reason to be here in 2026.
Yeah. There is going to be a major change coming. He kind of spilled the beans to me last night inadvertently.
I love it.
So for anybody looking to come back or come for the first time, you will be pleasantly surprised. It's something I've been telling them to do for a couple years now. I thought it was a great idea.
You're stoked about it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I think it's going to create some really good racing.
I love it.
So back into the racing here, we got Vagel obviously still out front. That's just a broken record at this point. Nico Holmes redeeming himself after that late moto fall. He's up there in second. You still got Paulie Best in third. Nathan Baker fourth. Winston Widrick, he's up there in fifth. Now Baker right all alongside of Best. Best with a big swap. Still able to shut the door. Oh, and another swap. Now Baker swapping. Man, factory connection needs to come with the support van. We could use some suspension testing here.
Give this guy some clicker advice here.
Yeah, we got the rebound needs to get slowed down for these boys.
And that's the other thing is, depending on when these riders were out last, the track has changed a lot. Those bumps, even if they're not bigger, there's more of them. The chatter's more intense, if you will. So these guys are going to have to stay on top of adjusting those bikes as well. Who had a one rider go down right there just off track.
Yeah, that was a Yamaha. I don't see any of those in the top 10. I think that might have been a lap rider. Maybe just struggling in that, like you said, that new section. Here we go. We'll get a number on it.
Maybe the 82.
Yeah, 82. That should be Ben. That's the number he's been running this week. I think that was Ben. They got him at 92. Hard to say here. Regardless, not where you want to be.
Yeah.
You know, when you're pushing off the side of the track, hopefully for his sake, just a bike drop. We'll check back here. We got the drone coverage.
Oh, man, look at that.
God.
That's some sauce right there. That's
put him in the whip contest
wow.
tonight. Who was that?
Yeah, well, he's going to be recruited. He's not getting an option.
Yeah. Tell Wes King to stop that guy.
Who
Put
was
him
that?
in the whip contest.
29 maybe? I could tell.
I think this is the guy we got on screen here.
25.
I guess everybody's riding KTM.
Winston Widrick.
Widrick feeling himself
Man,
here.
that was saucy right there.
Yeah. And then just to put a cherry on the top, I think he made a pass after he did that, didn't he?
You almost have to if you can throw it like that. That's just the rules.
That's no choice.
Yeah.
Oh, big kick there. You see the a couple of them getting the kick. Yeah, so that jump face is starting to get the whoop. The acceleration bump, the whooped out effect is starting to go all the way up the face.
That last little drop of the throttle right over there, it kind of starts to dig out. I noticed that one of our earlier motos as well, starting to kick those guys forward.
Yeah, so that was a couple of your guys up here in the top 5, rolling into the top 10.
White flag coming out for Hudson Bagel, Nico Holmes, Paulie Best, 1, 2, and 3.
Nice ride from Holmes, though. He's only 6 seconds back. That's closer than we've seen anybody from a majority of the day.
Well, Holmes still got to bring it home in this one. It was that last lap that he had those issues on.
He's got to get through that last turn.
Yep.
He saw the checker flag, but he couldn't get to it. Let's see what Bagel's got for us. Are we going to go to the moon? Of course we are. Just lands all in those acceleration
You see the
bumps.
necks of the whole crowd just go all the way up when he goes by.
Get the Liat wrap out here.
Literally.
We could be handing out Liats up on the side up there.
Have a chiropractor beside the grandstand.
It's nice and smooth. Now, whoever tuned his suspension, that's who you need to talk to.
That is a quality setup right there. It seems like he's able to absorb anything that comes his way.
So where are we at here with times? I think that about 30 minutes till that 250A moto. So keep an ear to the speaker on that. If you're watching at home, keep it on a clock, set the timer, whatever you got to do. There's that Bagel. The wheelie over the braking bumps. Yep, in and out. You see some of the rocks starting to come up out of those sand berms.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Almost like it grows rocks. Like they kind of come out of nowhere.
They dig them up. Yeah, it's like growing potatoes. They just keep coming. We've been picking rocks for 10 years.
Checkered flag coming out, rocking and rolling was Hudson Bagel. The 928 picks up another win for the collection. There is Nico Holmes. He brings it all the way to the checkers this time in the number 2 spot. And it looks like Best might be rounding out that top 3 here in 250B race number 25.
Now we're going to get some excitement, Zach.
Uh-oh. This hasn't been exciting yet? Wait a second.
250C heat races. If it's anything like 450C, we better strap in because we got 2 races coming up.
Man, what does the C stand for? Chaos, contact, combat? Consistency, I don't know about that one.
Consistently out of control.
Consistently fun to watch, I know that much.
Oh, the entertainment value is high with these guys.
Hey, I love the C. I was a C-class hero back in the day, man. You never know what you're going to get.
We all started there.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our North Country Hearth and Home Top 10. Hudson Bagel, Nico Holmes, and Polly Best. Your podium here in Moto 1. Winston Widrick, Cameron Seigel, Reed Murray, Nathan Baker, Michael Lockwood, Zach Canning, and Justin LaBombard. Your top 10 in 250 feet. And taking a look here, 250C, actually 2 divisions of 250C in this one. You had that many riders in this class, so we'll have Division 1 up first.
Yeah, we got 44 entries, I believe was the total number, so we're going to run some heat races here. In the first division, you're going to have the number 8, Caden Lindsay, 14 of Bailey Fletcher, the 18 of Cole Murphy, 19 Carson Lindeker, 24 Craig Lindeker, 40 Bronx Edwards, 52 Alexander Patterson, 75 Ryan Erickson, 79 Gabriel DiFiore, 95 Carter Erickson, 177 Caleb Kempa, 178 Jeffrey Scruggs Jr., 217 Kyle LeBeau, 222 Kyle Wittowitz, 331 Wesley Mason, 411 Caden McCaffrey, 421 Christopher Farino, 422 Caleb Schreider, 427 Wyatt Mason, 555 Trevor Jackson, 747 Noah Goki, 847 Ezra Hughes, 889 Joe Altieri, 898 Deacon Campo Bianco, 921 Blaine Reifenberg, and 946 Ryder Bjorklund. Got to be top 16 out of this one. 16 going straight to the main gate. The rest of them are going to the LCQ. High stakes here. Even if you get through the LCQ, you're still looking at a 36, 37 gate pick. You're way on the outside, so this is important here.
Yeah, let me just say it. You don't want to be in that LCQ.
No,
so
sir.
If you're sitting in 17th in that last lap, you find the way, because it's not the spot you want to be in. As you see, everybody kind of favoring that inside, controlling the inside, headed into turn number 1.
So what you're saying is channel your inner Shane Kelleher if you're in 17th.
Hey, look, I'm not quite that big or that ready for a tussle, but yeah, I was a Shane Kelleher type guy. If you're there and that's where I want to be, well, shouldn't have been there. So
move or be moved.
Exactly. It's a simple equation. It's one or the other. Last little bit of words of confirmation there, kind of chatting it up. Some riders, look at that, playing it chilled, number 40. He ain't worried about it. He's a top 16. I got that all day.
Yeah, that's easy picking for him. If I had to guess, probably put some water down. We started to see some dust kick up. Put a little water down. Yeah, I mean, especially when you start getting into these bigger motos, a lot of guys, it kicks up a lot of dust. So we'll take a second, put some water down, keep everything safe, make sure everybody can still see. Like that guy making sure his transponder's turned on and hooked up.
Did I charge this thing? I don't remember. Yeah,
he knows he's going to be up front.
We'll make sure these guys know who they're talking about up there. Take a look at that Utica Rome Speedway live drone here from High Voltage Hills MX.
Yep, there we are.
Water truck doing a little bit of work here. And we're in, is it Grieg, New York? Is that
Greg?
It is Greg. Okay.
You ever seen that video, Old Greg?
Old Greg, yeah.
The guy in the boat?
Yeah.
Drinks Bailey from a boot.
Old Greg.
I'm Old Greg. That's where we are. Up in the sticks.
We're in
up
Old
north.
Greg's backyard.
That's right. He lives in the pond over here.
Oh, boy.
The only problem is they just drained it to water the track this week, so Old Greg's not very happy.
Yep, he took his house. He's not stoked.
Yep, the watershed. He got evicted from the watershed. Look at this guy down here. That's 747 down here on the Kawasaki.
Mm-hmm.
He said, you guys can have these inside gates. I'll just start out here. Like, no mechanic. Was down there by himself.
Thought he was pulling tear-offs there for a second. He said, I don't need these.
Confidence.
Yep.
Confidence.
Oh, you think that's confidence? Look at 91.
Look at this guy,
he said,
91.
He saw the 747 was like, oh, yeah?
I don't even see him on
that?
the entry list here in this division.
I think it's the 921 of Blaine Reifenberg.
Yep, possibly. He had those electrical tape numbers.
Yep.
Yeah, he said, I'll line up all the way out here.
Everybody fired up. Waving to the camera there.
Wave to mom and dad.
Yep, that's what it's all about. Getting some camera time there on Racer TV.
What Post Malone saying that song? My mama called on my TV. Yeah, looks like we're firing up the bikes. Goggles coming on.
Here we go.
Nerves are going up. Except for that guy way on the end.
Yeah, he's cool. He's not worried.
He might just let him go off the start. I'll catch up to you guys later. See you at the finish line.
Breaks early, cuts back underneath. Might work.
Yeah.
Here we go, the 2 to 1. One's going to go sideways, and we're going to go 250C Division I racing.
Yamaha with a big start.
Yeah, good drive. There we go, bar banging. Looks like everybody going to make it through turn 1 at least clean. A little bit of water down, so we'll keep an eye on that as our guys head back to the Lowville Honda Highlands for lap 1.
Yeah, we got a new combo here. I think this guy in the lead's running white background and red numbers.
There you go, that's
style.
Something. Keeping the announcers on their toes here. We've got timing and scoring. That's not bad.
That's not so bad.
422, I give you credit on that.
What we got? We got Caleb Schrader, another Canadian out of Ontario.
Well, and that's a Canadian thing. Their background's red based on certain classes, has been told before, so bring a little Canadian style down here for us.
Yeah, a little Filthy Phil coming down.
There we go.
So taking a look here at the Utica drone shot. Schrader out front. Oh, we got a little banging going on here. One rider stuffed it on the outside, the KTM rider. Man, that does not look fun.
You can see how hard they're charging up that straightaway and still can't get all the way over that tabletop. That's how rough things are getting.
Yeah, I noticed that KTM, you just seen the compression all the way down on the back shock.
You saw that dust actually coming from off track. One of the mules headed up there, maybe a rider down, needing tended to, but on track, probably the best the soil is on property right now.
Yeah, this is, I'm thoroughly impressed with what the track crew has done today. Like we said at the opening, it has not rained here in at least a month and a half. I mean, if you're a golfer, it's been great. If you want to ride dirt bikes, not so much.
Well, I know which one I'm picking.
Looks like Schrader still out front. We got Christopher Farino on the 421, Ryder Bjorklund on the 946, Alexander Patterson and Caden McCaffrey rounding out your top 5.
Like Lindeker, Lindsey Hughes, LeBeau, and Watch Tokwex, your final spot inside the top 10. Oh, look at that. Back in, stepping out, coming up the hill there for the 52. Patterson going to lose a ton of drive right there.
Yeah, it might be one of those rocks that's hidden down the sand, kick the back wheel out on him. See Lindeker getting shuffled back a spot here.
Might have been Lindsey making the move as they head back up once again. And yeah, those guys get some big kicks of square edge bumps.
Looks like we got is that our leader here? Or is
that might be.
Yeah, I believe it is.
Yep, that's Schrader, and then
so that's Schrader and Farino. So Farino from 2 seconds back. Schrader may have made a mistake. Either that or Farino's got the momentum. Oh, just launched it down into the braking bumps. Not a care in the world.
And I believe that's actually Bjorklund on the 946, now in the number 2 spot and applying pressure.
So the man on the move, obviously, he's already around Farino.
Ryder Bjorklund.
See if he can go after Schrader here. Just looking for any piece of smooth real estate. You're going to have to ride in the grass.
Yeah, I was about to say smooth.
That line Parsons had was pretty smooth in that last moto.
Leave it to the vets, man. I'm telling you, they know where it's at.
So should be halfway through this one. 2 laps down, 2 laps to go. Just looking for anything to get him up over the top of that jump.
Bjorklund trying to keep power to the ground here. Is Schrader doing a great job of staying cool under pressure.
Yeah, we haven't seen any mistakes from Schrader yet. Bjorklund cut the lead just about in half, so we'll see. We'll see how it ends up here. Looks like McCaffrey moved up a spot, and obviously Farino dropped back to 3rd there with Bjorklund passing him.
Looks like we've got a battle for 5th right now on screen. That's the 217.
Yep, that's Hughes on the KTM, the 847, and LeBeau on the 217. So McCaffrey's already gotten around those guys. See if Hughes here can hold on to that 5th place spot. Looking back in the race order, looks like Alexander Patterson 13th, Carter Erickson 14th, Craig Lindecker 15, Joe Altieri with that prize 16th spot. You don't want to go any farther back than that. So Wesley Mason on the 331.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, we got a rider
Yeah,
down here at the
Bjorklund
bottom
went
of the
down
hill.
at the bottom of the hill. Man, that is a fast spot. So Ryder Bjorklund going down. He was applying pressure for the lead.
Yeah, that's not going to be a good place to go down there. You're down in the gully. He's going to need to get back up and going before he loses too many spots here.
Got to get back up and inside that top 16 if he wants to
right.
go to the main. Look at that, around the outside.
Look, just like that, we get a battle for second now. That was McCaffrey on the 411.
Man, battle of the lookbacks here. These guys can't stop it.
They're listening to the broadcast.
I guess.
They gotta be.
I'm telling you, man. That's,
If you want TV time, you gotta wheelie the braking bumps and look back.
Pretty much.
So McCaffrey on the move now. Should be white flag coming out, I believe. Wait for the drone camera. Here we go. Yep, white flag is out.
You see the 421 just doing everything he can to get drive, to get over that finish line jump. That's how rough things are getting on the entrance. The 411 McCaffrey still very concerned with what's going on behind him. Schrader, though, not at all. As he's getting ready to make his way down the front straight once again.
Yeah, so Bjorklund left Schrader off the hook. I'm keeping an eye on the scoring here. Bjorklund starting to trickle down. 13th, he still hasn't come through. He's starting to get into the danger zone here. What looked like sitting on a 2. Now he might be riding that LCQ.
He's on the bubble now in that 15th place spot.
Yep, looks like Altieri, Scruggs. No, Altieri's not through either. There's Borkland all the way to 17th. So he makes a pass.
Whoa, that was almost a big one. That lap rider just in front of Schrader. That could have been chaos. Man, some close calls here late in this one. 250C Division 1.
Yeah, just bring it home. Just bring it home, baby.
3/4 of a lap, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Get
Get
your marks.
home.
Yep. Getting a good drive down this straight once again. Going to cut back towards that left side of the track.
Yeah, trying to stay as tight as he can around that roller, looking for a line maybe someone hasn't driven on yet.
Keeping that leg tucked in. Up and over the step up. One corner left to go.
There
Callum
he is.
Schrader trying to grab a division win here in 250C.
Well done. Start to finish.
Yep. That is how you want to kick things off here. You're going to be headed to the main.
Not usually what you see in the C-Class.
No, not at all. But trust me, we had plenty of C-Class festivities going on.
We got spoiled with that
Yes,
first one.
Yes.
They used it all
look
up
at
on
that.
us.
Problems for one of the Yamaha riders. Not sure what happened right there. Maybe a false neutral. McCaffrey crosses the line in second for Reno. Going to round out the podium. Carson Lindecker, Ezra Hughes, and Kyle LeBeau, your top 6.
Well, that must have been LeBeau we had down. He's dropping down the order. He ended up coming through in 9th. So that Yamaha, we did see it was a Yamaha, so he dropped a couple positions there. Still going to come through in a qualifying spot, but overall, that's going to hurt him a little bit.
Significantly change that overall gate pick, that's for sure.
Yeah, especially when you combine, you combo the two motos. A 9th turns into an 18th now. We see some of the other riders trickling through. We got our North Country Herds and Homes top 10 up here. The one at Callum Schrader, like we said, won the moto. Caden McCaffrey second, Christopher Farino, Carson Lindecker, Ezra Hughes, Bolt Wutowitz, Alexander Patterson, Caden Lindsay, Kyle LeBeau, and Carter Erickson going to round out your top 10. And look at this, Zach. Ryder Bjorklund gets onto the bubble, 16th.
Man, how about it? Gets the spot, nowhere else to go. So he's in the show, but he's got his work cut out for him.
Not where he wanted to be.
Yeah.
On the line, you got Division 2, 250C, the 004, Derek Vogel Jr., the 4 of Fleet Sherman, the 11 of Caleb Bester, the 22, Seth Mosier, 30, Nixon Bianchi, 39, Jack Cohen, 78, Cooper Daly, 78X, Ren Sharp, the 90 of Gavin Jensen, the 98, Caleb Marin, the 105, Trevor David, the 117, Brody McEachern, 226, Joey Mitat, 228, Joseph Medic, 237, Aiden Garrison, 277, Louis Castiglia Jr., 331X, Seth Ross, 409, Davin Peck, 425, Mason Davidson, 612, Zane Mumblo, 722, Riley Carey, 813, Xavier Halsey, 828, Jackson Bruner, 904, Cooper Maurer, and 905, Kevin Gregory Jr. What do we got on screen, Zach?
Trying to see if that's the 117 out front.
Possibly 177.
Possibly Caleb Kempa, maybe.
But looks like a Yamaha, maybe that old school 50th anniversary.
All I know is he's going for Vagel's long jump record because he sent that thing to another orbit.
Do we need to get a tape measure out there?
We may
can put
have
a stake
to
in
do
the
a
ground?
long jump competition. Yeah, that was a send and a half right there.
We can flatten it out up there. We can do that after the whip contest.
I'm not scared. I'll mark it off. We'll count it out. That was an impressive one right there. Is really starting to see that kicker develop in those faces. These riders are going to have to pay attention to these lines. There's all kinds of battling going on right there. Woohoo, big kick. There goes the 98. So some of the names that we've seen in our 450C class popping up here.
Yep, that's Marin, Caleb Marin on the 98. So Marin, that's a name we've seen up front a couple times today.
So it's Brody McEachern, another name we've recognized here today, out front leading the way. Caleb Marin in second, Joey Matat in third, Gavin Jensen fourth, and Derek Vogel Jr. in the fifth place spot. Caleb Bester, Seth Ross, Ren Sharp, Cooper Maurer, and Nixon Bianchi, your top 10 as they make their way back into sight here. See Jeremy Parsons hanging out trackside. He's checking some things out. Watching these guys all fun with that inside man. That rider absolutely eating a face full of sand right there off the back tire of Marin. That's Jay Matat. Old Joey Matat going at it. He's on the rear wheel too, trying to close back in on Marin. Ooh, Marin, little style.
These riders are saucy today, huh?
The Steve stands for classy, baby. That's classic style right there. As look at this, Matat around the outside, going to try some wide line action here. Doesn't quite work for him, but doesn't really lose any time either. So no harm, no foul on that one. They're going to drop back down to that high speed section. Up and over the tables they go. A little bit of breakaway now between these two as Marin and Matat go at it. Meanwhile, McEachern out front. Matat, not a good exit out of that corner. That's going to cost him big time. Guys hopping up on those sand berms and letting the bike eat. As Marin, ooh, little tank slapper there, able to accelerate through it. Matat following for the moment, going to try to get a little closer and then see if he can find a way around. Good drive there. Let's see, he's going to go wide here. I don't think that's going to work for him, but doing a good job of not following. I don't know, he's got a good drive right here. Marin staying cool under pressure. He's heard Matat to the left, to the right of him. Look at, that was smooth this morning, and now looks like it was a designed Dragon's Back roller section. Look at this, Matat now shows him a wheel alongside. It's a drag race to the inside. Can he cut back under? No. Marin's going to slam the door, and once again, a face full of sand from Matat back up the hill.
Yeah, he's going to be coughing like Trevor Schmidt was. The only problem is it's not the lapper giving him the ruse.
Yeah, he's going to have those pearly white sandblaster here. Look at that, he's going bagel status on it.
Going to regroup here. See if he can't put another charge into him later on in this lap.
Ooh, flirting with the edge of the track there, and a couple of big rocks to the side of the track as well.
I don't think that was on purpose. Got some yellow flags on rider down. That's not the place you want to be.
No, rider down hard.
Yeah, that's not the place you want to be.
Hopefully that flagger going to be in sight of those riders, waving that Red Cross flag.
Yeah, it looked like they had it flagged pretty well. Up on top of the hill, they had some yellows, letting everybody know there was a rider down. Matat just, man. It's almost a Dragon's Back up that tabletop now.
Yeah, a couple of these sections basically turned into Dragon's Backs. Real square edge bumps at the bottom as well.
Yeah, Matat gonna still looking for something smooth. Oh, he found something here.
Wow.
That's one we haven't seen today. That's a long way around, but it's going to work.
All the way around.
By a lot.
Man, actually opens it up, too, when he makes the pass happen.
Yeah, anybody back in the pits watching, you just found a secret line right there.
But here late in the day, some new areas of the track really starting to work as the white flag comes out.
Yeah, I don't know if McEachern just got caught up in lappers or something, but looking at timing and scoring, Mitad's only 2 seconds back, 5 seconds faster on that lap. We'll have to see, but he's doesn't look like Marin's done with him.
Whoa, Marin. I don't even.
Oh, and Mitad sliding out in the back. Oh, and he makes it worse.
Man,
He's
from
doubled
bad
down.
to worse there. Mitad had a good thing going, and Marin threw him off his game.
Yeah, he slid out and then he doubled down and slid back out the other way. I'm gonna go to McEachern. So look at this, Zach. We got a battle for the lead here. McEachern. Is this our lead group here? This is the 98. Questionable what happened there. The yellow flags were out. Not sure if they doubled under the yellow. That's going to be at the discretion of the ref. That may have been what opened it up for McEachern. I'm not playing devil's advocate here. So McEachern and Mitad still 1 and 2. Or pardon me, Marin. Got a lap rider here. Marin going to try and use him as a pick. Both riders clear him. 2 turns to go for McEachern. He found that outside line. Not quite as far as Mitad went, but it was a little smoother. And he's got 1 turn to go. So we'll have to see. That was questionable about doubling on the yellow there. I don't know how they want to play that.
And we're going to leave that in the hands of our AMA ref. Yep, we've got our official on site here paying attention to everything like that, making sure all those rules are properly followed.
Your shirt says Racer TV, mine says High Voltage. I don't see AMA anywhere in here.
Absolutely, and no, AMA does a great job as well at our events. They can go back and watch the Racer TV footage as well for any clarification needs or anything like that. So safety is a top priority. People that they get all worked up about the rules and kind of forget about the whole purpose of it. This sport is dangerous enough. We know that. We accept that, and those rules are all in place to try to help us. So. All right, here we go. Well, Insane Wes Kane is in the house, and he is standing by. Let's hear what Wes is up to.
Well, I got Trevor Schmidt down here. You're 2 for 2. Can you make it a trifecta in this 250 Pro?
That's the plan here. Try to get off to a good start, and we'll go from there.
All right, you had a 450A, a 450 Pro moto win in your College Boy. What'd you do to prepare? I mean, 3 motos out there. This track is tough to tame. What do you do to prepare to be ready to win this one?
College Boy, I just took it a little easier, checked some lines out, and we're ready for this one now. So.
Well, there he is, Trevor Schmidt down there, cool, calm, and collected on the gate. Says, hey, he's got it, he's ready, and we'll see how it works out for him. Back to you guys up in the booth.
All right, thanks, Wes Kane, and with a chatty Trevor Schmidt there sitting on the line. As he's locked in, he's trying to figure out how to go 3 for 3. And that here is your 250C Division 2 top 10 overall. Brody McEachern and Caleb Marin, Joey Matat, Caleb Bester, Seth Ross, Xavier Hulse, Ren Sharp, Derek Vogel Jr., Cooper Maurer, and Nixon Bianchi, your top 10 in Division 2. That top 16 going to be going to the main event there in that one. As now get things locked and loaded on the gate. I know who I'm putting my money on for a whole shot.
You want to bet the mortgage?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident on this one.
Yep, we got about 4 minutes till gate drop here. I don't think we need to tell the folks who the favorite is.
Yeah. Now, knowing my betting luck, Trevor's going to leave it in neutral and not even leave the gate. So,
not to wish any ill will on you, but I hope you're right because I want to see what he can do from the back.
Yeah, you got to be curious whether or not the rest of the field start to pick up on this as well. Be like, hey man, look, I'm not going to win, but maybe we could figure something out. Hey, good to see the 213 of Toby Cleveland back on the line as well. We saw him have a big get off earlier today at the top of that uphill jump. So we've seen a couple of big get offs throughout the day today, and glad to see one rider at least back up with the helmet on. Toby
Yeah,
tough
I
as
actually got
nails.
some communication from one of the guys on the track. He said he kind of knocked the wind out of himself, banged himself up a little bit. Once he got up, caught his breath, and regrouped, he was all right. So, yeah, good to see he's out here. Obviously nothing major.
Yep.
So we'll see. Maybe you want to slip someone a hundo, just cut Trevor off
that's
to
what I'm
start
saying.
or
You don't have to
something.
win, but
we don't
just-
want to hurt him.
Just turn right.
Yeah, we don't want to hurt him. Just slow him down for a minute.
All right, let's send things back down to Wes Kane on the line.
Guys down here, RJ Fox, man, how'd you come out in that 450 Pro?
Oh, I took myself out 2 times. I was way in the back. I just threw it away.
All right, what do you got in store for the boys time in the 250 Pro?
Well, if I can get as good a start, I'm hoping to just run up front and see what I can do. Borrowing a bike, just trying to have some fun, honestly.
How about this gate pick? You're about 3 over from the side.
Yeah, I got a phone call. I was still at my pit. I was already called. I got last gate pick. This was open. I took it.
Hey, it could work out in your favor.
Yeah, I'm hoping it does. I really am.
Hug to the inside and don't let off till you hear glass break.
Oh, yeah, that's the plan.
All right, RJ Fox got a plan. Let's go find Cromaldi over here on the end over here, the 366 ride. Let's find him. He was over here. And there's Cromaldi. So we'll pick up with the 366 ride. All right, what's your strategy over here?
Go out, find some good lines, and have fun, man. That's what it's all about at the end of the day.
I saw you over in the dog box over there. Were you setting the gate up or what? What were you doing in there?
Top secret. Maybe I had to take a leak, maybe I didn't. You never know.
All right, well, what do you got for these boys over here? There's the guy to beat right next to you.
That's my guy right there. He is a man to beat. He's super good on the bike, and yeah, we ride together all the time, so it's cool racing with him.
Are you guys teammates? You got the same gear on? You looking good out there?
Somewhat. We just have similar sponsors, but yeah, we hang out a lot, so that's where that comes from.
All right, so you're friends, but when the gate drops, you're going to war.
Oh yeah, he hits me, I hit him. It's fun, so it's good.
All right, well, we talked to the top 3 guys out there. Let's see how they work out. We're going to get back to the action. Take it away, boys, up in the booth.
All right, thanks, Wes, and we'll see if we can maybe grab a word with any more of our riders before we get that gate down.
Yeah, you know how I want to get a word from is Toby Cleveland.
Yeah,
I want to get a first-hand experience about pulling the pin and grenading himself up there just to come back and line up for the next moto. And like you said, he's going to take some of that GNCC knowledge. You're familiar with him and what you do outside of here, and see how he feels it's translating to the track here.
Well, I see him. Wes Kane grabbed him by that bruised shoulders. Hey, you're doing an interview. All right, here we go. Wes Kane, let's hear it.
All right, I got him down here. Cleveland, I talked to you before that moto, and the boys were excited out there. You're bringing some GNCC flavor out here. You decided to go off-roading out there about halfway through.
Yeah, I told you I was going to send it, and I sent it. But, yeah, it didn't really work out in my favor. It was hard with the 450s, but hopefully this one I can get a good start. My back's a little raw, and we're just going to send it again.
How's the track looking out there for you? Peering over your gate, you had a pretty deep rut coming off the concrete.
Yeah, I just like this inside. You can kind of hug the inside all the way around, so hopefully that works out again, and I can be in top 5 coming in the second corner.
Well, Zach Aaron up there and the boys up there in the booth, they're going to be rooting for you over there. I know you're the fan favorite up there right now.
Thank you.
All right, Cleveland, let's see if he can send it out there. Zach, what do you think about this guy? You know who he
I
is.
do. I know all about him, man. I know he's fired up, and I know he's ready to put on a show here in Moto 2. He's going to elbow you in the face, Wes. Watch out. He's putting goggles on.
Yeah, I don't know him, but coming back from that crash to line up,
he's
good in my book.
Yeah, he's got a chip.
He's good in my book.
Back's a little scratched up. Ain't nothing but a thing. I'll tell you what, those GNCC guys, they blow my mind every time. It's impressive to see what they're able to do, and a lot of us moto guys, they don't give them the respect they deserve on a moto track as well. These boys know how to roll. So watch Cleveland. He was underpowered in that 450 moto, but he is ready to make something happen here in the first moto of 250A. Car turns around the one, it goes sideways, and we are about ready to rock for 15 plus 1, 250A off and rolling.
Well, we might have hope
Wait
here.
a second, the mortgage up for grabs. Wait I told you, man, I'm bad luck.
Call the bank. Even Maury got around him there as they came out of the S-turn.
Cleveland second out of the gate.
Rider down. Is that Schmidt or Cromaldi?
It's one of them, man. They look very
I
similar.
think he took a peg to the back.
He took a peg to the back, whoever that was.
I think that was Blaze. They both ride for, like he was saying, same sponsors. A lot of times they ride the same gear.
Whoa, hang on to it, Toby.
Yeah, there's Schmidt there in second now. He's going to maybe get around Toby. Oh, boy.
Oh,
he's down. Rider down. It's Schmidt.
The plot thickens, folks. Toby not letting him have it.
See, we just needed the GNCC guy to get in here.
10 seconds, baby. That's all it takes with Toby Cleveland. Find yourself on the ground. Here we go. This is
Well,
exactly.
Now, I'm pretty sure that's the 57 of forward out front. And the way he's been riding.
Yes, that could be exactly what he needs, man. A little bit of clean air, and it's honestly those opening few laps that seem to set the stage for the rest of the moto. So Schmidt back there in about 4th or 5th right now. He's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, he was able to get up pretty quick. Probably didn't have the bike stall on him or anything, but hey, we'll take it. Give me a little entertainment.
Hey, it's going to be fun to watch, that's for sure. The streak alive for now, but anything possible.
He's going to go around the outside of Hazlitt there on the 65.
Well, and another thing that we've seen, you can't override right now. If you're Schmidt, you got to take a breath, say, hey, I got 15 minutes to go to work. I know I'm fast. I know I'm in shape. Trust in the process here. Logan Ford crosses the line in first. Toby Cleveland in second. Taylor Beckwith, Trevor Schmidt 3 and 4. Dom Morris, Trevor Hazlett 5 and 6 with Mowry, Fox, Cole, Ellerman, and Beesham, your top 11.
Yeah, like you're saying, don't push the issue. Trust the process. He knows he has the speed. He's not that far back. Do a little quick math, run the calculator here, about 6 seconds behind the lead.
Look at that, the 65 of Hazlett peeking up the inside, wasn't able to make it happen there.
Yeah, that was Dom Morris he's trying to get around. I see green backgrounds. Is that another GNCC guy that we know of?
I don't recognize the name, but it's certainly possible. We got a lot of New Yorkers that love to come join us there at GNCC's. And so, man, forward looking good right now. Toby Cleveland, he said he wanted it in the top 5. How about the top 2?
I like his full send.
Oh, yeah.
And he wasn't lying.
No, man, he's that guy, man. I can show you a couple Insta bangers of Toby where that dude is wide open. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Like we see.
Exactly.
Nice little scrub there. Looks like the 363 of Beckwith, I believe, still in 3rd.
And it's cool to see the different styles as well. Toby, one of the taller riders, on the GNCC circuit, and looks like one of the taller riders here as well. You can see the way he's moving that bike around is forward, slides the back end into that berm. That was a sweet move from him as well.
Yeah, those long legs are definitely giving him an advantage with all these braking bumps, the rollers, the acceleration bumps.
So standing deep into that corner. Cleveland continues to send it as forward. Is about as forward as you can get in this one.
Can't get any farther forward than he is right now. The only problem is he's wishing he was a little bit farther forward on Cleveland.
Yeah, I was about to say, well, I'm waiting for this lap time here. There it is. Toby Cleveland about a second faster on that last lap. So Cleveland starting to creep, and this guy's used to doing battle for 3 hours. I think 15 minutes plus 1. That's a sprint.
Yeah, looking at the lap times, we got a good one brewing here. With Schmidt in 4th, fastest lap. Your second place rider obviously coming up on the lead, and look at here, Beckwith and Schmidt coming right up behind him.
Yep, Schmidt fastest on track at 145 flat on that last lap, so he definitely has the speed, but we saw a little bit of mistake there as well as he loses some time to 3rd place. So Schmidt, it's a yo-yo right now. He's got to lock in and start clicking some laps off if he wants to get inside that top 3.
Absolutely. Beckwith's been here before. We haven't seen Beckwith here in a couple years, but he knows his way around this track, so Schmidt's going to have his work cut out for him if he wants to get around him and get to the front.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, you might think of woods and rocks and mud for GNCC. We got plenty of sand out there as well. Toby Cleveland, solid runs at round 2 in Florida, rounds 5 at Camp Coker in South Carolina. Not to mention he's a local. He's a New York boy himself, so not sure if he's grown up spinning laps around high voltage hills or not, but he certainly seems mighty comfortable here as he's starting to reel in Logan forward.
Yeah, I've only seen Toby here maybe once or twice. We
got
look
at that
bike problem.
Oh, man.
There's Beckwith.
No question.
You can see the visible frustration.
He is, I'm sure, only saying darn.
Yep. That is a PG-rated conversation in his head.
Dang it.
It's Cleveland now.
Look at this.
He's trying to make the pass. He was watching the broadcast. He saw that line that Mitat took earlier.
There it is. Up on the peg, stays low, and floats right by forward.
Look at this guy go. We counted him out after we watched him crash.
Man, you could count him out, but you'd be a darn fool, that's for sure.
I did. You didn't. You knew better.
Got you, Toby. I'm telling you, man, Cleveland, he's no stranger to the moto world, man. He does a couple different moto races throughout the year, and yeah, it's impressive to watch. A lot of these guys, they've got the skill and they've got the speed, but you know who else has got the speed is Schmidt, and he is now up to that 3rd place spot right there. So we'll see. This is going to be a good fight because Cleveland, Forward, and Schmidt, all top-level riders. They're in shape, and they're able to go that 15 plus 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Schmidt, obviously running Nationals. Cleveland running GNCC races, without a doubt. And Logan Forward, you see him running 577. I'm assuming that's a national number. So he's been training to go the distance as well.
Cleveland straight up the middle there on that one, using those long legs, absorbing those bumps. Schmidt trying to reel in forward.
This really feels like the calm before the storm.
Yeah, this is.
You can feel it brewing.
It's starting to set up, and Schmidt's a smart rider too. He's fast, but he's smart, so he may be kind of just hanging right here, just after that roost zone, watching where forward's going, and waiting to find the right spot to strike as well. He's got several laps to play with here, as we're only a few minutes into this one. A couple of laps in the books.
Yeah, I think as long as he can see Cleveland up in front of him, there's not going to be much panic.
Yep.
You know, if he sees Cleveland starting to pull away, he might pull the trigger and up the ante here.
Very different line choices between forward as well. 25 having some issues. That's Bisham. He was in the 7th place spot the last time around.
Goggles were already off, so he must have laid it down pretty heavy back there.
Oh, look at this. That outside. Is it going to work for him? Schmidt pulls up right alongside. Same spot that he got past for the lead. Forward going to lose another spot.
Yeah, Logan's going to have to make a switch back there. That inside is just not working for him.
Yeah, seems like here late in the day, you want to keep that power on the ground as much as you can. Avoid those inside rollers as Cleveland. Whoa! Oh, wait a second.
Well, he wasn't waiting now, was he?
Oh, man. Well,
wow.
Let's see, because that is going to fire Toby Cleveland up right there. It gives him the iron horn and moves him out of the way. Got to think maybe a little bit of contact from earlier in the moto. Might just want to make a little point there coming across.
We got a guy. His name is Wes Kane.
Yeah.
He's going to be talking to another guy named Trevor Schmidt.
And he might be talking
to be able to get us the inside scoop.
Yeah, what's up? So Cleveland, I'm sure would love nothing more than to get right back to the rear wheel of Schmidt, but Schmidt making it hard for him right now as he is clicked the afterburners, turned on the nitrous button, and is already opened up a couple of bike lanes.
Yeah, Cleveland looks good, though. You know he's pushing the issue because he wants to get back to him, but he's not making those mistakes we've seen other riders make. He's still staying smooth, and you can see he's not that far behind him.
Yeah, Cleveland in a good spot right now, and I mean, Trevor Schmidt, he's fast. There's no other way to put it. A 146.2 on that last lap, even with his issues. So Schmidt continuing to be the fastest man on track. Toby Cleveland running a solid race right now. Top 5 was his goal. Still hanging strong in that number 2 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we were talking about, just to come back from that crash alone, got to feel good about it, and then you get to start and run up front like he said he wanted to. So good sign going into tomorrow for him.
Absolutely. Well, Schmidt, he's got a streak to uphold. You understand he's not busy on collecting things other than ones and wins, and so he's trying to add another one to the collection here. 250A Moto 1 halfway through this one as you see the cross flags there on the finish line.
Yeah, he probably heard Cleveland say he wants a top 5, and he scoffed at that.
Yeah, Cleveland's sitting there going, let's do it for 3 hours and see who comes out on top. That's for sure. But, hang on to it, Toby.
Little buck in the saddle there.
Man, Toby trying to catch Trevor Schmidt, saying holy Schmidt right now as he's hanging on to that Husky.
Forward's still hanging there with him, too. They haven't dropped him too bad.
Absolutely not, yeah. And then Hazlett, he's back there just a little bit, moved hidden to that 4th place spot.
Yeah, we still got Don Morris back there in 6th. A good ride from him. Ellerman, 7th. McDonald, Strecker, and Nettie, your top 10.
And you can see how square edge these bumps are. These guys, as best as or as good as they get as far as being prepared for it, and they're still getting big kicks.
Yeah, we're getting real late into the day. I mean, we're looking at moto number 28 we're on. As we start to close down on day 1 here at the New York State Championships, this track is beat.
Track might be beat, but Toby's certainly not yet. It's still charging forward. Trevor Schmidt, you see up ahead, continuing to open things out just a little bit.
No, this is the closest we've seen anybody to him.
Oh, yeah.
Even after getting the lead, he's not gapping him too bad.
Yeah, Toby keeping him honest right there and not looking like he's riding completely over his head to do so.
What do we got? We're 6 laps in. Should be about 3 to go, maybe.
Yeah, just
so there's still time. There's time.
Halfway. Well, and you know as well as I do, as quick as these mistakes happen, we could blink and all of a sudden Toby Cleveland's out front in the lead. So,
yeah, we just found out that Schmidt is human.
Yep.
He can make a mistake.
Yep, he actually does know how to cross the line out of the first turn, not in first. So
it only took a year and a half. It's
learn
okay.
Something new every day.
And you lost your house.
Well,
listen,
you guys have fun. I can be a squatter.
Well, the money Schmidt's making here, he gets you a down payment.
I'll hang with him. Toby, look at how far over there. I mean, almost flirting with those track banners right there. We'll get a little wide there.
You got to go there. He's looking for those smooth lines.
Seems like sometimes these guys make a mistake. They get kicked to one side, and then they find, hey, there's actually a smooth line right there. Wait a second.
Yeah, almost on accident.
Yeah.
You end up finding the right line that you needed the whole race.
Schmidt, yeah, to your point, doing a great job. Cleveland keeping him right there. Look at these lap times. A 149.6, a 151, so a half a second difference between Cleveland and Schmidt on that last lap. Forward, Hazlett, and Mowry, your top 5.
Yeah, earlier we were seeing Schmidt running 2-3 seconds a lap faster than everybody, so props to Cleveland. He's stepping up.
Well, and it's you got to wonder as well, Trevor, maintaining what he needs. He's not wanting to override. I think he's also well aware of how dangerous this track can be late in the day. I don't know. Cleveland seems like he's maybe found another gear here late in this one.
Yeah, Trevor's going to have to get up and go here, or he's going to have unwanted company.
It'd be a shame if this thing could be 30 plus 1. And we'll show you a look here what happened to your race leader a little bit earlier. Trevor Schmidt, he came together with Toby Cleveland, was trying to make the move up the inside, and almost got to wonder whether or not he thought Toby was kind of going to roll over and hand the pass to him. You see it at the bottom of your screen. Watch this up the inside. I mean, just threading the needle, and it kind of looked like he already started to slide as he was headed up that roller face. We see immediately got the hand on the clutch, picking that bike back up. But
yeah, you almost wonder if he was trying not to take Toby out the way he was already leaning it over. He might have noticed Toby wasn't giving it up, and he said, let me not take both of us out.
Yeah, he was coming in super hot, so all in all, great job from both of them. And even when he made the pass on Toby that second time and made it stick, I don't think there was any intention to just completely take Toby out.
No, not at all. That was a big money race pass.
He wanted to make the pass. Yeah,
yep.
Absolutely. This is pro racing here. And yeah, these guys are keeping him honest. And you got to wonder what Cleveland would have been able to do in that 450 moto, because the gap right now is a fraction of what we saw. I mean, 1.6 seconds. It was, I believe, over 10 seconds in that 450 moto. So this is Trevor going to kind of go back to the truck maybe a little bit, saying, man, I got to eat my Wheaties tomorrow to bring this thing home.
Yeah, Toby might wake up a little sore tomorrow after that crash, but he's going to wake up feeling good.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's going to have a lot of confidence.
A lot of fired upness. Yeah, going to be ready to try to make something happen. As Logan Forward, not out of this thing either. We keep talking about first and second, but third still in that overall discussion as well. Anything can happen. Cleveland and Schmidt get together. All of a sudden, we're looking at Forward as a favorite for the title.
Yeah, Logan's having a quietly good weekend so far.
And I mean, as far as we talk about how mental this sport is as well. Now, Schmidt going to be feeling good. He got the win, but you got to kind of think he's kind of been known as the guy to beat here. Keep it in that under 2-3 seconds. Cleveland maybe going to be a little, I don't want to say concerned for Trevor Schmidt, but in awareness, if nothing else, saying, hey, I've got to bring my A game.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, where, Toby's going to wake up tomorrow with a little bit more belief than maybe he had this morning.
Yep.
Looks like we got a rider down up there, KTM rider, hard to see. I don't want to speculate. It looked like Jacob Stevens. I'll have to check the scoring and see if he's out here. He is out there, the 77. Don't want to speculate too much. I didn't catch the number, just based off of the bike color and the gear that he usually wears. I think that was Stevens. Looked like he was starting to get up.
That spot to go down there. And again, really chewed up, breaking bump through that section, as well as Trevor Schmidt. Less than a lap remains. He's going to head to those Lowville Honda Highlands once again.
Yeah, you can tell Trevor's a little older in his riding. He stays smooth. He's not interested in a long jump. He's just going to ride that smooth line. You see him hugging that inside, as far inside. We said earlier, he's going inside of the inside.
Yeah, he is. He's running as tight as you can on that one right there. Heads way over to the left-hand side, trying to avoid those ruts and bumps. As we'll wait here for Toby Cleveland. Sight, jump back down to Schmidt, down the hill he goes. Another rare smooth line right there as well.
Yeah, it looks like Toby's kind of waved the white flag a little bit here. He put a hard charge in. He kept him honest. Absolutely. Yeah. So. He gave himself a nice, healthy gap over Logan, so he's going to be able to roll in with a second and, maybe ice that back, regroup for tomorrow.
He's thinking about the podium speech. What am I going to tell Wes Kane here? What do we got to say? I want some drama. I want some WWE good versus evil here. Taking a look, best lap times on our timing is scoring a 1:45.05 and a 1:46.4. So, I mean, a second and a half maybe is the best times, and yeah, you gotta wonder what could be here in Moto 2, but Moto 1, no question about it. Trevor Schmidt going to grab the win. That red cross flag coming out, so those riders having to check up significantly there at the finish line. Great job, everybody paying attention to that as Cleveland going to cross the line in second.
Pump.
Yes.
Fist pumping.
Yep.
Yeah, we saw a tough breakdown there. Looked like a Husqvarna rider down at the bottom of the finish line there. As this track gets whooped out, it's motocross. It's a tough to see, but you know, there's high stakes here.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate reality of the sport, but it's a reality. You know, this is a tough sport for sure, and we all acknowledge the risks, and that's why we talk about those flag rules. We talk about the AMA rules, and sounds like our winner making his way down to Insane Wes Kane, going to chat it up on the podium here in just a minute or two. There we go. They're all high-fiving. Yeah, they're not headed to Wes.
Yeah,
they're
Wes,
giving it.
get comfortable,
guys,
Wes.
pause it and have the conversation on the microphone for us. So good to see Cleveland and Schmidt there chatting it up as well. Everybody cool with one another. So, man, our top 4, 5, 6 all powwowing it up.
So Wes, he's got to run up to the top of the hill.
I was about to say,
we're going to bring him in. Don Morris we're having a little chit chat.
Yeah, we'll just have the whole class hang out there, I guess. Whatever. Yep. Yeah. Wes Kane going crazy. He's freaking. Where are they?
Yeah, got to believe they went by. You see them all looking back.
Yep.
Don't want to speculate on who it was. I have an idea of who it was, but I'm not going to say anything without confirmation. You see them looking back. We're racing for money, but this is a friendly sport as well, so I'm sure they're concerned about.
Yeah, they want to make sure everybody's okay, and we've all been there. I mean, it's not a matter of if but when in this sport. You're going to hit the ground at some point or another, so hopefully all of those riders okay that went down early, but we'll get ready as our top 3, maybe our top 3, maybe just the winner, not sure. Whoever wants to hang out there with Wes. You pull up the Wes, he's going to talk to you. That's
we
for sure.
know who is.
Look at that, OPAG roping them in.
Yeah, you got the
Get
boss
over here.
Boss man work.
You got interviews to do.
Watch out for that truck.
We're going to send things down to Insane Wes Kane. Look at that. He's marshaling them in. Line it up here. I see you, Wes. You putting in work over there, man.
Need to get him one of those yellow vests.
Yep, riling them up. All these guys got sand in their throats now. Look at their sweeper, Dan. That's, I believe that's Toby's dad. He does some sweeping for us there at GNCC, helping everybody out. So there we go. A lot of smiles there. That's what I'm talking about. All right, Wes Kane, you got the boys. We want the scoop. Let's hear it.
All right, I want to know, Toby, you told me you were going to send it. You sent it. Tell me about that ride.
Oh, that was awesome. I cut off Trevor on the start, and then he came in up on top, and we came together, and he went down, and I was like, oh, he's going to hate me and doesn't even know me already. And then back here, I was trying to switch up my line and cut across everything, and Trevor came in hot. We came together. I stayed up, but I was like, can't be mad at him. That's payback, and he rode great at the end. I was just like, oh, my God.
The boys in the booth said, "Is there going to be some WWE redemption now in Moto number 2?"
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to fight this one out. No, I'm just kidding.
Pier 1, 2, or 3, or 6? Pier 6 brawl.
Pier 6 then, I guess.
That's right. That's right. Good job out there. What a way to set yourself up. Now let's talk to this young man here. Not the start that you wanted, Trevor, but you were able to prevail. You took the win. Take us back to that lap where you had to, you didn't get the start.
Yeah, I didn't get the best start. I got pinched off kind of towards the corner. But, yeah, he said we came to that corner up top, and I had the inside, and he was sweeping in. And we kind of just came together. I tucked the front end, and I got up, and I was like, damn, I don't know if they're too far out or not. But I kept plugging away and ended up catching him. And then me and him came together a little bit, which it's racing. That stuff happens, so we're all good.
You're not even breathing hard, so whatever you're doing to win 3 motos, you got 3 in the bag, and you got 3 looking at you tomorrow. Hopefully you can rest up tonight and get ready for those.
Yeah, we're going to head back, eat some dinner, recover, and be back. We'll be back ready tomorrow. So
there you go, right there, Racer TV. Hey, guys, just like you said, there could be some WWE moves going on with these guys tomorrow, but we'll have to wait for that and see. Take it back to you guys up in the booth. You guys are doing a great job.
Watch out, watch out. Wes Kane going to come in from the top ropes. Putting him in a rear naked choke there, flying elbow, whatever he's got. 258, top 10. North Country Hurton Holmes bringing it to you. Trevor Schmidt, Toby Cleveland, 1 and 2. Logan Forward in the 3 spot. Trevor Hazlett, Connor Mowry, your top 5. Braden Ellerman, Dom Morris, Nicholas McDonald, Zach Strecker, and TJ Lampier your top 10 here in 250A as now we get ready for race 27. We'll give you a quick little race replay there. Everybody funneling into turn 1. The bars were a-banging as forward. And it was as far forward as you could get off of that start. We saw a couple of riders getting together. Hopefully that one rider taking a peg to the back going to be okay. A couple of guys going to have some sore backs here tomorrow.
Absolutely.
But there you see Schmidt going down early. Tries to put the moves on Toby Cleveland. And then he starts to go to work. Working his way around the outside there. Pulls up alongside Logan forward. And then a little clink. There it is. A little contact. Little kiss there from Trevor Schmidt as he makes the pass for first place. Little Rubbins racing. They're good sports about it. Cleveland going for a wild ride and keeping us on our toes. But, man, what a fantastic way to kick off these A classes. Second moto's going to be coming at you tomorrow as well. So these guys getting recovered up, going to get rested up. Maybe going to see them in the whip contest, hopefully. I know you A riders know how to throw some style, so we'll see. But going to be a ton of fun to watch. Got some of our media in the house getting some shots as well, bringing out all the big cameras, all the big wigs, but going to be a ton of fun. Well, hey, we're going to throw things to commercial before we come back to our girls 11 to 16 class here from the 2025 New York State Championship on Racer TV.
Scoring.com/app.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2025 New York State Championship here at High Voltage Hills MX in Gregg, New York. Brought to you by our friends at AG Video and RacerTV.com. We've got our girls 11 to 16 class sitting on the line. Coming up next, Zach Herron, Josh Stout, and Wes Can bringing you all of the action. And Josh, getting ready for race 27. Going to see our ladies take back to the track.
Yeah, we're going to see some of the younger generation of the women's, like we were talking about earlier. A lot of girls making some noise this year. So let's run them down here while we're waiting. You got the 06 of Chloe Copefer, the 8 of Zadria Marcone, the 33 of Bailey Sheldon, the 66 Addison Platt, 71 Danica Bridgham, 92 Caitlin Moxley, the 96 Gabriella Naylor, 130 Stella Halls, 237 Stevie Kaika, and the 523 of Paige LeBombard. Who knows? We could be looking at the next Lachlan Turner here.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you said, 2025 really been I feel like a breakout year for women's racing, not only in the women's and girls classes, but in the open gender classes as well, as we take a closer look at some of our ladies sitting on the line, getting everything together, maybe doing a little bit of track maintenance, touching up a little bit before we send them out and about. Probably not a bad idea. That track looked rough after that moto, and making sure everybody's clean and clear, getting our medics back on site. As everybody having a great time. Like we said, so much fun going on. Whip contest coming up later tonight. Bounce house is open late. Am I going to be able to bounce in this thing? What's the deal here?
Yeah, I think you can bounce in it. We may use that for our UFC event tonight. We got Kelleher Parsons.
There we go. Kelleher Parsons.
We got Cleveland Schmidt.
Yep.
I mean, we got a couple more motos. Maybe we get a couple more bouts going here.
Heron Kane?
Yeah.
We'll throw it in. I don't want anything to do with that.
I don't think
He's
it's going to work out
good.
for you. Yeah, I mean, I feel like you're going to be the odds-on underdog there, but
you know what?
I'm down for a show.
Hey, if the money's right, you know what? Ain't nothing more scary than a guy willing to get his butt kicked. So
That's right.
There we go.
I mean, you guys are calling him Crazy Wes Kane or Insane Wes Kane.
Wes Kane.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, I don't think that's the guy you want to mess with, but I don't think Toby Cleveland's the guy you want to mess with either if you're Trevor Schmidt.
Hey, they say Zach is whack, so, you know. I mean,
Oh,
you never know.
boy.
Watch out.
Man, we got a lot of play on words
I was
here.
about to say, yeah, it was about going down here. Look at this, 66 getting her mind right now. A lot of different strategy on the starting line as well. Some people, there you go, sending one up to the big man. Some people getting themselves fired up. They're doing the old Kenny Roxon. They're shaking. They're jumping up and down. You see Chase Sexton. He kind of flexes, yells on the line as well. So a lot of different strategies how people like to kind of get their mind right when they're sitting on the gate.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to get yourself in the right mindset. I mean, you know you're going to battle out there. I mean, you might be friends with everybody when the race is over, but when you're out there, like you see, you know, we've seen some banging today.
Absolutely.
You know, it's a battle out there. You're not only battling your fellow riders, but you're battling the track. You got to be locked in.
Absolutely. Taking a look at the number 8 there, Xadria McCone. Saw her rocking that 2025 Loretta's graphics, so she was fresh off a trip to the ranch, it sounds like, as well.
Yeah, Utica Speedway Drive. The drone giving us a look here.
Oh, wait a second. We've got our drone in sight, headed to the bounce house. We're going to get a live update.
Every 50cc rider is currently in that bounce house.
Wait a second.
It's deflated.
Did they ruin it? Wes Kane, did you get in that bounce house? I told you not to do that until Sunday.
Someone call Kevin Zielinski. The generator must be out of gas.
So now all of the kids are going to fight Wes Kane after he popped the bounce house.
Yep. No one wants an interview from Wes anymore.
Yep, that's it. We're going to have to switch out.
Well,
now it is cool. I mean, obviously the bounce house is a fun part, but look at this entire setup here, the entire facility. Nick and the entire crew opening up different lots, continuing to expand the parking and expand the experience that is High Voltage Hills. You've got the High Voltage Hideaway right at the base of the facility as well, the cabins that they've built specifically to allow families and friends and riders to be able to have a comfortable place to stay if they want to come ride as well. Really impressive to see how much thought has gone into this facility.
yeah, absolutely. When the Zielinski do something, they go all in. Yep. I mean, you saw that overflow parking up top. They didn't just knock the trees down and leave a roadway there, a little dirt road. They came in, they put crushed run down, they put gravel down, they rolled it. Yep. You know, they made sure everything was nice and level so people had level place to put their campers. Yeah, just anytime they do something here, it's top notch every time. As we see the gate going down here on our girls division, that's the 33 of Bailey Sheldon. She's going to have our early race lead here.
So here we go. Sheldon out front early. Looks like maybe Mercone in the number 2 spot. As they make their way towards the step up here for lap number 1.
Yep, so Sheldon, the regular here, he's going to have that home track advantage.
And you could tell, too, she launched up that step up like she'd done it a time or two before. Meanwhile, 3-rider battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Yep, see a Kawasaki rider in there. I believe that's the 96 of Naylor. Looks like 96 on the back.
Whoa, big kick right
Off
there.
the square edge.
Good save. Wow. Man, it almost took the bike out of her hands right there.
Yeah, those square edge bumps, they'll reach up and grab you when you least expect it. She did a good job. Just quick reflexes there.
Yep, and it speaks to holding on with your legs as well. The front end starts to dance around. As they funnel into position here on lap number 1.
Yeah, we'll see what else we got up here. Looks like we got a KTM rider. Want to say that's the 66 of Platt. Yeah, that's Addison Platt. So Naylor and Platt here going at it for 2nd.
Platt tries to cut back underneath. Not quite able to get her done there.
You can just see how rough it is for these girls just getting kicked around. The big boys make it look easy. But they're all right. They're working their way around here. Another disadvantage for these girls, we're late in the day. I mean, we're at 3:30.
Yep.
It's been 6-7 hours since they've seen this track.
Yeah, a lot has changed since they've been on the track, and hopefully they've been watching online and able to really see the way this thing is developed on Racer TV. That is something that we hear riders doing at Loretta's, at GNCC's, going and making a point to go back and watch those couple of motos just a little bit earlier, get the latest and greatest updates from the track before they head down the staging into the line.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not even really a cheat code. It's just using your technology to your advantage. I mean, as the times change, you see it a lot in the sport. Things are changing and people are adapting with the times. And if you're using that to your advantage, it's smart. Absolutely.
Yeah, and if you're not, you're missing out. We even saw this year at the Loretta Lynn's, that Monster Energy Cool Zone. They had the big display with Racer TV up, so you're literally, before you go to pick your spot on the gate, you're watching that last moto. You know exactly how things have developed, and there's a certain development to learning how to use that to your advantage as well. Not just watch the race and kind of mindlessly watch it, but actually break down what's working for certain riders and the way the track's developing as well.
Yeah, you're almost getting a sight lap from a different angle in a way.
Yeah, we've got our eyes in the sky, and then our shout out to all of our amazing camera operators as well.
Yeah, haven't missed anything all day.
Man,
on top of everything.
We've gotten some crashes, some great passes, all covered right here on RacerTV.com.
Still seeing Naylor on the 96 and Platt.
Yep, Bailey Sheldon out front, Gabriella Naylor in second, Addison Platt, Caitlin Moxley, and Xavier Mercon, your top 5. Chloe Kophafer in sixth, Stella Hulse, Stevie Kaka, Danica Brigham, and Paige LaBombard, your top 10 here in the girls 11-16.
Yeah, just looking at the way it's whooped out here.
And you can see the 96 there kind of sitting down through those rollers and really just getting an impact in the back there. So Naylor.
Yeah, she's going to be seeing Toby Cleveland's chiropractor after this one.
Yeah, watching the 33 of Sheldon, she's doing a great job of staying on those pegs late, trying to let the legs absorb those bumps. As up the step up they go once again.
Yeah, so keep in mind, folks, if you're watching out there in the pits, there is going to be a pit bike race towards the end of the day here. We got a few motos left. There's no sign-up fee or anything like that. Just bring a helmet, a pit bike, and you can't ride two up. That's one rule. We've had people try and do that before. It's fun, not safe though. So yeah, if you want to do that, there's no, like I said, there's no entry fee. Just come down, have a good time. They'll give you a couple laps of practice. It will be on the 50cc track. We don't run the pit bikes up top. But if you want to do that, and then 6 o'clock is going to be the big show. Grab your beverages. I believe the scaffolding is spoken for by me and Zach.
Yep,
yeah,
that's
off limits.
Claim.
And then the UFC bout will take place once they reinflate the bounce house.
As soon as they get a couple of beverages in them.
Well, I don't think they need beverages. Not the way today's going.
Hey, I think it always helps.
A little liquid courage.
Yeah, that's how you go from UFC to Rough and Rowdies. Those are.
Was it bare knuckle?
Yeah,
boxing?
bare knuckle fight club or whatever. Yep.
Yep, you got the 33 of Sheldon on screen here. It's been this cruise mode from the jump. Open it up 14 seconds over Platt. So Platt made the pass. We actually lost Naylor, it looks like. Something happened to her. She's dropped down to 5th looking at the live timing.
Naylor having some issues as Platt and Moxley both pick up a spot there inside the top 3.
Yeah, and even Marcone starting to work her way up. She's up into 4th now. Like you said, you saw that Loretta Lynn's.
Yep.
So that's the real deal. See how much farther she can work up. Only 2 seconds behind Moxley. So we'll see if something can happen there. Almost unfair to put them out here on this track this late in the day.
It's you're definitely getting a test out there like that. And talk about my biggest competition is the track. I would agree with that one right here. So it's late in the day. You get tired late in the day. Everybody's kind of they've been waiting. So these girls doing a good job of getting themselves amped back up before they get out on track. And Sheldon really looking like she's on top of things. I believe she's going to be seeing the white flag here in just a moment.
Yep, white flag coming out. So she's just got to battle this monster of a track one more time. Still trying to find those smooth lines.
Taking her time with it too. She's not rushing. You saw her kind of cruise that inside. Make sure she's got everything set up like she needs.
Yeah, that's the advantage of doing your work early. You know, she got out front, she put her laps in, and now she's able to ride a nice, smooth last lap. Doesn't have to push the issue, can just kind of bring it home from here.
So Platt in the number 2 spot. Last we saw Mercone now up to 3rd. So how about that? The number 8 creeping forward late in this race. And about 10 seconds off of Platt. So 1, 2, and 3 might be spaced out enough here on this one. Look at that little style for the fans there. Bailey Sheldon, I like it. Love when they brake tap it and then throw that roost off the rear wheel.
Get that sand flying.
Oh, yeah.
That's a photo shoot waiting to happen.
That is the stuff I like, that's for sure.
And a good look at that flagger there.
Yep, he's pumped up, paying attention. Shout out to our flaggers as well.
Sitting out there in this heat.
In the heat, in the sun, and I mean, even as somebody like myself who eats, sleeps, and breathes this sport, it's a tough job to stay focused, man. There's a lot of things going on, and you're out in the heat. You got the noise, you got the buzz going on all day, and these flaggers have done a great job of staying on top of it. We've seen a couple of big crashes, and they've been right there, not only flagging, but with the right flag, making sure all of our riders are aware of what's going on. So big shout out to all of our flaggers here.
Yeah, it's underestimated how nice it is to have flaggers and know what they're doing. It's an extremely hard part of the sport on a local level.
Yep. Yeah, it's a tough job to find people that want to do it correctly, and really appreciate what they're doing. And as riders ourselves, we got to do a better job of thanking them and supporting those good flaggers, because they really can make or break your entire race. They can turn a crash into much worse if they don't know what they're doing. So shout out to the entire high voltage crew and that flagging staff for being the good ones. As one corner to go, and now it's checkered flags. Bailey Shelton going to grab the first moto win in your girls 11 to 16 class.
There it is, Moto 1 win, looking to take home that number 1 plate.
Man, halfway there, Addison Platt in the number 2 ride. She's still in this championship fight as well, as she's trying to cross the line in that number 2 spot with Xadria McComb in the number 3 ride last we saw. And she's certainly not out of this championship fight yet either.
Absolutely not. That's why we run 2 motos. Anything can happen. Gonna let some of these other girls finish up their run here before we go into our next moto. I think we're running, what do we got, 3 classes?
Yeah, I got 3 different classes on the line for this next one, plus 40 BC, plus 40C, and plus 40A.
Yeah, on top of the state championships here, we have in New York, it's the Battle Series. It's a couple different districts. Each district gets a few races, 1 or 2 races, and this race happens to be part of it. And then at the end, they combine the results, and it's almost a series within a series kind of thing. So that's why on some of these you see the ESMX, which is the I believe Empire State Motocross. I think is what it stands for. They're out west. Pavilion area 51 out in that area.
Cool, yeah, so the plus 40 BC is our 40B in ESMX, and the plus 40C in ESMX, as well as our plus 40A. So
so those riders they've already logged some results in the Battle of New York Series itself, so they're racing for a little bit more too, so it's cool to see that they allow them to be a part of that here with that series.
Give you a quick rundown here. Gene Nyman, Jeffrey Hazlett, Mark Erickson, Jeremy Parsons, Sean Murray, Corey Bogut, Michael Wilcox, Scott Lindholm, Shane Kelleher, and Terry Clark, all in that plus 48 class. I saw Parsons a little bit earlier here in the trailer, and he said he got a little winded, but he's ready to bring the fight to Shane Kelleher, and he's got an opportunity to do it right now, as he was leading them out of turn 1. Looks like somebody snuck underneath, but Parsons cuts back underneath as well. That might be the 204 of Murray. So it's Parsons, Murray, and Kelleher, 1, 2, and 3 once again.
Yeah, these top 3 in these plus classes seems to be the same top 3 coming out of the first turn every time.
I love it. Real quick, plus 40C, Art Lutwick, Edwin Wright, Stephanie Hanneman, Tom Miller, Adam McCoy, Jason Horn, Matthew Geisler, Mark Gianni, Chaz Ross, and Gerard Abadi.
So Kelleher got around Murray. Murray might have the best seat in the house, second to us here. He's about to watch a heavyweight showdown.
Well, in the words of Bruce Buffer, it's time.
It is time.
As Parsons versus Kelleher, the heavyweight final here in the 40 plus A class. As Parsons, he's got the spot now with Kelleher sitting back there stalking. Bobbing and weaving.
Yeah, he's just finding his range right now before he throws that first punch.
You've heard of Frazier and Ali. Well, now it's Parsons and Kelleher.
Look at that line from Kelleher all the way outside, squares it up. Look at this.
Look at the drive he's got coming into this next corner. Parsons doesn't even know he's there.
Nope, that was the only angle you could take to get to that line.
Oh, look at this. Parsons on the pegs. He's putting up a fight. They're side by side. I love it. That was all line choice right there. Yeah, Parsons, he had the inside, which is smart. You're supposed to protect the inside, but Kelleher using the momentum and getting away as Parsons gets a little wild going up that face and actually gives a few bike lengths to Shane Kelleher.
And this is a real testament to what motocross riders are. I mean, we got a guy with a broken thumb and a guy getting ready to go in for hip surgery. And here we are battling it out like there's $1 million on the line.
I love it. This is, this is what the sport's all about. So there we go. Parsons gonna try to go back to work and reel back in Shane Kelleher.
Yeah, Kelleher doesn't want anything to do with that.
Oh, thanks. The scary guy trying to set sail and run off with it. Kelleher letting the riding do the talking right now.
Some of our 450, plus 40C and BC riders coming through. Looks like Michael Haug leading the BC, and Mark Giannini, he's leading the plus 40C division. So not just the heavyweights out here. There's some other guys out here putting in the work, battling this track themselves.
Yeah, like you said, plus 40 BC, Jason Owens, Sean Wyman, Jesse Kavanaugh, Robert Pilo, Chad Geiser, Joe Falzo, Charles Gellett, John McKean, Michael Hout, Marty McDonald, and David Hitchcock all out there as well. So 3 different classes doing battle here in race 28.
They're all out there questioning their decision to sign up right now.
Man, I wish I could have seen the race order first.
Any chance you can move them old guys up in the order tomorrow?
We want to flip-flop things tomorrow, maybe. As Kelleher. Man, that would be even worse if we flip-flopped it and all the 50s had to go last. Oh. Those poor kids.
I feel worse for the track workers having to get them out of there. Yeah, or the dads.
The dads and moms, yeah, they'd be absolutely worn out.
So Parsons starting to get company from Murray now. Sean Murray on the 204. At this point in the day with the injuries that Parsons dealing with, you got to wonder if it's starting to wear on him. I mean, how many, we've seen him in 4 or 5 classes now.
Yeah, he's been out there several times, and can't believe that you're getting a hip replacement without something going on. So you got to wonder as rough and square edge to this track is too. It's one thing for it to be rough, but the aggressiveness and abrasiveness of these square edge bumps, that's really going to start to hurt the joints.
Yeah, if you know Parsons, though, he's stubborn.
Oh, I'm telling you what, yeah, that dude is, he's as tough as nails, or nails are as tough as him, however you want to say it, but
he's definitely not going to roll over, that's for sure.
He's not giving up, but man, the body can only take so much, that's for sure. Is Murray definitely right there and looking like he's able to close it in a little bit.
Yeah, you can see Parsons really laboring here. Just the body taking a beating, not riding for as much as you should be riding at this point in the year, the injury lingering. But he's not going to give up. Parsons is that guy he's willing to leave in the ambulance for a second place.
Yeah, he's going for it. And I mean, Parsons, like you said, just the amount of riding has so much to do with it. I mean, the guy's clearly in shape, but riding shape is a whole different ballgame. And so if you haven't put the time on the bike for whatever reason, then it's going to be hard. As we see the 804 having some bad luck. That's Michael Wilcox.
Yeah, Wilcox, former D3 guy. He used to run our A class here a long time ago. I'm going to age myself. I was on 50s back then. It was probably 20 years ago.
All right.
So Michael, he kind of disappeared from the scene for a while, and then he got back into it. So it's cool to see him back here. He usually shows up for this race.
Cool to hear the different stories, too, in some of these veteran classes. You know, riders that grew up, were heavily involved with the sport, stepped away for whatever reason for a while, and have come back. Several of them getting into the sport significantly later in life as well. It's always fun to see what's kind of led our vet riders to where they are right now as the white flag comes out here in our plus 40 class A, B, C, and C.
Yeah, one more time. Parsons has got to bulldog this thing home one more time.
All right, there is your leader. Scary Shane Kelleher. Scary fast out front right now.
Yeah, he's about to spook this guy on the way by.
Oh my gosh, that was so cool. Look, yeah, he went off the track right there. Yeah, he's
moved
freaking
right
out.
over. He's probably going to pull off.
Yeah.
Scary Shane Kelleher. It's got a good flow to it.
It does, man, and it's like I said, that's only with the helmet on. As soon as this guy comes off, he's probably buying slushies for a bunch of kids. He might go over there and just and blow that bounce house back up himself. I'm telling you, he's that kind of guy.
Anything to keep the kids happy.
Exactly.
He's bringing the ice cream truck over.
Yep.
Maybe do a little face painting with him.
Yeah, who knows, man? I can see him walking with butterfly around.
Yeah.
Whatever. How cool would that be if he pulls his helmet off and he's got face paint?
Oh, man, that would just – we're starting to build a legend out of Scary Shane Kelleher, and it would just add to it.
We're just bringing it to life.
Yeah, it would just add to it at this point.
Look at that outside line. That's what he used to rocket his way into that lead. And, man, what an impressive performance it's been since then. Shane Kelleher.
That was really the difference in the race when he was forced to go to the outside and he found that line.
Yep, taking a little bit longer of a line there. Got the drive down the next straight. That was all she wrote, is making his way through some lap traffic. One more corner to go.
He thought about giving those guys their extra lap. He said, nope, I'm taking it.
There we go. And taking the win along with it, Shane Kelleher gets the job done here in plus 40A.
Let's see, Parsons. Looks like Parsons is going to hold on to it. Maybe Murray made a mistake. I don't see him there with him.
Yeah, it looks like Murray falling off just a bit as Parsons crosses the line in two.
I think Murray came through, but he was a little bit behind. Good for Parsons to hold on there. It was a battle all the way.
Plus 40A. Looks like Joe Falzo going to grab the plus 40 BC win. And Adam McCoy for the plus 40 C win. Hey, let's send things back down to Wes Kane.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. All the way on the inside gate. X-Ferry, what's your strategy here all the way on the inside? How do you feel after your earlier Super Mini Moto?
Felt pretty good in that moto. I know I could have done better, but you know you got to deal with it, and I'm going to try to make it a little better.
All right, he's going to try to make it work. You're on the inside. Let's talk to Parker Harrington. You are on the left side of Ferry down here. You as well on the inside. Tell me about
yeah, I just got to try to get a good jump here and hold it to the corner.
strategy.
Just hold it.
Hold it, he says. All right, let me talk to one of these riders over here. I got Chadwick Nauer, the number 21 ride. You're about 5 or 6 off the inside. What's your strategy here going into the first turn?
We're going to get a good jump here and hold it tight and hold her wide right to the corner.
Great job out there. What's that?
We're going to get that whole shot.
He says he's going to get the whole shot. Amazing. What do you think about your rut out there? It looks a little wild and woolly about halfway up.
We'll turn her straight.
You're going to try to make it happen. All right, these guys are locked and loaded out there. I'm checking the guys out over here. Hey, up in the booth.
All right, thanks. Wes Kane getting the scoop down there on the line. These guys getting locked and loaded. The final moto of the day here for race day number 1, race 29. And there you go, taking a good look at the way this track is developing, the ruts just after the gate. Let's give you a rundown here. Vincent Carinci, Derek Vogel Jr., Trevor Feinberg, Scott Stratton, Caleb Zinger, Chadwick Nauer, Joey Matat, Craig Lindeker, Sam Nimmo, Parker Harrington, Nixon Bianchi, Caleb Millick, Colt Hobbs, Beckett Ferry, Alexander Patterson, Tyler Huber, Ryan Guitari Jr., JT Rote, Trevor David, Aaron Caballero, Daniel Berry, Preston Smith, Nick Brownell, Bradley Schoonover, Tyler Tilson, Chase Kessler, Josh Medic, Carson Hill, Gavin Zinger, Caden McAfee, and Mason Davidson, as well as Vance Bruce, Joseph Meyer, Mark Hardy, Nathan Baker, Preston Waite, Cooper Maurer, and Ryder Bjorklund, all sitting on the line. The sweet sounds and smells of two-strokes sitting on the line.
No better sound in the sport. Saving the best for last. Breathe it in.
Sweet smell of premix, baby. This is what it's all about. Our Utica Rome live drone sitting behind the line for us. The final moto of the day, race 29.
Just huffing in that race gas,
man.
that premix. The drone's going to start getting dizzy up there.
I'd wear it for cologne if I could.
Need to get one of them candles. Who used to make that candle?
Man, that thing wasn't worth the money.
No,
I bought it.
not
It didn't
even a
smell
little bit.
like two strokes at all. I was disappointed.
Big letdown.
Yep.
Better off just coming to state championship next year.
Yeah, we just rolled my 125 into the house and just for a little bit.
Like
and
that.
then, yeah, just set the tone a little bit.
You think they could smell it through the TV?
A little ambiance. Yeah, I hope so.
I hope so, too.
Lean into your screen right now and take a whiff. Let us know in the comments. Yeah, smell-o-vision going on right now as the two strokes getting fired up. I like that. And you can see the way those lines are developing, too. Look at the angle in those outside lines. They go out about 3 feet and then just hang a right to start cutting over to those insides.
Yeah, the urgency to get to the inside here is no doubt a factor. That's what makes those heat races we were talking about earlier,
Yep.
that where we saw Bjorklund go down from second back to 16th. That's going to play a huge factor in how his race turns out tomorrow when he's got 30-second gate pick instead of second.
Well, he's got to do what he's got to do. He's in the show.
Yeah,
at least. A whole lot better than watching from the fence. As the 2-car turns to 1 to the side one more time. Gates down. First moto for 2-stroke open.
Big jump from the Husky rider there.
Excuse me, that's a 125 2-stroke, so that's 125 screaming and singing their way through. And looks like it's a Yamaha and a Husky battling out of turn 2 here for the early race lead. Look at that, 3 riders in the air at the same time as they head to the top side of that Lowville Honda Highlands. I'd love to see the entries too. 38 entries here in this 125 class. I mean, these are phenomenal numbers.
Yeah, still trying to get a number. That's the 21 an hour in second.
We got a leader down early.
The leader.
Man, so he's going to try to hang on. He's in a
that's
tough spot.
not the place you want to be.
Oh, man, and he is kind of stuck. Nothing he can do right there as he's got to wait for those riders to get past. That's a bad spot. So now in the number 1 ride.
Yeah, he made it easy on him there. It looks like the 28 of Harrington, I believe, on the KTM just moved up into second. We'll see if he locked it down into the corner. That's him there on the inside, the 28. Still trying to get a number on that Husky. He had to start.
He's riding well, but yeah, definitely might need
like to at least give him a shout out for the whole shot,
the electronics or the electrical tape there for sure. A little bit thicker on the numbers, but man, yeah, what an impressive ride so far. And that step down where we saw our leader go down, that thing has been getting chewed up. We've seen a couple of riders get some kicks going down that hill.
Yeah, the way it unfolds, it's a little bit of an off-camber downhill, so there's some braking bumps that develop, and as you're trying to keep your speed up, and it starts washing out from under you because you're trying to go left, but it wants to bring you right.
Well, it looks like that was Tyler Hubert on the Husqvarna that grabbed the early race lead, but it's now Chadwick Nauer, Parker Harrington, and Huber 1, 2, and 3. Scott Stratton and Beckett Ferry, your top 5, with Bjorklund, Vogel, Matat, Nauer, and Barry, your top 10.
Yeah, if you told me to pick 2 people off the entry list that I want to see battle for the lead, it would be Nauer and Harrington. Both riders, we saw them at Loretta's, so we know they got the speed. Let's see if they can lock horns here and give us a good one at the end of the day.
Another rider we saw out at the ranch was Beckett Ferry. We're watching on screen. He pulls up alongside and pulls past as they head to the Highlands. So Ferry making a pass, I believe, for the 4th place spot.
Yep, that should have been the 17 of Stratton. Now we'll see if he can run down Tyler Huber on the 54.
See, actually made a couple of passes here. We're going to have to wait for the next time they come through time they're scoring. You see how wide those guys are getting. That's where your leader got off into that big stuff early on lap 1.
Yeah, not sure on the number here of who this is, but he's making some quick moves.
That's the 22 and the 54 we see doing battle right now. So the next time they come through, the 22 is Joey Matat and the 54.
Yeah, the 54 is Huber. We had him up front early.
Yeah, so I think Matat has really been making some moves here.
Yeah, we got a lot of action here early in this one. He's getting shuffled around everywhere but the front here.
And Nauer is just fine with that as he checks in another lap in the books. He says, you guys do whatever you want. Just leave me out of it. Harrington in 2.
He's not going to be fine with the lap times, though. That was a second faster for Harrington. 2 laps to go, 3 laps to go, and he was a second faster, 2 seconds back.
Can't let that train continue. Only 2.2 seconds back. Beckett Ferry now up to the number 3 ride with Matat in 4 and Stratton in 5. Take a look at this. Through that new section they go. Look at the bikes just laboring their way through. And the 946 of Bjorklund starting to march his way forward as well.
We can hear him out here behind the trail. No better sound. Makes you want to go out there on a fence.
Oh, yeah. I just want to take the microphone outside right now and get you guys here. It's like they do on the national broadcast sometimes. They just go quiet and hear the microphone.
Oh, yeah. There's no better sound in the sport.
So the sweet sounds of 2 strokes out on track right now, the final moto of the day, 125 two-stroke open.
Looks like the 004 of Vogel Jr. on screen here, so we're showing like 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th area on the track. The 54 of Huber, that's your 6th place rider. So right inside the top 10. We'll keep an eye on that gap there between Nauer and Harrington. If anything develops up there, we'll let you guys know. But for the time being, we'll watch this little battle here. Scott Stratton on the 17.
Bjorklund, Huber going at it. See Bjorklund try to run up the inside here. Oh, got a good drive. Might have that pass. Can he move over and seal the inside?
Yep, you got it.
Wow, good for him. Good move right there.
Stratton kind of taking an odd line there. Going to cost him a position. I don't know what that move was.
Checks up on that step up as well. Got to wonder if maybe something happened.
I know Scott a little bit. He's a little bit older. Scott's a little older. Maybe riding with these young kids early in the race, that intensity might have got to him a little bit. But we'll check back in here.
Just saw the 51 of Beckett Ferry still in that number 3 ride.
Yeah, looks like Mitot's starting to run him down though. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just hopping and bouncing in and out of that sand berm on the inside.
The 22 starting to stop here on the 51. They slam into the same berm at the same time almost. Let's see. Ferry going to look that inside. Matat, let's see if he goes wide and tries to keep the power to the ground. No, Ferry goes outside as well. On that back wheel, those bikes dancing around underneath them.
This is flat tracking in and out of that turn.
That is awesome. Let's see, going to try to hug back underneath. Down the hill they go. Matat moving his way using that far right-hand side.
Yeah, Mitot's a regular here, so it wouldn't surprise me if he gets close enough. He uncorks one of the home track lines here. I mean, Beckett coming all the way from Georgia, first time here. Oh, mistake from Mitot, though.
Yeah.
Going to let Beckett back off the hook.
Well, one thing about those two-strokes, momentum's the name of the game, so Mitot doing some exploring and didn't quite work for him as now we check in with Nauer still out front on the 21. Chadwick making his way through, and
that was actually Harrington on
whoa,
screen.
wait
I
a
think
second.
we had a last lap pass there.
How about that checkered flag coming out? Nauer. No, that is Harrington. Yeah, you're right. So how about that on the last lap? Parker Harrington steals the win away. Nauer drops back to the second place position, and it looks like Ferry going to cross the line in third.
Yeah, Nauer gave up 8 seconds that lap almost. Wonder what happened. He must have laid it down in one of the corners.
Joey Mitot going to cross the line in fourth. They're in that 125 class. So we're going to let our top 10 make their way through here for the final moto of the day, 125 two-stroke. Closing things out as we're going to clear the track off and start getting ready for some pit bike racing action. We'll be throwing a big old lip here on this finish line jump as we get ready for our whip contest. But for right now, our North Country Hearth and Holmes top 10, Parker Harrington snatching that win away on the last lap from Chadwick Nauer in second, Beckett Ferry and Joey Mitot third and fourth with Ryder Bjorklund. Rounding out your top 5, Derek Vogel Jr., Vance Bruce, Daniel Barry, Scott Stratton, and Cooper Maurer. Your top 10 here in 125 two-stroke.
Yeah, if anybody's looking to go to the moon tonight.
Woo-wee, it's going to be fun. As long as you guys aren't on the scaffolding, we'll be getting along just fine. It's our spot. All right, we claimed it.
It is reserved.
Yep,
Whoever's up there.
Tape on it.
Who's our film guy up there? We're going to have to remember in Happy Gilmore when he fell off the scaffolding and threw the flag at him. That's how we're going to get rid of him.
There we go. We'll do whatever it takes. Here is the replay here from day one. Crazy. Day one already in the books for the 2025 New York State Championship. Incredible numbers. I am so stoked to see amateur racing of any kind with this kind of a turnout. 40-plus riders in several classes, 30-plus riders in several others, not to mention battles. Oh, yeah, more battles as well, Josh. This is what we want.
Yeah, like we said, there was contact all day. I mean, we're seeing it here on the replay. We had a lot of banging. A lot of bar banging. We saw guys, banging into each other right off the start. Last lap.
You see a lot of different lines developing on this high voltage track. Just like you said in the beginning of the day, different characteristics than what we saw last year as far as the way the track has developed. Not quite as moist, seeing more sand kind of start to come to life, or sand characteristics, if you will, compared to those deep ruts that we saw last year.
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling it was going to develop a little bit more like a true sand track, and that's what we saw with the rollers going up the face of the jump. Last year we saw a lot of ruts on those jumps, so it was honestly pretty cool to see because you know, last year if you were here, you got those ruts. This year, you got to experience something a little bit different, so it's nice to see the track stays the same, but it keeps everybody on their toes at the same time.
Well, one thing we have certainly gotten to experience is some intense battles. There you see some contact was made, some rivalries were started. That's what it's all about. It's the state championship. Everybody laying it all out on the line because they want to be walking away tomorrow, not just with a high voltage chocolate bar, but with a #1 plate to go along with it.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to be holding that #1 plate. For a lot of people here, this is their Loretta Lynn's.
Absolutely.
You know, you're not going to get that #1 plate at Loretta Lynn's. You're going to get that #1 plate here.
A lot of people here trying to make a statement, maybe already setting their sights towards 2026, starting things on a roll, jumping up to some new classes. And as you can see, the fans hanging out with us and having a great time as well as those final checkered flags fall. High fives, knuckles being given all the way around. That is what it is all about. As here we are in the Racer TV studios, Zach Herron and Josh Stout, as well as Wes Kane, been covering the action all week long. Josh, this is exactly what we wanted here in 2025. A great track, a great turnout, and some great racing to go along with it.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a lot of bar banging out there. We had some people throwing things away on the last lap. You know, people are going to be looking for redemption tomorrow. You know, with all that bar banging, we saw a lot of people making mistakes. So tomorrow, everybody's going to reset. They're going to come back. And we're going to be handing out those #1 plates tomorrow, so the stakes are going to be high.
Like you said, the hardware gets handed out tomorrow. A lot of different storylines coming into the final day of racing. Well, we've got a humongous amount of thank yous to hand out. First of all, thank you to all of our flaggers, all of our medics, all of our track staff here taking care of our riders. All of us here at Racer TV, as well as our on-site staff here from AG Video, we want to thank all of them as well. Our executive producer, Carrie Jo Russell, our producer, Don Hampton, our director, Jack Renner, our replay operator, Josh Williams, our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, our second engineer, Corey Chamberlain, our audio engineer, Brian Wall, our operations producer, Adam Gordon, still OPAG, I love it. Our camera operators, Adam Arndt, Ali Renner, Dylan Atkins, Chandler Kaler, Garrett Hampton, Nick Vosberg, Colton Kuntz, Gavin Hampton, and Adam Atkins. Our eyes in the sky, our drone pilot, Gabe Schull. And for Wes Kane and Josh Stout, I'm Zach Herron. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day 2 of the New York State Championship from High Voltage Hills here on Racer TV. We'll see you tomorrow.